Striding in and bowls now. Once again, it's up there, but wide. This is in again.
For 28, it's 96 for 3.
That's again then. Oh, and that's edged. It's swept to. He's there to collect that one. And there's no addition to the score on this occasion.
Striding in and bowls now. Once again, it's up there, but wide this time, and probably got the treatment it deserved, to be fair. It was just too wide a delivery, and Sam Northeast, player of his quality, is not going to miss out.
That's Dan Moriarty. His Fisher's in again, and Northeast will drive. Absolutely, Nick. Great shot. Full face of the bat, driven through extra cover. Well, one of the shots of the day, I think, there from Sam Northeast. Into Billy Root with those 3 slips in a gully. That's short. It's pulled really well by Billy Root. That is a terrific shot. He's quickly onto it. Real effort ball from Fisher. 100% beneficial, is it? As Fisher's in again. Clipped off his legs by Root this time, and that's going to race away as well. So Fisher's a little bit over-pitched. He's lost his line a touch there.
Moriarty bowls and Root goes for the slog sweep, and he's nailed that one through mid-wicket. And that'll race away to the boundary.
In from the Kirkstall lane and round the wicket here to Billy Root. Throws one up full this time and is driven very nicely through extra cover. And Billy Root will pick up 4. So he's just got a deafening cue from BBC Radio York to adjust the phone volume. Lovely shot here from Billy Root. Again, served up to him at half volley length on this occasion by Matthew Revis, and just stroked away through that gap in the offside. The wicket to have fallen was that of opener Eddie Byram, LBW to Ben Code for 9. A couple of changes to the Yorkshire side to tell you about as well from last week's match. Don Best back in for his first class match of the season, and Dan Moriarty, who was rested last week, is back in the side as well. They're peroxide blonde, shall we say, as Best is in and Root turns it to Root, who's fielding at mid-on, and that will bring up Billy Root's 50, and that is a very well taken 50, having been dropped by his brother on 6. 88 deliveries, 118 minutes, and it's included 6 fours.
Moriarty comes in to complete the over. That's got in the air. Is there something on that? There is indeed. And Moriarty strikes. It's caught at short leg by Finley Bean, and Billy Root cannot believe it. Firstly, it looked as though the last over might have been the last over, but Yorkshire just managed to get across quickly.
He'll come in to bowl to the new batter Kieran Carlson, who drives back past him, and there's that out. It is. It's run out at the non-strikers, and a little flick from the bowler, and Sam Northeast has to go. Well, what terrible luck. Sam Northeast on his way back. Yorkshire were immediately excited, and they've got rid of the Glamorgan captain for 28. It's 96 for 3.
As he comes in with his right arm off spin to Carlson. Bit of flight outside the off stump, and that is out. Don Bess has taken the catch, caught and bowled. Well, there was flight from Don Bess, you have to say. Carlson just couldn't resist the attempt to drive. It wasn't quite there. Here's Bess again then. Oh, and that's edged. Thickish edge. Kept it down though. Cook there. That's going to go all the way for 4. Using the pace of the ball. You could argue that it may have been an open face and just steered it down. So Bess it is. Round the wicket with a new over. It's swept away from outside off stump. Brilliant timing from Ingram there. Ball pitching just outside off. And he sweeps across the line through mid-wicket. The right leg there. From that sweep. Down the leg side this time. Bess Tattersall is there to collect that one. And there's no addition to the score on this occasion. That is the end of the over, with Glamorgan
still, Betty?
And just to let you all know, this slightly revised hours of play for today. Lunch will be taken at 1:10 past 1. Tea at 4 o'clock, regardless of the number of overs bowled, and the scheduled closing. Umpires Ian Blackwell and Mark Newell.
Well, good morning. May the 4th be with you from Headingley as Yorkshire take on Glamorgan on day 2 of this Division 2 County Championship match, which yet again was another day affected by the weather. Yesterday, 41 overs, that's all that were possible in the day. Glamorgan making it to 109 for 4. Colin Ingram on 7, Chris Cook on 5 when play was abandoned with light-related issues later on. I'm reluctant to say bad light because usually somebody corrects me and says the light, the natural light was overtaken by the light from the floodlights or something like that. But anyway, you know what I'm saying. There were light issues yesterday. We're hoping that there are not going to be too many of those today, but it is pretty gloomy and the floodlights are on before we start. We already had a delay, which we believe was for a little spit or spot of rain. And so an 11:12 start. And they're going to have lunch at 1:10, tea at 4 o'clock, and the schedule closes 6:30 with 101 overs to be bowled now today. That's 3 lost from the 104 that they were going to do to make up some time lost from yesterday. I think we've got all the admin out of the way, so good morning to Nick Webb of BBC Radio Wales.
A very good morning, Jonathan. It was interesting last night that, Billy Root in his interview said the teams were about even. I expected Dan Moriarty to say that Yorkshire were on top, but he didn't. So they obviously haven't got much of a clue what a power score might be on this used pitch either.
No, yeah, I think he said the same, didn't he? He thought it was a fairly even contest. Our third voice today, by the way, and for the next 3 days, Nasser Hanif, who's giving us a wave from the back of the box that you won't be able to see if you're listening audio only, but I can assure you he is here. So welcome along, Nasser, for the first time this season. Yorkshire doing their little huddle at the moment and presumably just reinforcing, doubling down on their plans for the day. And we've got the blonde bombshell, Sam Gascoigne, as well, turning up to adjust the camera, so maybe we better wave at it at this point. Nick,
I thought he was
Nasser from the back. Good morning.
I thought he was steering it away from me.
As if he'd do that. That's sort of the Robert Redford of the commentary box.
I'm yet to find out what my best angle is. I suspect when the camera is pointed out at those cricketers rather than us. But it's lovely to be on the club video streams as well as on BBC Audio.
Now, just an element of surprise here, because it is so gloomy. We'd kind of been speculating off air as to whether or not they would play and be able to use the seamers. Well, they're going to give it a go here because Matthew Fisher is going to start the day from the Howard Stand end.
Yes, there are shadows from certainly the umpires and some of the players out on the square in the middle where the light is brightest. And Fisher starts and stops. False start to the day.
Microcosm of the season.
Indeed, here he comes running in towards us to bowl the left-handed Colin Ingram, who's beaten by that one, I think, first up. Prodded at it suspiciously outside off stump, and through it went to Tattersall. I don't think it was a question of Ingram playing inside the line. If you aren't up to date with the game from day one, well, Glamorgan won the toss and chose to bat on this used pitch. They lost Byram for 9, Root for 51 on the stroke of lunch, and then much later in a short evening session, North East unluckily run out at the non-strikers end for 29 and Carlson for 3. Here's Fisher in then to bowl. That's way outside off stump, and Ingram can safely let it go past. I did see him briefly in passing. He asked after my welfare, and I said I was looking forward to watching him bat all day. Not to put the pressure on anyone. But I did say that to Chris Cook on one day last season at Durham, and he did bat all day, so fingers crossed from a Welsh point of view. Unlikely, though, in these conditions. Under the lights at Headingley, as that one is again outside off stump, and again Ingram watches it carefully go past. First wicket went to Ben Code, who's been economical, 1 for 14. Dan Moriarty has bowled a lot, 15 overs, 1 for 29. Dom Bess was the other wicket, credited to a bowler. And this man, Matt Fisher, well, he got a wicket thanks to his own efforts, but it was a run out, so it won't be credited to him in the wickets column, as that's outside off stump, and Ingram again plays no shot. And it's nice to see that most electronic scorecards these days do credit those involved in run-outs, even though it doesn't go on anyone's career records. So there are 2 slips, Root and Lithe. There is Bean in the gully. There's a point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. So a fairly orthodox field for Fisher. And again, he doesn't make Ingram play as it goes through outside off stump. So no action required so far from Colin Ingram. Those in the stands well wrapped up with several layers. A few beanies around as well. And well, good luck to them to surviving through till 6:30 tonight in one piece. If there's anyone frozen to their seat, we'll try and chip them out on our way home. Here comes Fisher then into Ingram, again through outside off stump, again no shot played. Well, Ingram missed the first ball and then didn't have to play at the next 5, and Glamorgan remain on 109 for 4 after 42 overs here on BBC Sport Online.
Yeah, he'll want to get the radar right. I think Matthew Fisher, not a bad over obviously, because no runs came from it, but you want to make the batters play. And just that first delivery of the day was the case in point. So Ben Code from the Kirkstall Lane end then. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14 yesterday, as tight as ever. 3 slips, point. Harry Brooks in at extra cover. Don Bess is just helping Ben Code out with a few looseners at mid-off. And mid-on, Shan Massud, mid-wicket, Dan Moriarty. And also Fisher down at long leg, who's quite a long way in from the boundary. And he's going to be chasing this one here because that's an inside edge from Cook. And he's got 4 runs through fine leg, but didn't know a huge amount about it. First runs of the day. And immediately Ben Code calling for some sawdust on the front foot, which is scratching away already. And Don Bess has acquiesced to his demands.
That wasn't a great start from Chris Cook, even though he's got 4 more runs to his name. He really didn't know much about it, and the ball, I think, shot past between him and leg stump to the boundary. So it was a big, thick inside edge, which could easily have cannoned onto the stumps.
And then the unusual sight of Bess running back and putting some sawdust back on the pile. He didn't need to use it all. I've never seen that before, I don't think. Usually gets spread somewhere. So Code coming in to bowl here to Cook with a very open stance and shouldering arms. The Diamonds, by the way, in action today elsewhere. We'll get an early mention in for Danny Hazel and the girls. They are at Edgbaston against Central Sparks. They won the toss, decided to bat first, and it's been a pretty good start. 37 without loss after the first 10.2 there. Sunrisers also playing the South East Stars. Sunrisers 43 for 1, having won the toss, decided to bat at Northampton. The Western Storm.
Getting a caning.
Yeah, 91 without loss. The Vipers at Bristol against them in the 14th over, as that is worked off the hip by Cook for a single down through backward square leg. So more runs off the bat in this over, and Ben Code, well, slightly unlucky to concede the 4. Didn't quite get the line right this time. Change of angle now. He's coming round the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Colin Ingram. Now, cricket score-wise, well, they are underway at Lords. Didn't play, of course, there yesterday at all. Middlesex put Leicestershire in. They're 27 without loss in the 5th over, so blistering start from the Leicester boys. The Code coming in, that's wide of Ingram's off stump, and he leaves Derbyshire 206 for 8. They are playing at Derby. Sussex stuck them in yesterday, and they've done pretty well, I guess, to take 8 wickets for 200 or so. At Taunton, well, 2 innings yesterday, 156 all-out Essex, 128 Somerset. And the Essex boys 13 for 1 second time around. Wouldn't be surprised that finished today, the way it's going. And start delayed at Old Trafford, Kent against Lancashire. Kent 203 for 7, as Code this time has one that nips away from Ingram. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt because he was pulling the bat out of the way. Those who can see the replay can make their own minds up. No, I think he did play that. He just had a little push at it. It was a couple of inches wide of the willow. Last ball of this Ben Code over then. Comes in now past umpire Blackwell. From wide on the crease, there's a stifled appeal, and that doesn't feel like it's out, nor is it given by Ian Blackwell as it runs away down through third man for a leg by 2 high at the very least, I would have thought. Hit him right up the top of the pad flap. Let's have a look at the angle as well. Yeah, doing far too much. Probably would have missed a second set. That was 115 for 4 after 43.
Slightly token appeal from Ben Code. I don't think he believed in it himself. As we were leaving the ground last night, they were trucking into the rugby ground next door, where in the Super League, Leeds Rhinos were comfortable 46-8 win winners over bottom side London Broncos. Elsewhere, Huddersfield Giants lost 18-16 at home to Salford. Warrington Wolves 24, Hull 6. As that is defended by Ingram, the first ball of Fisher's over. This afternoon, LKR against St Helens.
Should be a good game, that. Rovers doing pretty well. Saints always good.
No professional Welsh Rugby Union to remind you about, because it's European semi-final weekend, and sadly none of the Welsh pro sides made it that far. Here's Fisher into bowl. Ingram is dropped at slip by a diving Lyth who got a hand to it. Oohs and ahs. He's got 2 runs. It was a very difficult chance. High and I think to his left. But Ingram is having a difficult start to the morning, as Lyth gets a consolatory pat from keeper Tattersall. It was high and to Lyth's left, and he parried it away with one hand but couldn't cling on. Ingram moves to 9 rather streakily and plays the next ball firmly into the offside. So it has been a difficult start to the morning for these Glamorgan batters, with Cook inside edging his first ball past the stumps for 4. And now Ingram dropped when he was on 7 by Lyth off the bowling of Fisher. Short ball fended at it. Needed to go more up and over if he wanted to play it over the slips. Fisher pounds in again, bowls, and Ingram shoulders arms outside off stump. The only consolation for Welsh listeners is that if you want any experience to deal with difficult conditions, then you've got 2 of the most experienced, the 2 elder gentlemen of the side, 38 and 37. Many hundreds of matches between them. Tom Bevan is due next in only his 3rd first-class match. As Fisher is in to bowl, Ingram works it off his legs through the vacant square leg position. It'll be a couple of runs. It'll be cut off easily by Code inside the square leg boundary, away towards the vacant western terrace. And Ingram finally is into double figures after 35 deliveries faced. So he's having to work hard for it, as is Chris Cook at the other end, and you get a feeling that Glamorgan might be relieved to get to 250 in circumstances like this, and 1 batting point, and at least they get the runs on the board. But that seems quite a long way away. Bevan, Harris, Crane, McIlroy and Hamza the batting to come, as Ingram straight drives but doesn't quite time it. Fielded at mid-on, end of the over, 119 for 4. Ingram just about still there on 11. Cook has 10. If you are just joining us, then we did start 12 minutes late because of apparently a sprinkle of rain in the air that we couldn't actually see from our commentary point, which required the rope to be run round the outfield in rather desultory fashion, promising provoking a little bit of gentle heckling from our Twitter followers. Joe Root lost his hand warmer, suggests one. Get on with the game, says another. John Hughes and Andy Greenwood, thank you. Go Well Ender says, isn't it true that rope doesn't actually do anything? Philip Richards tells us it is gloriously sunny in Cardiff. Send some our way, he promises. You have to blow hard to get this far.
Ben Code at the Kirkstall lane end, then bowling here to Chris Cook, who's back and across and punching it to Shan Massud at mid-on. Got a few on as well to get through here. David Bates says he's got one eye on the Owls match at Sunderland and hoping that they stay up. Depress the Button says, and may the 4th also be with you. David Coleman says it's naked gardening day, so tell the guys out in the middle to be careful when they leave the crease and have a wander down the track. And Joe Wilco says, good it's on, popping up tomorrow, and fingers crossed for a good forecast at the moment. It's at Sporting Lives 1 on X or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com if you want to get in touch. Ooh, now then, Ben Code bowls one that looks like it might have just kept a little lower than Chris Cook had judged from the length, and he just jabbed down on it.
Graham Smith on X suggests that if you don't need a torch to help you find your way across the ground, it cannot be as dark as when they played yesterday. Yes, it was pretty murky in the last 8 overs, and Glamorgan were left wishing they hadn't played them. Yorkshire claimed 2 very important wickets in that time.
Here comes Code again. And that one, good length ball, solidly blocked into the offside, where the lithe-looking Harry Brook does the fielding. Clearly been working on his fitness by the looks of things since joining England. Smattering of spectators in again today. It's one of those curious things we were saying before we came on air, that it feels like there are fewer in today than there were yesterday, even though it's a weekend, and you would think more people are available to come and watch. As Code comes in, that is pushed into the offside a little more firmly by Cook this time. There's no run. No idea on the numbers that were in yesterday, and there could be a couple of hundred in the long room up there. There's certainly some faces behind the glass I can see, so maybe more than I'm giving them credit for in terms of attendance. 119 for 4. 2 to come in the 45th over. It's Code again. This time Cook doesn't have to play, shouldering arms.
Very good morning to Duncan in Kent, who's emailed me on nickweb2017@gmail.com, where he reports that it is glorious in Tunbridge near the old Angel Ground. And Andrew Bisping, good morning, well done everyone, persevering with the challenging conditions in Leeds, sends a picture of Barry Island where it's sunny and T-shirt weather, he claims.
Here's Code again, and Cook solidly behind it to complete the over. The slips had just moved in a little closer actually as the bowler was running up there half a stride. Tighten things up in the cordon, try and make sure no further chances get through. So 45 complete. Ingram 11, Cook 10. Partnership now worth 22, and Code 1 for 19 from 11 overs and 3 maidens. 119 for 4.
Frustrating to see the sunshine in Barry Island, because that's where Barry Athletic were meant to be hosting Machen in the vital Division 3 of the South East Wales League, about which listeners hear probably more than they ought to. As that is defended by Ingram, the first ball of Fisher's new over. So the light is not getting any worse at the moment, but it is forecast to be a pretty thick cloud overhead, so I'd be surprised if they got past 6 o'clock, to be honest. As the football front, Cardiff City and Swansea City play their final championship matches today. Coverage on BBC Radio Wales. As Ingram pushes forward and was beaten again by that one outside off stump. Fisher head in hands. Can't believe he hasn't found the edge, but on the one occasion he did. It was a very thick edge, and Lythe couldn't hang on. And Ingram is just about hanging on in there. Glamorgan have added a further 10 runs this morning, but both batters could have been out. Cook inside edging past his stumps, and Ingram dropped at slip. Fisher in, bowls. Ingram whips it off his legs, past the umpire, sizzling away for 4, latched onto that one very quickly, turned the wrists on it nicely, and just taking advantage of a rare radar error. Wasn't particularly leg side actually. He's taken that one pretty much off middle, but just back of a length, and Ingram able to rock back and play it with some degree of danger on that shot as Jonathan looks at the replay there.
Well, I think he judged the length really well, to be honest with you. It's just one of those that on another day when it's not bouncing quite so true, that might catch you out in an LBW sense. It wasn't that short, as you said, just back of length, but it's obviously a shot that he favours the way he seemed to play it. You see a lot more of him than I do, but he wanted to get there as quick as he could, didn't he, and whipped it away quite nicely.
Yeah, he tends to favour the cover drive in full flow. Some big swings over mid-wicket in the white ball stuff. Play that one nicely and plays the next one defensively out on the offside. No run, 123 for 4. Oh, someone wandering across the sight screen area, but I think it's when the photographers gets to his place without inconveniencing things, thankfully. A few up top in the football stand, just in case we get any rain. There's none forecast, as Ingram gets in behind the next delivery and plays it gently out to Revis at point, and there is no run.
Rich Mallender says, morning JD and all. Code as accurate as ever this morning. Surely one of the most consistent opening bowlers in the country. I'm just off to buy some ibuprofen to get me through the first game of the season today. I've checked my diary for tomorrow and it just says feeling sore. I think if tomorrow you're going to be feeling sore, Rich, then goodness knows what you're going to be doing on Monday. I think I'll just cancel banking Monday if I were you.
Next delivery into bowl. Ingram drives through the offside, a punchy sort of drive. Will just about reach the ropes away to our left. And Ingram with a couple of boundaries in that over then. And he moves on to 19 not out, and Glamorgan on to 127 for 4. Good morning to Kevin Higgins, a Glamorgan supporter living in Istanbul, where he reports it is rainy and only 16 degrees. Only 16 degrees, Kevin. Wash your mouth out. We haven't had 16 degrees here, I don't think. Not in the game I've been covering, anyway.
No, it's been a while. Headingley. Cook just retaking his guard here. On 10 at the moment. And Ben Code receiving the ball from Don Best will push off then. And come in then to bowl to Cook, who's pushing at one outside off stump. Adam Lyth set off there. He was out of the blocks. Oh, like Linford Christie from second slip, thinking that that was a wicket. Watch him go here. Look at this.
False start.
False start, I'm afraid. Lyth.
Disqualified. DQ. There we are. I think it's about time that I wandered off, isn't it, and made way for Nasser, since we're past the half hour.
Code then. In he comes again. Past umpire Blackwell. And that is wide of off stump, and this time. Now, histrionics in the slip cordon. As Cook is able to leave. Code 1 for 19. He's into his 12th over now, so very tight once again, as Rich pointed out on his message. Matthew Fisher going at 4 and over. 12 overs, 3 maidens, none for 48. Has produced a chance. Adam Lyth was a very difficult one. Up to his left. Got a hand to it, but couldn't quite make the complete grab. Code in to Cook, who crab-like moves across the crease and opens up backward of square on the leg side. Fisher fielding, 1 run. 128 for 4, halfway through the 47th over. Change of angle for umpire Mark Newell down at the Howard stand end. Change of angle for Ben Code too. To bowl at the left-handed Ingram, coming in now from the Kirkstall lane end, past umpire Blackwell up there, driven square on the offside. Very good piece of fielding by Fisher at point. That has saved probably 4, certainly at least a couple. diving to his right, and got down low. Gets a couple of appreciative claps from Ben Coad as he makes his way back to his mark. Just 2 slips and a gully in place when Ingram is on strike. And Coden again. Ooh, there's an appeal for LBW here, but sounded like there might have been some wood involved. And they kind of went 3/4 there, the appeal. Didn't go all the way. Not sure there was, about looking at it second time, but it was certainly angle-wise. There'd have been a question about going down. Yeah, Blackwell, either way, whatever is decided, it's not out for. It's not out. 1 to come in the over. Code bowling it right now, and it's left by Ingram. So 128 for 4 at the end of the 47th, with Ingram on 19, Cook on 11, and Code 1 for 20 from 12 overs and 3 maidens. And good morning to Nasser Hanif.
Good morning to you. Good morning, yeah. Looking at the floodlights in front of me, a dull day, sparse crowd, cranes in the distance of Leeds. And I was looking at the table this morning before I came in. The draw specialists, Glamorgan against Yorkshire, desperate for a win. You know, just the 1 loss and a series of draws. So.
Yeah, pretty much sums it up so far this season.
They need to start turning some of these draws into wins, don't they? They really do. As we await for the new over. Glamorgan 128 for 4, and the first delivery of the new over is punched back, and there's no run there. And the new bowler in is Code. I beg your pardon, Fisher. I think that scoreboard in front of me is a bit slower than I am, probably. Yeah, Fisher, the new bowler, in as he readies himself, gets himself ready from the Howard stand end, and comes in to bowl this second delivery. Sirens going off in the background here in Leeds. He comes in and bowls this next delivery, and that's pushed out in front of him and in towards the gully area. And there's no run for the batsman Cook. And Fisher now heading back to his mark as the ball eventually finds itself back to him, and he comes in now to bowl this next delivery to Cook. And Cook again playing out in front of him, straight to the fielder. There's no run there. Yeah, I was a bit disappointed this morning, Jonathan, because I wanted a coffee. I didn't have a breakfast this morning. And I went to, you know, these cafes that they have around grounds and stuff. There's the one here, isn't there? The Ugly Mug.
Yes, just over the back, yeah. St Michael's Lane.
Yeah, I saw a notice in there saying closing, going down south inside. I don't know if that's true or not. But it would be quite sad, isn't it? I mean, these cafes around grounds. As we see the next delivery coming from Fisher, and there's no run off that delivery as well, just pushed out into the leg side by the batsman Cook. He's still on 11, and Ingram on the other side on 19.
Yeah, it would be sad. But I don't know if it's the same ownership, but certainly my dad's business used to be just over on St Michael's Lane by the little bridge there, and I used to get sent for the bacon sandwiches when I used to go and do helping out on a Saturday morning type of thing. You're going back a long way there, Nasser, so it's been there a long time.
Yes, Fisher comes in for his next delivery, and that's played out in front of him as well. That's a beautiful shot, played through, and that's going to go to the boundary through the fielder, and 4 runs there for Cook, taking him on to 19. So a beautiful boundary there, played right out towards the leg side and going through and beating the fielder there, the flailing arms of the fielder. And Glamorgan move on nicely onto 132 now for 4.
Yeah, just over pitching Matthew Fisher, and he struck that well. Chris Cook really did time it. Got a bit of bottom hand in as well to accompany the top.
As Fisher comes in for his next delivery and comes in and bowls, and that again is played towards the leg side and picked up by the field, and there's no run there. Slightly
awkward looking stance from Chris Cook when you see him from behind more so than from in front, and you almost think that he needs to go see a chiropractor after each innings to get his back put in, because he's slightly out of kilter to look at.
Yeah, you mentioned it, didn't you? It's quite an open stance, isn't it?
Yeah, Duncan Evans says the Owls are in Martin Emerson's area of Sunderland and the Swans playing Millwall, both at 12:30 apparently today. Good luck with all your football teams. You can keep an eye on that while listening to us, of course.
I think it will be interesting as well as when will the spinners come into this game. As we see this
Code coming in, and that's whipped off the legs by Ingram, and he's going to pick up 4 there out to the east side of the ground. Well timed. Benko just straying a little bit too straight, and also maybe just a little fraction too short, because he didn't come forward to that, was able to play it from the crease just up on his tiptoes. So 136 now for 4. Ingram on to 23. And the ball just dropped down by the advertising boards. Might be a little bit of extra moisture possibly still down there, as it won't get cleared by the ground staff, I wouldn't think, with so much else to clear when the rains come. Code coming in again. Past umpire Blackwell then. Driven firmly, and Shan Massud diving to his right mid-off. Makes a good stop. Ingram gets 1 for a ball. He might have got 4 for otherwise. Moves on to 24. 137 for 4. So, well, no wickets to have fallen so far today, but there was the alarm for Glamorgan supporters when Colin Ingram got an edge on one that was dropped by Adam Lyth at second slip. I say dropped, parried really. It was travelling up to his left. Code over the wicket, bowling here to Cook. Oh, now then, he's got a thickish outside edge on that. Wide of off stump. He's just replayed the shot squarer, but he's still got 4 runs because the vacant third man area as ever. 19 to him. 44 now the partnership. 141 for 4. Doesn't worry me as much as it does some commentators. Vacant third man, to be honest.
Morning, Edwards.
Why haven't they got a third man, Nick? So Code just gives the ball another extra rub. I've been seeing it disappear over the boundary. 1 for 29 for him now, and that's a better delivery. Cook rooted to the spot of the crease and watched it well. He's now asking for somebody or something to move. Instructions from the umpire, from the batter, from Don Best, from Ben Code as well. Can he move either left or right? To one of the spectators. Here comes Code then. And ball short of length and just pushed into the offside by Cook. Brook fielding. So, those who've joined us more recently, 1:10 for lunch today, trying to make up some lost time from yesterday. They already lost 3 of the overs that they were trying to make up because of that delayed start to 11:12. 4 o'clock for tea, both lunch and tea fixed, unless of course we have any further rain, then that might change. And a 6:30 finish, or when 101 overs have been bowled, as Cook striding forward pushes that final delivery of Ben Code's over into the offside, and there is no run. So Code 1 for 29 from 13 overs and 3 maidens, and 49 overs in now. Glamorgan 141 for 4, so they've done pretty well so far this morning, given that conditions are again bowler friendly. We haven't seen any spin just yet. Yorkshire, of course, playing two specialist spinners in Don Bess and Dan Moriarty, as well as Joe Root in the side. And if they need him, Adam Lythe can turn his armour over in that regard as well with some off spin.
Yeah, it'll be Fisher now to continue from the Howard stand end. And he comes in for this first delivery of a brand new over, bowls, and that's played out in front of him by the batsman Ingram, Colin Ingram. He's there on 24. Chris Cook on the other side is on 19. They're 141 for the loss of 4 wickets. Hoping to build on this, certainly try not to lose any more wickets. And I guess awaiting this time for when spin may come into the equation. Spin, a couple of wickets for them last night in last night's session, wasn't there, Jonathan? So we'll see when that sort of comes into the equation. As Fisher comes in to bowl this next delivery, and he bowls, and that again played out in front of him by the batsman, by Ingram again, and there's no run there again. So that's, I suppose, a dilemma for the captain. When does he bring the spinners in?
Wouldn't think it'd be too long after these two have had a blast. Matthew Revis actually at point was just doing a few warm-up exercises, as if he may have a go as well. Seam up.
And it's Fisher now coming in for his third delivery of this over. And again, that's left outside his off stump. No shot offered by Ingram. No run there. 141 for 4. Glamorgan will look to push on into the afternoon session, and if we do get any extra overs, look to build on this total. Yorkshire, of course, keen to get more wickets, keen to make some more inroads. Certainly before lunch. As the ball finds itself back into the hands of Matthew Fisher. And he comes in and bowls this next delivery, and that's whacked square. And a beautiful shot there. Beautiful shot. Colin Ingram, the batsman, dispatched straight to the boundary. No messing about there from him. And taking him up to 28.
Yeah, it was very wide, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was up there to drive, and he's played a good shot at it, opened the face, got it away backward of point.
So 4 more runs to the total. 145 for 4 now, Glamorgan. And that's Fisher. Gives the ball a good rub on his trousers, trying to see if he can get some movement off this ball. No real movement so far of any note. As he comes in and bowls this next delivery. Comes in, bowls, and that's played out in front of him by Colin Ingram, and there's no run.
36 runs added this morning in almost 9 overs, so going along at a decent rate, in fact up in the rate from what they were going at yesterday. That's now overall nudged up to just shy of 3. Yorkshire finding it not easy again to try and make a breakthrough.
As Fisher comes in and bowls this next delivery, and that's played out in front of him, and just the ball just tickles out in front of him, and there's going to be no run there as we come to the end of that over. At the end of the over, Glamorgan 145 for 4, Colin Ingram on 28 and Chris Cook on 19.
Yeah, I think he's bowling okay, Matthew Fisher, apart from the odd bad one is going for boundaries, so that's good batting on Glamorgan's part, and maybe just needs to be a little bit more consistent. His figures will bear that out really. 14 overs, 3 maidens, none for 56. He's found the edge once and it wasn't taken. He's getting a little frustrated, you could tell, as he took his sweater there from umpire Mark Newell. Makes his way off back down to his fielding position. They're still continuing with seam from the Kirkstall Lane end here. It'll be another 30 overs before a second new ball can be called upon. So that's going to be into the afternoon. Slight change in the field. Matthew Revis has been sent to deep backward point as Code comes in and bowls then to Cook, who is shouldering after the first delivery of the over. Don Moriarty just getting himself stretched, and that may mean he's had a signal to replace Matthew Fisher, who's been on what, for half an hour, 40 minutes or so. Here comes Code again then. 2 slips and a gully. Lie in wait, and he's not so far off nicking that one through to the gloves of Johnny Tattersall.
Yeah, looked like a plain miss there. I guess they'd be looking to Ben Code, wouldn't they, Jonathan, to get the wickets? He's the man in form so far, isn't he? 15 wickets so far in the season.
Yeah, he's been, well, bowling it as consistently as ever, really. Just keeps on going. And here he is again. Past umpire Blackwell. Oh, good delivery. There's a stifled appeal for caught behind. He can't have been too far from the edge again. So he's there or thereabouts. And he's shaking his head ruefully as he comes back past umpire Blackwell. He can't quite believe he's not found the edge with that delivery. Just going to get a chance to see it again for those who have the pictures. Angled in, and yeah, beauty, just nipping away. Try and get a bat on that. Chris Cook on 19 waits again then. And in he comes. That's dropped into the offside to Harry Brook. Cook kind of has almost like a double trigger movement, a back and across, and then a second movement of pointing his front foot down the pitch. Does look slightly awkward, but clearly something that he finds is effective. Code turns again. And coming in fairly wide on the crease this time. And he's dropped into the leg side by Cook. And once again, no run. So looking at the difference in terms of the intensity and pressure put on by these two bowlers in terms of their figures. Matthew Fisher's gone for nearly double the amount of runs Ben Code's gone for, and after this next delivery they'll both have bowled exactly the same number of overs in the match. Here's Code again. It's up there to drive. Oh, that's a beauty from Ben Code. And Cook, well, he will be delighted to have survived that over 2 or 3 good deliveries, and the last one the best of the lot. Ben Code will feel like the cricketing gods are not quite on his side this morning. Looks up to the heavens in frustration as he walks away, putting his cap back on his head. 1 for 29 from 14 overs, and that was a 4th maiden from him. And yeah, he can't quite believe it. Finley Bean's putting the helmet on, which means I would imagine that we're going to have a change of bowling out the Howard stand end. And yes, spin for the first time today, because it's the left arm spin of Dan Moriarty, who is coming into the Yorkshire attack.
Yeah, interesting in that last over, actually, Jonathan, that Ben Code, a couple of deliveries, 3 in fact, wasn't it? That just in the right areas, weren't they? Just in the right areas, just missing. The batsman not getting that little vital little nick as Moriarty readies himself. So, for the first time, we're going to see some spin now today. And just making sure the fielders are all in correct positions. Just a few of the ones towards leg side moving. And Moriarty signalling to a few on the onside as well, to the offside as well. In just beyond that gully position as he comes in to bowl his first delivery of a brand new over. And that's played out in front of him by Ingram, and there's no run. So obviously the pace of the game is going to quicken up a little bit. Certainly if another spinner is also brought on. Wait and see if that happens as Moriarty gets himself ready and comes in and bowls this next delivery, and that's swept just round the corner And the batsman will cross over for one, looking for two, but no, they'll stay with one. One more run to the total, taking it up to 146 for 4. Colin Ingram has made 28 and Chris Cook on 19. As Moriarty in conversation with Joe Root. Perhaps thinking about moving a couple of the fielders, but yeah, Moriarty deciding on moving one of the fielders onto from the leg side, moving him closer. As Moriarty comes in and bowls his next delivery, comes in, bowls, and that's just played out towards the leg side. There's going to be no run there. So I guess Moriarty has the benefit of having Joe Root, another spinner, of course a very experienced test player as well in the team, as Moriarty comes in and bowls this next delivery, and again just dabbed out in front of him, didn't trickle back into the stumps, which I guess he was hoping for. Just pushed out in front of him, and the ball did trickle back but didn't have the impetus to hit the stumps in any way, as Moriarty comes in and bowls the next delivery, and that's again played out in front of him, and there's going to be no run there. So Yorkshire looking to tighten the screw here with Moriarty. Comes in, and this next delivery is left outside the off stump. Oohs and ahs, but nothing doing, and that is the end of the over. And Glamorgan 146 for 4. Chris Cook is on 19, and Colin Ingram is on 29.
Yeah, Moriarty 1 for 30 now from 16 overs, and 4 of them maidens. Ben Code, by the looks of things, is going to continue. Does tend to bowl longer spells than Matthew Fisher. 1 for 29 from 14 overs and 4 maidens for him. So we've had, go on Jonathan, do the maths, 45 minutes of play this morning after that delayed start, which has meant 11 overs, and Glamorgan have moved from 109 for 4 to 146 for 4. So having the better of this first 45 minutes or so. Code in here bowling to Ingram. That ball died as it went through wide of off stump, and Tattersall sweeps up at the back. 1 or 2 more look to have come in the ground since I was mentioning the attendance earlier. A couple of stewards just having a chat up on the gantry, on the top level, I should say, for a moment or two. One of them looks like he's trying to keep warm up there, and don't blame him, as Code is in. And Ingram opening the face and running that one out to Fisher, who is backward of point. Chilly old feel to Headingley this morning. Grey set-in cloud from the moment we arrived, and that has continued. The floodlights have been on since the start of play. Code turns again. Wide on the crease, round the wicket. Has the measure of Ingram, but the ball deflecting off towards the cordon, and there's no run. Let's have a quick look again what's going on elsewhere. Further inspection round about now at Old Trafford for Kent against Lancashire, who haven't resumed today. 203 for 7 Kent yesterday. Essex now 43 for 3 in their second innings against Somerset at Taunton, leading by 71. Very surprised that doesn't finish today the way it's going. Code coming in, that's dropped into the offside by Ingram, and there's no run. Elsewhere, Derbyshire 237 for 9 now against Sussex in the first innings of that match at Derby. And Leicestershire 65 for 3 now. First day they've played in the match. Complete washout yesterday. Leicestershire were put in by Middlesex. As Code comes in again. And once more, Ingram is able to leave. Let's check in on the Diamonds and the Sparks. Diamonds won the toss and decided to bat, but they are now 3 down for 76. 20 overs in. Lauren Winfield-Hill made 28, Emma Marlowe 20, and Holly Armitage 15. So diminishing returns from the top 3. Bess Heath and Erin Burns out there together at the moment. So it's 76 for 3 the Diamonds in the Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy. As Code's latest delivery is turned square on the leg side by Cook to complete over number 53 at 147 for 4. And then the Western Storm also involved today as well in a match against the Southern Vipers. That one taking place at Bristol. And they're halfway through and it drinks. The Vipers in a very strong position at 144 for 1. Charlie Knott 74 not out, and George Adams is with her on 23. Maya Boucher made 34 earlier on. Also in that competition, Sunrisers 100 for 4 against the South East Stars at Northampton.
Yeah, we ready ourselves for the next over. That's going to be bowled by Moriarty again, and he was in deep conversation there with
Just going to do a quick comms swap as they sort out what's going to happen with the field here. Moriarty, a lengthy chat there with both Joe Root and Shan Massud. I'm going to step out for a little while. NASA will continue, as will Nick Webb.
So Moriarty kindly taking his time to set the field while NASA changes headphones, and you've been on that end, haven't you, NASA?
Yes,
so
I have.
Better
Shall I continue with Moriarty as he comes in to bowl this delivery? And he comes and bowls, and that's pushed out in front of him by Colin Ingram, and there's no run there.
Interesting to see Ingram come a couple of paces down the pitch there.
Yeah.
But played a defensive shot once he got there, mid on his back, about 2/3 of the way to the ropes.
He's known for being a bit of a swashbuckling batsman, as well as Moriarty comes in and bowls this next delivery, and that's played towards the leg side, just beaten the close infielder, and there's no run there. Glamorgan, just a reminder, 147 for 4. Colin Ingram has made 30, and Chris Cook on the other side, he's on 19. As Moriarty comes in to bowl this next delivery, comes in and he bowls, and that's a reverse attempted shot, and it's gone all the way to the boundary, beaten the fielder. Yes, Colin Ingram trying to get in amongst the rungs this morning and taking matters into his own hands there, and yeah, thwacked there, a reverse punch over the fielder and heading all the way to the boundary. So 4 runs to him, trying to push on the runs as well.
Yeah, Slip and Gully were both interested for a moment there. Ingram signalling his intentions, going into the reverse position, didn't quite middle it, and in the end chipped it over a deepish gully for 4.
As Moriarty comes in to bowl this next delivery, and he bowls this time an attempted sweep, and appeals from the bowler, appeals from Moriarty, but nothing doing, and the ball missing the bats, and in fact just going over and hitting the front pad. Appeals from Moriarty and no run.
Hit well outside off. That was a very optimistic appeal, but Ingram has definitely got it in for Moriarty.
As Moriarty comes in again and bowls this next one, and this just played out in front of him by Colin Ingram.
We've seen 3 different sorts of attacking intent. Firstly, coming down the pitch, although he didn't play a big shot when he got there, and then the reverse pull, and then an attempted sweep, which he missed.
As Moriarty comes in again. And he bowls. And this again, played beautifully.
Up and over.
Up and over by Ingram. And that's gone for 6.
It's gone over long on. That didn't appear to be as violent as some of his previous shots from Colin Ingram, but beautifully timed. Got forward to it, got himself out of danger outside the off stump and picked it up over long on.
I think the interesting thing about this last over, certainly, Nick, has been the intent shown by Colin Ingram, hasn't it? I mean, certainly he's... And you know, looking prior to this, Dan Moriarty's figures have been, you know, very economical, you know, under 2. And he's certainly decided that he's going to launch into him. He certainly did that in the last over, didn't he?
I wonder what caused that sudden change of gear from Ingram. He just had enough of knocking it around. Man of, well, all the gears really, Colin Ingram. Can play a defensive innings where necessary. But maybe deciding that the pitch is going to get worse, the conditions aren't going to get any better, and he might as well try and dictate the game on his own terms. Right, we've got a change of bowling with Matthew Revis coming on, the enforcer of the Yorkshire attack, one of only 3 frontline seamers in this game, as he bowls a very short ball into the pitch to start, and it just sits up and rather lollops through to keeper Tadasol, who's outside off stump. Cook just swayed gently back and stares down the wicket and says, what on earth was that? It was maybe not quite the intent of Matthew Revis, because it was well outside off stump and out of danger, and there is much administering of sawdust around the bowler's footmarks on the crease, and everyone's coming down to have a look. Dom Bess has a look. And Ben Code staring at it, and Matthew Revis is at the back of his mark, waiting to come into bowl. Shan Massud is wandering over, and Ben Code gives it a very suspicious glare, and umpire Blackwell is now signalling for the thumper to be brought on, I suspect.
So all sorts of gardening equipment going out there to try to remedy things.
Yes, well, it is allegedly Naked Gardening Day. Though, frankly, in these temperatures in the north of England, although I have been sent several pictures of great sunniness in South Wales this morning, and it's also sunny in London, I've been told. So it might be a north-south thing. Andrew Bisping, thank you very much for sending me, in addition to the picture of Barry Island Seafront, a picture of Barry Athletic Cricket Club. In glorious sunshine, he reports, but visible a couple of lakes on the outfield. I played there a couple of years ago in our first match, I think it was, after COVID. It was the middle of the summer in 2020, and we were all absolutely desperate to get out there, and it rained for most of the match, but we actually played for several hours in the rain. We were so desperate to play, and scrambled around in the mud and until we all got rather wet and fed up with it. Right, the ground staff are on, and well, it's not the thumper. Well, not yet, it isn't. One of the staff is chiselling away at the surface, trying to make it firm enough to take the footmarks for Matthew Revis. There's a man with a very large broom out there as well, but the thumper isn't being brought on at the moment to impact it all down. They seem to be chipping and chiselling and then sweeping off the debris, which isn't quite what I was expecting. But it doesn't seem the obvious way to go about making things firmer underfoot, but then again, they're paid to do the job and they know all about it, and I don't. And now the Yorkshire players all getting involved. Bit of a delay if you're just joining us. Glamorgan, having started this morning at 109 for 4, have somehow found their way to 157 for 4. With an assault by Colin Ingram on Dan Moriarty in the last over. and both batters having ridden their luck considerably in the first 45 minutes or so. Right, the ground staff have done their stuff. Ben Code is jumping up and down on the patch that they've just administered to, which has also got a lot of sawdust on it. And Matthew Revis, who looked less concerned than most, he's going to come round the wicket anyway. So he's not going to be... I think he's going to come round the wicket.
It looks as though he's going to do that, but we should just wait and see.
See where the batters end up. It's the right-handed Cook on strike, so it wouldn't be naturally the time to come round the wicket, or is he? No, he's sticking with over to Chris Cook for the time being. He's lined up exactly where he was, next to the advertising logo, and he'll run away from us and bowl the second ball of the over much in delay, as that's a good length ball, forced though off the back foot by Cook, and he's timed that one nicely. It was no more than a jab, and it's raced away to the ropes at cover point, and Glamorgan move on to 161 for 4. Oh, to be able to time a cricket ball like that.
I know. That was a long time ago for me, unfortunately. But yeah, that's a good-looking shot again. And certainly in the last over, we got a hint there from Colin Ingram that he wanted to up the ante, didn't he? And, you know, it's moments like this where matches can change.
161 for 4. Revis in to Cook, who nudges that one down to fine leg for a single. So 162 for 4. Looking at events in the South Wales Premier League. See the match between Penturk and Pontedillas has been called off, but hopefully there'll be a bit of cricket going around the country. See Whitchurch Heath have managed to get the hospital grounds playable in the north of Cardiff. Another nice little ground to play on. Playing a friendly there a couple of years ago as well. 162 for 4. As Revis will come around the wicket to the left-handed Ingram. It's on 40 not out. 2 slips and a gully still. Covers quite close but not quite in a catching position, and Ingram plays inside that one at the last minute and allows it to go through fairly low to Johnny Tattersall.
Cardiff brings back memories to me, actually, Nick, because I remember watching Shoaib Akhtar there many years ago. I think it was a World Cup match. And do you remember when there were all that talk about clocking up the fastest ball?
Oh, yeah.
And I think it was around that sort of period. And I remember Cardiff being a very small, it's quite a small ground, isn't it, from memory?
For international cricket,
yes,
yeah. Revis bowls, and that is played to gully by Ingram, and there's no run. The capacity is just under 15,000 or thereabouts.
Yeah.
So yeah, certainly great atmosphere for international cricket when it's full, and England are playing Pakistan in a T20 at the end of the month. I'm sure people at Sapphire Gardens will wish me to mention that there are still tickets available for that. As Revis bowls again, Ingram turns it on the leg side, and there is no run. England are also playing Australia in September at Sapphire as well. Big occasions, big money makers for the club.
Absolutely, and the same can be said here of Headingley as well, because I think there's a T20 Women's International coming up shortly here at Yorkshire as well, isn't there? Here at Headingley, as well as the a T20 game involving England and Pakistan here as well, because the side's readying themselves for this World Cup, of course, which is taking place in June in the States and of course in the Caribbean too.
Yes, it's on the bucket list to watch some cricket in the Caribbean. Haven't had the opportunity so far, but maybe sometime over the next couple of years when my professional duties permit.
As Moriarty readies himself for a brand new over. And he comes in and bowls his first delivery of a brand new over. Square cut, and it's taken, in fact. Punch to the fielder. And I shall tell you who it is very shortly. Punch to the fielder. And Glamorgan lose another wicket at a crucial stage. Moriarty coming in, attempted square cut, and the batsman Cook there. Shot didn't really work for him, and it's punched straight to the fielder. And Glamorgan lose another wicket. The batsman out, Chris Cook there, for 24 runs off 52 balls, 5 fours in that, and it was taken by
Harry Brook.
Harry Brook, forgive me. Harry Brook, the fielder, he's taken the catch, yes. And in the end of a valuable partnership. Not quite as valuable as perhaps Glamorgan had wanted, but it was building up to that between Chris Cook and Colin Ingram, and in the end Chris Cook falling for 24 runs, strike rate of 46.
I think he'd be pretty disappointed with that, having withstood some tricky stuff from the faster bowlers. There was a bit of turn away from the bat there for Dan Moriarty, and Chris Cook just didn't execute the shot properly. Yeah. It was a little bit short, turned away from the bat. Cook was reaching for it and slapped it straight into the hands of cover. So certainly a disappointing way to go. Looking Glamorgan to increase the scoring rate, and Brook hanging on to a chest-high catch, just moving to his left to take it as well. So Tom Bevan playing only his 3rd championship match. More normally a top order batsman, but given the chance to have a look at things first today. Innings of 48 naught and 15 in the only 3 championship knocks he's played. 1 at the end of the 22 season, and just 1 last summer. More seen as a presence in the white ball sides, but obviously very keen to get red ball action as well.
And he'll be joined, well, he's joining rather, Colin Ingram on the other side. So experience on one side with new blood on the other side by the looks of things. 2 players very much at different ends of their career. Thomas Bevan. And he will, of course, face his first delivery from Dan Moriarty. He's now taken 2 wickets in the match so far, 2 for 40. So good return for him so far. He, of course, in this match is playing alongside Dom Bess as another spinner, and of course Yorkshire also has the option of Joe Root, as well as there's a bit of a conference between Moriarty, Joe Root getting a bit of I think he's going to go in close into the field. He's getting some is he getting a pad put onto him? Perhaps
Good
he's going
heavens.
in as a yes, close in fielder.
A senior man. Joe Root going, is he going under the lid? Presumably he's down beneath us, getting strapped up. There's a pretty hefty pads, but then they're valuable legs, I suppose, up over the knees as well.
Indeed, certainly England won't want to see him injured in any way as he gets a helmet on.
He's got a lot of equipment there as he drops his box, don't forget that, Joe. He's also got what I can
snood.
He's got a snood on, yes, which he was wearing yesterday. He's also got whatever a front bum bag is.
Yeah, he's got one of those on. He's got the 2 pads on. He's now, what is he doing? He's putting on some extra. Oh, okay. Well, he's putting on some extra equipment in, shall we say?
Yes. Got to get the equipment to protect your equipment.
Exactly. He's getting himself all set and ready.
As the cameras cut away at that point, so that we don't see more of the England star than we expected to.
Exactly. So he's now facing the batsman, going quite close in as again Doran Moriarty readies himself.
Silly Point is where he's going.
Silly Point. Aptly named. As Moriarty comes in and bowls, and this again pushed to the side of Joe Root and towards the gully area, picked up by the fielder there.
Yeah, Yorkshire trying to ramp up the drama a little bit by clustering fielders round the bat. Short leg and Silly Point.
As Moriarty comes in again, and this square cut. And again, heading towards the boundary. 4 more runs for the new batsman. So all that to no avail, despite all that effort. Bringing in the close infielder. Beautifully played off the back foot by the looks of it from the new batsman.
Well, Tom Bevan there played the shot that Chris Cook was trying to play a couple of balls previously and got out to. And Bevan on that occasion played pretty identical delivery, rather better than Cook had.
So yeah, an eventful over so far, 4 runs and the wicket.
It's a very long over, I can tell you that.
As Moriarty comes in again. And he bowls his next delivery, and that again pushed out into the offside, and there's going to be no run. Does the ball passes Joe Root?
We've had a couple of very lengthy overs, haven't we, with all the ground staff work after the first ball of the Ravis over. Now a wicket and an interruption.
As Moriarty comes in again. And this, and it's pushed right into the body of Joe Root, as he takes a bit of a hit in that silly point position. But let's just see if it was uppish. Oh, yeah, very difficult to catch that. Very difficult, but straight into the body. Maybe perhaps hitting some of that equipment that he just put in during the course of the over. But yeah, Moriarty comes in again, looking to complete the over, and then again pushed by Thomas Bevan out in front of him, and I think that might be the end of the over by the looks of things, Nick.
Eventually, eventually the end of the over. I mean, very technically, that's a chance, I suppose, to Root, in that the ball hit him somewhere on the thigh, but since he was taking evasive action at the time, it would be very difficult to put it down as a chance. But I suppose that's what he's there for, and another day that might just have popped up into the air for him to catch the rebound. But you do wonder what the England management are thinking about their prime asset being stuck right in the firing line there. Here comes Ravis at the start of a new over. 2 slips and a gully, and he bowls to Ingram, who defends on the leg side. And there's no run. 1-6-6 for 5. The partnership between Cook and Ingram, who's worth 65 hard-earned runs. They came together at 97 for 4 when Kieran Carlson was caught and bowled by Dom Bess last night. We've had all sorts of bits and pieces of delays this morning. We had a 12-minute delayed start, which is a bit of a nuisance. And now another delay as a couple of fielders swapped over. If we hadn't had that long spell from Moriarty, Yorkshire might be worrying about their over 8 by now, but I guess they had time in hand. As Ravis sets in right arm fast medium around the wicket, and Ingram has nothing to do with that delivery.
So the skies look clearer than they did earlier, Nick, I think. In the distance.
Slightly less grey.
Yeah, less grey than they were certainly this morning.
But I think as long as we stay about this sort of light level, we should be okay. Might be dodgy later in the evening. We're due to play until at least 6:30. I'm not sure about that, as Ravis is in to bowl. Ingram whips that one away, down towards backward square, and he's bisected the 2 deep fielders on the leg side, and Ingram swivelling there and punching it away through the boundary. Conscious maybe of the extra responsibility on him to lead the way, having lost his experienced partner. Ravis just angling the ball in, but allowed Ingram to pivot and pull it away past the umpire, just backward of the umpire for 4. Ingram moves to 44, Glamorgan to 170 for 5 as Ravis bowls again, and that's on the legs of Colin Ingram, who plays it rather more gently this time out towards deep square. There is a sweeper on the boundary for Yorkshire, so it is just a single. Ingram's Ravis scuffing away at the turf there, and a chance for Ravis to bowl at the new man Tom Bevan. who's from the Cardiff area and looking to battle his way into more regular first team contention, 24 years old. Big striker of the ball, given half a chance. But this is a different kettle of fish entirely, as Revis is in to bowl to Bevan, outside off stump, and he'll be grateful for one or two of those, Tom Bevan, chance to get his eye in and allow the ball to pass by harmlessly outside off stump. Bevan's match where he really hit the headlines was a one-day cup match against Hampshire at Neath in 2022, where he hit 134 in fine style. Made 48 on championship debut, hasn't really had the chance to back it up, as Revis doesn't deliver that time. Came in, went into his bowling stride, and just hung on to the ball.
I think Colin Ingram could hold the key here, couldn't he? Because he's a crucial wicket for both teams. From a Yorkshire perspective, get him out and they can perhaps get into some of the lesser experienced batsmen. But from a Glamorgan perspective, I guess they'd want all the others to bat around him, and he's certainly in the last couple of overs.
As Bevan pushes forward, beaten by that one. Through it goes to Tadsall, and the over, 171 for 5. There's a bit of away movement for Matthew Revis. 171 for 5, and well, the momentum of this game very much in the balance. If Glamorgan can scramble up to 250, I think they'll be in with a sniff in these conditions, albeit Yorkshire have again this very powerful batting lineup. Lies been Massud, Root and Brook is the top 5 to rival anyone, you would think.
Yeah, and also Colin Ingram has got a century to his name already, hasn't he, this season? So hopefully looking to sort of build on that, using all that experience that he's got.
Up at Lords, but something in the shadow of Sam North East, so didn't actually interview him at the time, even though he had a century, because North East was the headline act.
So Moriarty, fresh of course from taking that wicket in the last over, looking to get amongst some more wickets here. 2 wickets for him so far, 2 of 44 off his 18 overs. As he readies himself and the field for this next over. Glamorgan 171 for 5. Colin Ingram there on 45, and Thomas Bevan has made 4, just the one boundary to his name, as Moriarty comes in and bowls his first ball, and that's played out in front of him by the batsman. By Colin Ingram. There's no run there. As Moriarty comes in, and again pushed out in front of him, no run again. Colin Ingram, 6 to his name in this match earlier on, and 7 fours in his innings of 45. Looking to be belligerent, certainly in the last couple of overs, looking to up the ante as Moriarty comes in again, and again this is pushed and the batsman run through for a quick single, pushed towards the offside, and just beaten the fielder there, and quick single.
Yes, Ingram wasn't necessarily expecting that, but it was Bevan's shout, and he called him through, and Colin Ingram scampering home, and then giving a little sign to Bevan that it was okay, as Joe Root goes in again at Silly Point.
That's an interesting challenge now for Bevan, as he faces Moriarty for this delivery, and it's again pushed out, just beating Joe Root at Silly Point. There's no run there.
Interesting to see how much Bevan has been picked as a possible spin option as well as for his batting, better known as a top order batter.
As Moriarty comes in to bowl this next delivery and is pushed out, just beaten Joe Root. No single or no run at all in that delivery. Glamorgan 172 for 5.
Bevan hit 90 odd for the seconds against Gloucestershire and Newport at the start of the week. And although he fell cheaply in the second innings in that rained off game, should be in pretty good touch. That's not jinxing him.
as Moriarty comes in again and bowls this next delivery, and playing a miss. And did it get a tickle? No, it didn't. An appeal from the wicketkeeper, but nothing doing, no run. And that looks like the end of the over, and I'm going to hand over at this point. Am I handing over? No, I'm not. Sorry, I'm just I thought I was. It's just that I saw Jonathan behind me, so I was thinking.
He's lurking. He's probably
lurking.
got one of his many radio updates to do somewhere else.
I am going to hand over to him. So here we go. It's back to Jonathan.
Thank you, Nasser. 172 for 5 here on BBC Sport Online. Glamorgan this morning having lost the wicket of Chris Cook, who battled through the torrid early stages from the pacement, only to slap Dan Moriarty straight to Harry Brook at cover. Matthew Revis then from this pavilion end, running away from us and bowling to Ingram on 46 not out. And Ingram, rather strange shot there. It's a dot ball as he played it on the leg side. I think it came through rather more slowly than he'd expected there. He seemed to be into his shot and in the end just turned the bat and dropped it into the leg side when he was shaping up to play one of those vicious pull shots that he'd tried in the previous over. 172 for 5, tough going for the batters under the Headingley lights as Revis bowls, and that's a decent delivery that goes past Ingram through to Tattersall. I'm sure listeners in South Wales at least will be baffled by our complaints about the conditions here, because it is bright and sunny on the South Wales Riviera this morning. Not so here. It is decidedly grey and cool. And spectators here are a hardy bunch as Revis, right arm around to Ingram, who is forward, defending it, stunning it really. Ball trickles out on the offside, and as Bess jogs in to cover, from cover to field it, and see the shadows all around Dom Bess. So the light is still only just about playable, you feel. Due to be taking lunch at 1:10 today. Tea at 4 o'clock because of the extra overs that were scheduled to be added. It's now 101 overs due in the day. Revis in to bowl, pitched up and knocked into a gap on the leg side by Ingram for a single. 173 for 5. Batting to come James Harris, Mason Crane, Jamie McIlroy and Mir Hamza. Harris this season got a half century in the second innings against Derbyshire, and Crane got a debut half century in the first innings against Northants. As that is driven nicely through the offside by Bevan, just given a little bit of width to work with by Matthew Revis. Smacked it away, did Tom Bevan. He'll be feeling better with the second boundary to his credit, and he moves on to 177 for 5. Bevan to 8. As, I expect we'll see a little bit of Dom Bess before lunch. Beautiful cover drive, classical cover drive from Bevan to double his score. Revis has the ball back in his hands. It's in past umpire Blackwell. Bowls to Bevan, who puts his left foot forward but then leaves when he gets there. Through to Tattersall. 177 for 5 at the end of the over. What's all this putting Joe Root in the firing line at Silly Point, Jonathan?
Well, you know,
have you no regard for a national treasure here?
He's a young lad. He's got to learn. You've got to start somewhere, haven't you? In the big game, meanwhile, in the Adel and Wharfdale League, Hosforth Hall Park are one without loss after 1 over against Rawdon CC, the mighty Rawdon, who won the toss and elected to field. There you go, shout out for both those clubs, who I've enjoyed being a member of over the years. Dan Moriarty is going to continue at the Howard stand end. Diamonds, by the way, 118 for 4 now in the 29th over against the Sparks. Are they going to get enough to put some serious pressure on? Bess Heath has also gone. Erin Burns and Leah Dobson, who was the star of the show at Scarborough the other day with the bat for the Diamonds, are out there together at the moment. So Ingram on strike. And Moriarty left arm over the wicket in trying to hit the footholes, foot marks in the bend code, or the right armers follow through.
Yeah, Western Storm getting a bit of a tonking at the moment at the hands of Southern Vipers, who are 191 for 1 after 34 at Bristol. Charlie Knott 97 not out.
Moriarty floats one up. He's gone back foot this time, Ingram, and managed to punch it away between Moriarty and Bevan at the non-striking end. Picks up 1. Afternoon to Russ Walker, who says he's not messing about, no shilly-shallying. He wants wickets. And he wants stumps cartwheeling 30 yards towards the boundary, and United automatically promoted now. They've just kicked off because I thought I was doing a 12:30 actually, and then realised that they were all walking out.
Not with the Championship footy starting.
Nobody noticed me, I don't think. So maybe another day. Maybe at half time even somebody might give me a nod for a bit of an update. Moriarty's in now, then across the line sweep here, played by Bevan. Hits him somewhere on the body. There's an appeal that didn't sound hugely confident, and umpire Newell said not out. Nick Moxon says, morning Dodgy and Co, enjoying the comms, which is good to hear. What are your thoughts on the Yorkshire bowling attack? As I feel we are lacking someone with wicket-taking ability, apart from our opening combo of Code and Fisher. Here's one of them, Moriarty. Round the wicket to the right-handed Bevan, who drops it into the offside for Root to come out of silly mid-off and field. Well, it's been probably overall in the last 6 seasons I've been sitting in the chair, it's been the strength really. Certainly in the first couple of seasons, struggles in the first innings were notorious for getting batting points. Nicely played over pitch this by Moriarty, and it's a lovely shot by Tom Bevan down the ground through mid-on for 4 runs. Waited, got right over the top of it. But yeah, I mean, look, all the pre-season stuff, if you like, that we talked about were that Yorkshire looked like they got an attack that would take 20 wickets, and it would, whether or not the batters will be able to put the runs on the board. Then we found out, of course, that Joe Root and Harry Brook were both going to be available for 5 matches each. And I think there was some confidence that they'd be able to help set things up and the bowlers could do the job. As Moriarty tries to do that just now, punched into the offside and round from his follow through to field. End of the over, 60 gone, 182 for 5. But for whatever reason, call it Kookaburra, call it placid pitches, cold conditions where the ball's not swung, all those sorts of things would come into the equation, and that sort of potency that I think I'd thought pre-season would be pretty, self-evident when we go through matches. Not quite been there, has it? Again, you're looking at the overheads here, thinking these are bowler-friendly conditions. The ball just isn't really swinging for the seam bowlers. They're on a used pitch, so hoping to try and come out with a win that way by bowling spin and putting an extra spinner in the side here. Don Bess is one of those, and he's coming on from the Kirkstall Lane end. I think it's within, but it hasn't yet come out in full, and hence the results so far, notwithstanding some pretty shortened matches once again because of the weather conditions. So frustrating, but you wouldn't want to write them off.
Continue or to take over from Revis from this pavilion end. 1 for 14 last night, the wicket of Kieran Carlson, who dragged an attempted straight drive back to the bowler. For just 3, 182 for 5. So Glamorgan have added 73 for the loss of 1 wicket this morning. As Bass approaches as if he were going to bowl, and then starts kicking away at some stray worms or something. Bits of grass that are in the wrong place. Colin Ingram settles again. Just the one slip in catching, and Ingram cuts and finds the man at backward point, and there's no run. Bess exchanging some sort of pleasantry with umpire Blackwell on the way past. And we trapped him on the pad, that's out. Colin Ingram has gone for 48. Back on his stumps. That did look as though Ingram was in severe danger from the moment it struck, and umpire Blackwell had no hesitation. It was in front, and a little bit of turn for Dom Bess, but Ingram, I don't think, can have too many complaints about that particular decision, as Bess pinned him, and Glamorgan now in some trouble at 182 for 6 with a loss of their most experienced batter.
Yeah, he's gone back, hasn't he? And it's just got through, and it was absolutely nailed on plumb, wasn't it? No excuses and no disappointment, I guess, from Ingram in terms of the decision there. More about the fact that he's had to leave the field of play because he's out. 7 4s and a 6, 85 deliveries in his 46. James Harris therefore strides out to the middle at Headingley.
Yeah, I mean, Harris has been around enough, won't be fazed by the situation at all. James Harris with a very long first-class career. I think he's about 50-50 in seasons with Glamorgan and Middlesex now. I believe it's 9 of each. Came into the Glamorgan side at the age of 16. And they could do with a few runs from the lower order, Glamorgan, to get up somewhere around 250 if they possibly can, but that's looking quite demanding now at 182 for 6. With Tom Bevan on 12, James Harris joining him, and just Crane, McIlroy and Hamza to come. So Bess gets the breakthrough with the second delivery of his new spell. And Bess striking with the first ball of his last spell to get rid of Carlson. 182 for 6. As Nasser is sent on a vital mission to ensure the continuing well-being of this commentary team. Bess in again to bowl to the new man Harris, who pokes at that and plays it down to slip. A few oohs and ahs from around the bat, as that was slightly off the edge of Harris's bat but didn't carry to slip. Harris just about doing enough to get on top of it. Short leg is in. Harris is forward to kill any spin.
Yeah, Adam Lyth got excited, didn't he, again? Doesn't take much. He's still, almost every chance is almost like the first chance he's ever seen when he was a child. You know, gets excited about it. It's good to see.
For a 36-year-old, it's tremendous to see that enthusiasm. As Bess bowls a little bit quicker, Harris is defending that one out on the offside, and there's no run. So Glamorgan, having lost their 2 experienced overnight batters, one of them overseas. Ingram 48, Cook 24. Harris defends to mid-on. Ball trickles towards Shah and Massud, and the applause from the Headingley faithful for what they know is a vital wicket for their team. 182 for 6, Glamorgan.
Yeah, Bess gets a tap on the shoulders from Finlay Bean. Well done to him. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 14. So he is having an effect on this match. In fact, 2 wickets apiece for the 2 spinners. So in that respect, it is working. Matthew Fisher just going back on for George Hill, who's been out there to replace him in the field for a short spell. What are we going to see at the Howard stand end? There's more chat once again here between Moriarty and Root and Massud. Root is just dispensing with the helmet for the moment, putting the cap back on and coming out from his close-in position with Tom Bevan on strike. Root going to point. Unusual to see him there. And Fisher being sent to sweep out in the covers. Moriarty's going to bowl round the wicket here then from the Howard stand end. Bevan waits. Oh, and pushes forward, and tell you what, Joe Root wasn't far from getting a catch there at point. He's had a flash at that one and got a thickish outside edge on it.
Bevan isn't
just the once.
Bevan isn't the sort to be bowled at. He's going to want to take control and take some of that pressure off via attack methods.
He's on 12. Moriarty bowls to him here, and he's dropping that one into the leg side, no run. With that, of course, can come wicket-taking opportunities. But if he's going to play that way, then the score could move on rapidly as well if he hangs around for any length of time. 62nd over of this innings. There's an appeal for LBW here as he tries to sweep that, but misses out, and the ball felt like it was going down. Yeah.
Replay confirms that suspicion.
Moriarty again with that familiar skip before he walks in, very similar to the sort of walk up or run up that Bess used to have. Ball short of length is cut quite firmly by Bevan there. Out to the sweeping Fisher, and they get one run. What will NASA return with?
A goodly selection, I hope.
Oh, this could be him now. He's got bags with him as well.
Ooh.
Liking the idea of this. He's been shopping.
Yeah, feels that way, doesn't it? Egg or cheddar?
Egg or cheddar, we've got a choice. As that one comes in from Moriarty's left arm and dropped into the offside by Harris, no run. I think we should let the away commentator have the pick.
Oh, that's very kind. Something on the ploughman's side would be very welcome.
Moriarty is in. That's turned into the leg side by Harris, and he's going to skip through for a single to complete the over. That's 184 for 6. Rustle of paper bags and all the excitement of receiving some lunch. Look at this, folks. Lunch.
Spot the journalists. Anything
I'm off
free
now.
of
I'm going.
charge.
I'll let you two carry on.
We've had lunch. Go on. No, we've got to wait 22 minutes, Jonathan, before we partake of our luncheon. And in that time, we'll probably get a fair few overs in, as Dom Bass, having pinned Colin Ingram leg before in his last over, is going to try and dislodge James Harris initially. Harris 1, Bevan 13, 184 for 6. Short leg and slip as Bess is in to bowl, and Harris was in two minds there. Took half a step forward and then played it off the crease to defend it. So been under the lid at short leg, lithe at slip. Bess tosses it up. Harris tries to drive, doesn't really time it, plays it back to the bowler. James Harris got as high as 6 in his Middlesex career, has been down at 10 at times for Glamorgan. This week he's at 8, and he's playing that one defensively off the back foot.
He's averaging more than 22 in innings, so it's not a bad effort after such a length of career.
As Bess bowls to him, and he dabs that one into the offside, thinks about a single, decides otherwise. As Code is coming in from point. Where's Root got to? He must be thoroughly padded up and unsuitable for wherever he is in the field. No, he's not at silly point. Bess bowls, and Harris on the defensive.
He's out at sweeping at cover as you do with shin pads on
It's
and
not
hand warmers.
It's not ideal, is it? Having those considerable pads that are covering the knees as well, and fielding at cover. As Harris defends that one very gently towards mid-on, and it is another maiden for Dom Bass, who's still only got 14 debited to him. 6 overs, 2 maidens, now 2 for 14, and 20 minutes to lunch with Glamorgan on 184 for 6, which doesn't feel substantial enough in terms of the first innings total.
No, I'm just thinking about James Harrison. You were talking about batting between 6 and 10. 6 probably feels a bit too high. He's not got a first-class century, for example. 7 probably as well, but, you know, 8, 9, decent number 9, you know, good number 8. That sort of position in the side for that sort of average over the length of time he's been playing, you would have thought. Now then, Moriarty's first ball of the over was cracked backward of point by Bevan, or was it straight through Joe Root at point? Might have been. He cut it down into the turf, and it beat Root anyway, and was fielded by Fisher, 1 run.
Sad pictures coming in from Newport, where they've had to cancel both the matches they were due to stage.
Moriarty just having another word about what to do with his field here, and he's going to send Matthew Fisher a little bit deeper in the covers. Root's come back in under the helmet at silly mid-off, and the first ball, there is evidence of some turn there. Harris shouldering arms, so he's got a bit of company. James Harris won't be short of chat down there. Finley Bean, short leg, Joe Root, Adam Lyth at slip, and of course Jonathan Tattersall with the keeping gloves on. Moriarty round the wicket, ball just short of length, and Harris chooses to step back and cut, but straight to Code at backward point. Applause ringing round from whichever Yorkshire fielder it was out there. Moriarty in again. There's a little feeling of edgy about that little push from Harris, but no danger to him. Runs along the deck.
Temperature's meant to be about 12 Celsius all afternoon here, by the way.
Yeah, not the warmest. Moriarty in again. Wide of off stump this time, maybe trying a tempter, but Harris wasn't for biting. Leads 1 apiece after 23 minutes against Southampton. The visitors going in front and Pirro equalising. Moriarty again. That's dropped into the offside by Harris to complete over number 64. Remember, we're taking tea, lunch even, and tea later than usual today. When I say lunch and tea later than usual, lunch is later than usual at 1:10, tea at 4 o'clock. Sometimes that's early compared to some of the days play we've had already this season in terms of getting down to 32 overs remaining.
Yeah, vital stuff for Leeds today, isn't it?
Yeah, well, they've got to win and hope that Ipswich lose at home to Huddersfield, which looks improbable that both will happen, but they've more or less been written off. In 1 or 2 reports I saw this morning, it was almost like Ipswich have only got to get a point and home and dry. And we know how sport is, which is one of the reasons we love it, isn't it? Because strange things do happen.
Is it a funny game, football, by any chance?
Funny old game, isn't it? Funny old game.
Swansea City, Millwall, no score. 20 minutes in, likewise. Cardiff City, somewhat nearer to here, away to Rotherham. Also no score, but
they should win that.
No up nor down for neither of the South Wales clubs in the Championship, as Sean Massud is deep in conversation for a while with Dom Bass, and Massud is going to bowl himself by the look of it. Is this correct?
Well, Bess has taken his sweater.
No.
Joe Root is going to come on and have a go.
Well, that was strange because Bess was expecting to bowl. Massud then went through a mock delivery himself, and then he summoned Joe Root, who I hope has got rid of his pads by now.
I think I'm right in saying that Shan Massud is the only member of the Yorkshire side that I have never seen bowl in public before.
There we are. It's to be Joe Root from the pavilion end then, and his first delivery is fired in slightly and defended by Bevan on the leg side. Well, Joe Root getting into the action as after Billy took some headlines yesterday morning. Floats that one up, turned by Bevan on the leg side, fielded by Brook at mid-wicket. Brook seems to have been patrolling that area of the square for the entire game, either at cover or mid-wicket. Took a catch to dismiss Chris Cook there. Down the wicket comes Bevan and dispatches it wide over, long on, and that'll run away for 4. And Tom Bevan decides that he's not going to be bowled to anymore. He's going to take the fight to the Yorkshire bowlers, and that is his 4th boundary, which is rather slow in going up on the board, I think. I believe it's 189 for 6. As Shan Massud is slightly baffled as to where the ball is. He's asking for help. He's phoning a friend. He's asking the audience. Go 50-50. Well, no, there's 3 of them there, so you can't go 50-50. He's discovered it underneath one of the tractors parked behind the boundary edge. As the runs still aren't up on the board. 189 for 6. Root to Bevan, who drives him back to the bowler. Fields in his follow through, and there is no run. Now the runs finally make it onto the board. Bevan is on 18 and driving this one gently to Bess at a deepish, wide-ish mid-off, but deciding there isn't a run to be had. The clock's on the board at 12:58 as Bevan steps back and cuts oohs and ahs. Played that one fairly late, but cut it to backward point. There was no run. 189 for 6. Joe Root conceding the 1 boundary off his opening over of the game.
And afternoon to Debbie and Julie, who are in the ground, come here to watch the cricket live, but have also got the Leeds United game on their phone at the same time to keep up with both.
Cardiff City now 1 down at Rotherham.
From the Howard stand Don Bess.
Don Bess then switching from the Kirkstall line to the Howard stand end. Don't know if that means that Moriarty will also switch or Root will continue. We'll find out, I suppose, in the next over from this Kirkstall lane end. But Bess, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 14 so far. Said it had an impact on the match. His first class match of the season. And again, there's just a little bit of sorting out to do with the field. Lyth at slip, Root at leg slip under the helmet. Bean, as ever, at boot hill. Ben Code coming around from backward point to just backward of square leg. Then there's Matthew Revis not so far in front of square leg come mid-wicket. A straight mid-wicket, a deepish mid-on. Shan Massud at mid-off, not quite as deep. And then a cover as Bess comes in to bowl here to Harris, who uses his feet and drives straight back down the pitch at the bowler. No run.
Trying to work out whether Root's got his shin pads back on at leg slip.
I don't think he's ever taken them off. He didn't when he went out to cover. Here's Bess again, and Harris solidly behind it.
Can't be bowling in them, is he?
Yeah, I think so. Only a couple of paces. What's the shin pad between friends? As bet is in, and that's worked out to the leg side sweeper Matthew Revis by Harris for 1 run. Hi JD, says Gary, first email of the season from not so sunny Romania, where it's our Easter weekend. Enjoying the comms as always, action well described and knowledge insights. I've listened to the right game. Look forward to watching Yorkshire bat soon. Hope the weather holds for both the cricket and for my grandson Ronnie's 2nd birthday party at Harden this afternoon. Harden just up over Bingley Way, up in them there hills. Now then, there's appeal for LBW after a reverse sweep attempt by Bevan did not come off.
Didn't look entirely convincing, that reverse sweep from Tom Bevan.
No, didn't hit him in line either.
Nowhere near.
Take care, young man. Oh, now then, has he been grassed here? I think he has. I think Joe Root has put that down. A little nudge at one. We'll see if we get a chance to see a replay. Best bowling from over the wicket. Yep, he has been put down at leg slip by Joe Root. So Joe not having the best of times in this match from a catching perspective. I put Billy down yesterday. Final ball of the over was patted back by Bevan. So 190 for 6 when Bevan was dropped on, what, 18?
Yeah. Yeah, clear chance off the middle of the bat, really. And it reached Root fairly low down at around about ankle height. Trying to dive forward. Got both hands to it. Low down, couldn't hold on. Yorkshire ought to have another new man to bowl at. 190 for 6. Remember, it is 250 for the first batting point these days. As you were right, it's just a switch of ends and the 1 over from Root. As Dan Moriarty will try his luck for the first time in this game at this pavilion end. So Yorkshire should get probably another 3 in before lunch at 10 past, you would have thought. And they are causing headaches to these Glamorgan batters. James Harris on 2 not out. Moriarty in, left arm around, and Harris plays it defensively. Past Bean at short leg, but along the ground. Bean at short leg, Lythe at slip. The 2 attacking players, catchers. As Harris fetches that one and hits it through square leg for 4 runs. Reached a bit for it, but perfectly competent sweep shot by James Harris, and picks up his first boundary. He moves on to 6, and Glamorgan on to 194 for 6, as Bean was left taking cover there.
Yep, happens every now and again. Moriarty is pretty consistent, I've got to say, for him with his lines and lengths. But you don't want to be in the firing line when he gets one wrong.
Bean remains at short leg. Crouches now as Moriarty into bowl, and Harris is forward defending it back to the bowler. And there is no run. Moriarty 2 for 57, Bass 2 for 15. Wicket early doors for Ben Coates yesterday morning, and a run out to Matthew Fisher. Harris forward defending, back to the bowler once more. So Bass and Moriarty should get one more in a piece, trying to do a bit more damage. Glamorgan started the day at 109 for 4 at just after 10 past 11. As Harris steps back, tries to cut, and makes no contact whatsoever as it goes through to Tattersall. A little bit of bounce there for Moriarty as well, who's a tall figure. Tattersall juggling and holding on to the ball chest high. That's just a little bit shorter. Harris recognises that and stretches forward to defend. 194 for 6. Bevan has 18. Harris has 6. The men out this morning. Cook caught Brook, bowled Moriarty 24. And Ingram leg before to Bess for 48. Glamorgan have added 85 runs for the loss of 2 wickets, but it has very rarely looked easy batting out there.
So we're going to get probably 2 more in, 5 past the hour. Best to bowl what should be the penultimate over of the second morning from the Howard stand end. Same field as we had for the previous over when he was bowling. And Bevan's had a reverse sweep at this one, and it's looped up in the air. Finley Bean in that desperate scramble to try and get his hands under it. Comes a bit of a cropper. Doubtless to a few giggles from down there. Not sure if it hit the bat, it certainly hit the boot.
Didn't hit the bat.
Bess in again, and this time Bevan tries to play an orthodox stroke and drops the ball into the pitch. And there's no run. Back with Bess. Coming in past umpire Newell again, getting closer to the stumps with this delivery. As Bevan turns it to Bean at short leg. 194 for 6. Bess in again. A bit quicker this delivery, and helped on its way into the leg side where Brook is round to do the fielding. Back with Bess, 2 to come in the over. And Bevan pushing forward and missing here. Bess, as often is the case, on bended knee with his imploring of the umpire to raise the finger. But not out.
Got a good stride in. Hit outside off stump, I think.
Last ball of the over. Bevan on strike then. Playing from the crease, and again doesn't play that entirely comfortably, but does enough. So end of the over. They got through it pretty quickly, just a couple of minutes there. 194 for 6. And Moriarty to bowl what should be the final over before lunch. And he said to us in his post-day interview yesterday, when I asked him about the wicket of Billy Root right on the stroke of lunch, what was going on, what did you appeal for? And as part of his response, he said, we were just trying to create a bit of theatre in the last over, and we had a couple of deliveries, didn't there, where there were a couple of shouts, and then finally got the wicket, the last ball of it.
Indeed, given out court. Might have been given out LBW. 194 for 6. Glamorgan as Moriarty bowls, and Harris takes a step down the wicket and defends. So, reminder that we'll be back at 10 to 2, weather permitting, and there's no sign of rain at the moment. Moriarty bowls, Harris stretches forward. Got a good reach, James Harris, to kill any spin. Moriarty 2 for 57. Rarely can he have bowled so much in the opening stages of a championship game as Harris is wrapped on a pad. And very token and isolated appeal from the bowler, Dan Moriarty.
And considering there's been quite a lot of spin, they'll just get through 28 overs, won't they, by lunch?
Yeah, it's just 2 minutes short of 2 hours play. As Harris on the back foot cuts, but it's fielded at backward point, and there is no run. 194 for 6. Where are we? 4 balls in the over. 13:09 on the board, and Harris, the old pro, decides that it is time to adjust his gloves, but Yorkshire are adjusting the field anyway. And bringing in a second slip. The last 2 balls of the session. Just to give James Harris something else to think about. As Moriarty bowls, and Harris pushes forward, beaten by that one, made no contact.
Yeah, I think there is evidence more so, feels like this morning, that it is beginning to turn. There you go.
Sharp bit of turn from Moriarty, away from the bat, beat the outside edge from the left arm spinner. Last ball of the first session then here on BBC Sport Online, as Moriarty is in to bowl it to James Harris, who pads up, no shot offered. Safely survived, 194 for 6. Glamorgan having added 85 for the loss of 2 wickets this morning. 2 big wickets in the form of Cook for 24 and Ingram for 48, a wicket apiece for Moriarty and Bess. Difficult to tell who'd be the more satisfied. I suppose Yorkshire possibly slightly, having got rid of the 2 established batters remaining for Glamorgan. But Glamorgan battling away to get some way north of 200 and get some sort of total they can defend when Yorkshire get into bat. Bevan is on 18 not out. Harris at the other end on 6, and we will be back for further commentary on the afternoon session at 10 to 2.
Umpires Ian Blackwell and Mark Newell. Massud leading out Yorkshire. Tom Bevan and James Harris continuing the batting for Glamorgan.
Welcome back from Headingley for session 2 on day 2 of Yorkshire versus Glamorgan then. Glamorgan 194 for 6 at the lunch break, with Thomas Bevan on 12 and James Harris yet to get off the mark. And we finished the session with Dom Bess and Dan Moriarty having switched ends, and both been effective so far. 2 for 50 for Moriarty, 2 for 14 for Bess, as the players and umpires make their way back out into the middle. We can just have a quick look around the scores elsewhere while we've got the opportunity before they resume. Nasser Hanif and myself, Jonathan Doyle, to take you through the first half hour or so of this session together. Kent 213 for 7 against Lancs. That feels like it's not moved yet. 239 for 8 in fact on refreshing. That's at Old Trafford. Essex are doing pretty well now, 102 for 4. That's a 130 run lead, and in a match where the 2 previous innings have not yielded any more than 156, they're into a strongish position. At Derby, Derbyshire 246 all out, Sussex 70 for 1. At Lords, Leicestershire on the first day they've managed to play there, 108 for 4, having been put in by Middlesex. And then the Diamonds have been bowled out again inside 50 overs, although today just at 4 balls short of seeing it out for 216 against the Central Sparks in the RHF Trophy. The Vipers 295 for 5 against the Storm at the halfway point.
As Dom Bess comes in to bowl the first ball of his over. First ball, brand new over after lunch, and no run off that first over. Glamorgan 194 for 6. Dom Bess bowling in tandem with Dan Moriarty on the other side. 2 wickets apiece for both bowlers. And it's Dom Bess again. Comes in and he bowls, and that's again pushed out in front of him by the batsman Thomas Bevan, who's made 18 so far. James Harris is on the other side with 6.
Harris on strike.
Oh, Harris. Yeah, Harris is on strike. And Harris just pushing that next delivery from Dom Bess just out in front of him. Harris on 6 with a solitary boundary to his name. As Dom Bess comes in again, and Harris again pushing that towards the leg side. No run there. A quiet over as the aircrafts fly over, probably to Leeds Bradford somewhere, seeking sun and away from the clouds that we have here at Headingley. Sun seekers adrift as Dom Bess comes in to bowl this next ball. Batsman coming out of his crease and pushing forward James Harris, but nothing doing, no run off that particular delivery. Spinners getting amongst the wickets, 4 between the 2 of them. So Dom Bess comes in again, and the next delivery just off the outside of the bat of Harris, and that runs away for a single towards the offside, and that completes the over, the first over after lunch from Dom Bess, and taking the score up to 195 for 6 now to Glamorgan. James Harris has made 6 and Thomas Bevan is on 19.
And a few of the spectators over there towards the Taverners stand end of the ground enjoying a bit of extended lunch, shall we say, and other refreshments, as Moriarty is going to bowl from this Kirkstall Lane end. Martin Bloomfield, good afternoon to you. He says, in a season where thus far it's fair to say the predominant player on the Yorkshire side has been precipitation, the ledger balance was redressed slightly yesterday during yet another rain break. Your thoroughly enjoyable interview with Kevin Sharp was pure audio gold, and it gave us all an insight into how Joe Root probably acquired his cheeky, chappy persona. While I'm not aspiring to any further rain breaks, please could we have similar future interviews rather than the usual breaks in coverage? I appreciate the demands they make on Doidge's me time, but it's one of those areas in which you obviously excel. As in comes Moriarty for the first ball of his session, and that is cracked away through the covers off the back foot there by Harris. So he's getting going for the afternoon and into double figures on 11. Thanks for your compliments, Martin. I think it's unlikely that there's going to be regular interviews, I'd have to say. Sorry to disappoint. It was just that Kevin Sharp had indicated to me a few days ago that he'd be coming in and said, can I pop up to the box? And said yes, and having agreed that and get him on air for a little bit, we only saw one over together, so we thought let's carry on the chat. In comes Moriarty and Harris striding down the pitch to block that. But Kev turned out to be such a cracking guest that the question just kept on flowing, really. It was probably only intended to be 5 or 10 minutes, but it went on for an hour. It was such good fun to do. Moriarty is in, and Harris blocks it again. But the likelihood of people just wandering in the box when there's a rain break on, who we can talk about their careers with, if you know what I'm saying, Martin, is not very, not high, I would say. And I don't think you'd really want to hear, us 2 or 3 rambling on any more than we already do. As the next ball is another dot blocked by Harris. So, yeah, without going into all the politics and budgets and things like that of these types of things, as Moriarty is in, and that's pushed back into the offside again and fielded by Brook. I suspect that times like yesterday, enjoyable as they were by the sound of it, you, and as much as for me, are probably going to be relatively rare. Moriarty is in, swept by Harris. He's played it well, got over the top of it. It's not quite got the legs to make the boundary, has it? Oh, yes, it has. Good chase by Joe Root, who looked like he was winning the race for a moment or two. But it's one of those tantalising teasers that kept him interested until the dive. But he took it over the boundary rope with him. So, end of the over. 200 up for Glamorgan. No. Rest easy. It's not a batting point anymore, don't forget. I learned that after the first match of last season. So at 204 for 6 and still 46 to go until another batting point. Harris on 15 and Bevan on 19. And Moriarty now 2 for 65 from 25 overs and 5 maidens.
Yeah, it's Dom Bess now getting himself ready to come in for this next over from the Howard stand end. And he'll come in and bowl this first delivery of a new over, and that's just pushed out in front of him by the batsman Thomas Bevan, who's made 19. James Harris, 15 on the other side. Glamorgan, 204 for 6 as Dom Bess comes again, and it's slashed towards the leg side. And did that carry or not? Let's just have another look at that particular delivery from Dom Bess. Let's see what happens. Bess came in and he bowled, and that came off the middle of the bat. Near didn't quite carry. I can't tell from that.
I think he did.
Did, yeah. And then again, next shot is played behind for a couple more runs there towards the offside. The batsman crossover for a couple of runs from the next delivery from Dom Bess. These now valuable runs for Glamorgan as they edge ever so closer to 250 and get some points on the board for themselves. Certainly batting points. As Thomas Bevan comes out of his crease. As Dom Bess now comes in, bowls in this next delivery, and that's pushed down in front of him again. And there's no run there. Dom Bess in again. And this again played towards the onside, down to long on for another single. All valuable runs now for Glamorgan. In comes Bess again. And this again played towards the leg side, just nudged out in front of him by Bevan. And that completes the over. Completes the second over from Dom Bess after lunch. Glamorgan 205 for 6. James Harris is on 15 and Thomas Bevan has made 20.
Yeah, and on the having a chat with people front, because we do now and again get a chance to speak to members of the Yorkshire playing or coaching staff, relying upon their goodwill in that respect, and the desire to make it up to the 4th floor to come and speak to us in the comm box. Sometimes, as we found with Jordan Thompson a few weeks ago at Bristol, it's an unabashed attempt to get out of being 12th man out there on the field. I'll come and see you for half an hour, Doige. Don't really want to run round out there carrying on drinks. So, you know, we serve our purposes from time to time. And
Doige, you were in company of some esteemed West Indians recently as well, weren't you? Am I right?
Yes, I was. Yep, Viv Richards, Curtly Ambrose, Richard Richardson and Andy Roberts, the 4 Knights. Here's Moriarty round the wicket. One that balloons up and he's gone. Harris has clearly, as far as Ian Blackwell is concerned, got an edge onto his pad, and that was a simple catch for Finlay Bean. And it took us all a bit by surprise, really, because there wasn't that much of an initial celebration or appeal. Maybe it was just taken as read that this was going to be given. Yeah, around about the splice area. Harris not happy, not sure if that's with the decision or with the fact that he got something on it. Seen it a few times for those who've got the ability to see the replay. All a bit routine and
very bizarre. Very bizarre. Very.
You think it's not out?
It didn't look out to me. It looked as though it looked a la Billy Root. Yeah, very bizarre. But the spinners continuing to take the wickets here. Dom Bess and Dan Moriarty doing all the damage. Yeah, all very, very strange. But let's look at the replay again. And came off the pad and just bobbled up. But did it actually hit anything? It seemed to be going. The ball seemed to be going drifting down leg side. Very strange. Mason Crane is the new batsman.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. You get so used to watching replays with technology, with
yes.
With whatever they call it these days. Snicko. Yeah, what's it called now? Yeah, Snicko. So quite often you'll watch something on the television and you'll think no, and then you see Snicko and it's pretty obviously got a nick on it. So it's very difficult to say from this distance, isn't it? And even with the benefit of the replays there, whether there was a little tickle onto the pad or not. But the vital thing as far as this match is concerned is that Ian Blackwell thought there was, and Dan Moriarty has taken another wicket. Finlay Bean another catch, and Harris gone for 16 off 46, including 3 fours. So Mason Crane next man in. He's going to do a bit of gardening before he takes his guard and his stance. And 3 for 65 now from 25 overs and 1 ball for Dan Moriarty. Healthy competition, I guess, between these two spinners for Yorkshire this afternoon. Both wanting to say, I'm number 1. Moriarty has had that position so far this season. His first ball to Crane is solidly blocked. Mason Crane, 669 first-class runs from 56 matches, a highest of 61. But the average tells you a little bit more, really, 12.62. And he's turning this one in front of square on the leg side. Joe Root watching it bobble over a couple of the Hessian mats that are down protecting a couple of the playing strips. And they decided not to go for one there. Maybe just trying to entice Mason Crane into taking a risky run. Moriarty in again, round the wicket. Crane plays out a little bit late, so much so it drops into the pitch at the side of his feet. Dot ball. Quickly back with Moriarty. And in he comes again. Crane pushing forward, not altogether confidently given where the ball ended up following a push that looked like it was going into the offside. One to come in the over. Moriarty in again. Crane. Resolute in defence. End of the over. 73 of them bowled. 208 for 7. Bevan on 22 and Crane yet to score. 69 overs remaining in the day. Reminder, tee not to be taken until 4 this afternoon. Scheduled to close at 6:30. We're already behind. Although the over rate is +1 for the innings, according to the scoreboard. But they only managed 28 overs, I think it was, in the morning session, which was just under 2 hours. So scheduled close 6:30, or 101 overs to be bowled in the day.
And it's going to be Dom Bess now to come in and bowl from the Howard stand. And he comes in and bowls his first delivery. Reverse sweep attempted, and it's taken a catch on the leg side. Another wicket falls. Dom Bess this time. So he's rivaling Dan Moriarty on the other side. 3 wickets now to Dom Bess. And 3 wickets and a catch there taken quite cleanly on the leg side. And Bevan goes for 22 runs off 41 balls, 4 fours in that, a strike rate of 53. So another wicket for Yorkshire as they eke out these last couple of wickets and try to get all of them before 250. If possible. Bevan the last man to go.
Yeah, disappointing end, and he certainly looked as such when he saw the finger go up. He tried that on a couple of occasions, didn't he? Maybe you credit him with a bit of enterprise, maybe you don't, and say, did he really need to play that shot to that ball at that time? Either way, it's something for Tom Bevan to think about. Been out there for a good hour or so, either side of lunch. And that dismissal of Tom Bevan brings to the crease Jamie McElroy, sporting number 35 on his back.
Yeah, Jamie McElroy and Mir Hamza, the 2 remaining batsmen left. Batsman probably in inverted commas, unless I hope I'm not being too rude. McElroy will join, of course, Mason Crane on the other side, who's still yet to get off the mark in this game. Mason Crane, I was looking at some of his stats earlier, and I was convinced he'd play for England, and he has, but I think it's just a solitary game by the looks of things. Back in the day as a spinner. And he might well have to play an important role in this particular game, certainly if the performances of the Yorkshire spinners are anything to go by. Certainly Dom Bess and Dan Moriarty getting in amongst the wickets. So Mason Crane will have to perform just as well as they have done so far.
And Glamorgan are going to have to play well here to get a batting point, aren't they, with 42 needed. Be interesting to see which way they try and approach this. Nick is getting a definitive no from our colleague.
As Dom Bess comes in to bowl this next delivery, pushed towards the leg side by the new batsman, James McElroy, no run there. 83
first-class runs to Jamie McElroy's name. 30 not out his highest score, 11.86 his average.
As Dom Bess comes in again pushed towards the leg side by Jamie McElroy, no run there too.
It's fair to say it doesn't get out there that often then, Nick. Promoted to 10.
Dom Bess comes in again, and a waft in front of the offside, and no run there from Jamie McElroy. Yorkshire looking to close up things quite quickly here as Dom Bess comes in again, and this again just trickles out. The next delivery trickles out to the leg side, and there's going to be no run. 208 for the loss of 8 wickets at Glamorgan. As Dom Bess in again. And that ball just, again, trickles out. In front of him, from the bat of Jamie McElroy, the end of the over. Glamorgan 208 for 8. Jamie McElroy and Mason Crane both yet to get off the mark.
Matthew Fisher's just taking out the second new ball there in its plastic packet and lobbing it to umpire Ian Blackwell just in case it's needed. 6 overs remain before it can be, its use can be requested if desired. So not McElroy, Moriarty even. They both begin with M, Jonathan, you're right. And end in Y, but the bit in the middle is slightly different. Moriarty to bowl from the Kirkstall Lane end. 3 for 21 now for Don Bess. Plays 3 for 65 from Moriarty, who's bowled 15 overs more, and he's bowling now here to Crane, who gets over the top of it and pushes back to the bowler. Will we see some rampaging rabbits here at the end? Still getting a no from Nick. And will they get caught in a bit of a tangle? Let's find out. Don't adjust your sets, folks, as the latest delivery is a dot pushed into the offside. Brooke doing the fielding. Short leg, slip. 45 behind square, straight mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Catcher in at short extra cover, plus cover and backward point as Moriarty left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Mason Crane. And he just drops the bat on that one. Moriarty again with that skip and walk and delivers it with some turn. And Crane able to play that one out into the offside. No run. There is some turn, but it's slow turn, isn't it? Not a lot of bounce at all out there. Any life, energy sort of thing being sapped out of the ball. Moriarty in again once more. There is turn, and Crane gets over the top of it and cuts. Ben Code fielding at point. No run. Crane waits, and Moriarty this time fires that one in more quickly, more obviously quickly as well. And Crane flicks off the legs. Matthew Fisher is having to run round backward of square to do the fielding, and they get through for 2. End of that Moriarty over. 27 of them now bowled by him. 6 maidens, 3 for 67. And the Glamorgan total 210 for 8. Now Yorkshire have had their issues with finishing off the tail, whether it be the 9th or 10th wicket on quite a few occasions last season, and also so far this. So don't rule out the Glamorgan tail wagging, whatever Mr. Webb says alongside.
I guess the spinners as well will be perhaps happy to play or use this older ball, feel comfortable with this ball, I guess, and a newer ball as Don Bess comes in to bowl the first ball of a new over. And they push it out towards the leg side, and an attempt to run through for a quick single didn't materialise into anything at all in the end, so no harm done.
Well, beaten past the outside edge there, and Johnny Tattersall couldn't reel it in and ended up knocking it over the shoulder of Root at leg slip, didn't he, really? Backward of square leg.
Yeah, Don Bess comes in again, and again pushed towards the onside. No run there, passes the nearby fielder. All on the leg side action happening. As Don Bess comes in again. And again, just played out. Dot ball. I guess there'll be a little bit of a healthy competition between the two spin bowlers to see who can get the most wickets in this game as well. As Don Bess comes in again. And that's played towards the leg side again, past the fielders on the leg side, but nothing doing. Quite safely in the hands of the fielder on the leg side towards gully.
That was almost. I've hit it, so I'll run.
As Don Bess comes in again, and this time it's beautifully played towards the boundary on the offside, and it's going to reach the boundary ropes and 4 runs past the nearby fielders and played onto the offside and reaching the boundary towards long off, and 4 runs there, 4 valuable runs to add to the Glamorgan total. And it's Dom Bess as he comes in again and bowls in this next delivery, just pushed out in front of him by McElroy, and there's no run. There's Glamorgan 214 for 8.
Yeah, 76 overs in, so 4 more until a second new ball can be taken. See how things go in that respect, and they may continue with the 2 spinners with the old ball. They may give them the new ball to have a go with. Maybe might get a little bit more bounce, maybe out of something new and shiny. Dan Moriarty was talking to him last night in the interview about him being a new ball bowler, obviously jokingly, but he did come on in the 8th over yesterday, so it was still fairly pristine at that stage. He's just readjusting the field again here. Yeah, he wants Joe Root to drop out. Well, he did want Joe Root to drop out a bit further, but he's not gone. It's actually Matthew Fisher who's indicating to go further towards long leg. He's probably gone 15 metres or so. And that's turned around the corner. Moriarty's first delivery. Fisher round to do the fielding. 215 for 8. Crane on 3. And McElroy, who's on strike, then on 4. Slipping a short leg in place at this moment in time. Field hasn't really changed since the last over, apart from Fisher coming closer in around 45 behind square than the previous delivery. Moriarty, his latest ball turned into the leg side where Root does the fielding. Bit of chat among the members, the suits down below us on the 3rd floor by the sound of things as Moriarty's in again. And once more McElroy confidently pushing forward into the leg side like a player who's got many more than 87 first-class runs. Moriarty again. McElroy this time stepping into it, but then shouldering arms. Again, no run. You can get in touch at Sporting Lives or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Here comes Moriarty once more. Thickish inside contact on that one from McElroy, but got enough on it to get a run, with Fisher coming round to do the fielding. Will Fisher get sent again? No, by the looks of things he's retaining the same position for Crane this time. 45 behind square, and Mason Crane won't worry about where Matthew Fisher is. He's just slapped one unceremoniously over the head of Dom Bess at mid-off. 1 or 2 bounces and 4 down through long off. So he's on to 7, end of the 77th over. And Moriarty 3 for 73 now from 28 overs as Ben Code leaves the field momentarily and George Hill goes on to replace him, and Glamorgan 220 for 8, 30 short of a batting point. Can it be done?
They'll certainly try their best. Mini fight back. As we await another over from Dom Bess, he carries on and bowls his first delivery of the next over, and the batsman, in this case Mason Crane, hitting it straight back to the fielder, and there's going to be no run. Don Bess in again. This time it's hit square and it's taken. Yep, it's taken. Square leg position. And another wicket for Bess, taking him onto 4 wickets, 4 for 25 off his 12 overs. That one, McElroy hit it square off the fielding of, off the bowling rather of Bess, and pouched there quite comfortably in the end. Very comfortably in the end by Hill. George Hill, the fielder, taking the catch in the end. And another wicket for Don Bess.
Yeah, so 5 off 17 deliveries, including a boundary. And it didn't last that long, I suppose, on this occasion. The 9th wicket was 14 minutes and about 4 overs. Was that the first or second ball of the over? I forget now.
I think it was the first ball of the over, I think.
So the last 3 wickets have all been taken on ball number 1 of an over. 72.1 Harris, 73.1 Bevan and 77.1 McElroy.
Yep.
And Yorkshire will really want to wrap this up as quickly as they can now without any serious damage on the scoreboard.
It certainly looks as though the end is nigh now for the Glamorgan batsmen, and we should see Yorkshire batting pretty soon, all things being equal.
So Yorkshire with all 3 bowling bonus points, of course, now. It's like a football match. Yorkshire 3, Glamorgan 0.
Mir Hamza is the new batsman to come in. The Pakistan international, played for Pakistan against Australia recently. He shouldn't really be troubling the score as much. He of course joins Mason Crane, who's made 7 on the other side. And Don Bess is shortly going to continue. Just getting his field placings right. And he comes in and bowls his first delivery. And this again pushed out by Mir Hamza. And there's no run there. There's 2 slips in there, Joe Root and Adam Lyth. As Bess comes in again, pushed into the offside by Mir Hamza towards mid-off. Straight to the fielder, and there's going to be no run. Next delivery, again passing the outside of the bat of Mir Hamza. 220 for 9, Glamorgan. Here's Bess. Bowls. Kept out. It looked as though it was quite low. Pitched and then went quite low in the end. And applause at the end of the over for Don Bess. 4 wickets for him, 4 for 25 off his 13 overs. Glamorgan 220 for 9. Mir Hamza yet to score, and Mason Crane on the other side has made 7.
We'll just take a swap round in the com box as Nick moves back in. Yeah, good effort from Don Bess. He's rising to the challenge here. And Dan Moriarty, well, he's also got his share of wickets in the contest so far. We'll see how that one plays out. I'll leave you with Nick.
Thank you, Jonathan. Dan Moriarty to try and level up with Don Bess on 4 wickets apiece. Crane is on strike on 7 not out. As Moriarty bowls, Crane stretches forward and misses through to Sassel, who takes a bail off, just for the hell of it. But a fair bit of turn there for Moriarty, and Crane will be looking to send it in the same direction fairly shortly, you would have thought. As that one turned as well from Moriarty. It was well played by Crane out on the offside. 1 test appearance for Mason Crane, plus a couple of white ball appearances for England as well, but has slipped down the pecking order, looking to revive his career. The 27-year-old signed on a season-long loan from Hampshire as Crane stretches forward and defends. 220 for 9. This Glamorgan innings falling away since lunch when they're 194 for 6. As Moriarty sees this one cut away by Crane on the offside. Out the sweeper on the point boundary. They go through for a single. So there's 2 balls left of the over for Mir Hamza to face underneath the Headingley floodlights as the fielders switch round for the left-hand bat Hamza. Left-arm bowler as well. Mason Crane comes down to offer a few words of advice on what the ball may be doing. There is a short leg, there's a leg slip, there is a slip, and there is a deep mid-wicket on the ropes in case Hamza tries to swat it away in front of the scoreboard to our left. 221 for 9. Crane has 8. Career best last time out against Northants, as Hamza stretches forward and plays it down to third man, and Crane doesn't want a single. There was an easy single there, but not off the 5th ball of the over. Crane is obviously trying to farm the strike to some degree. 221 for 9 as Moriarty left arm over the wicket bowls, and Hamza has a swipe and hits it right up in the air. Tattersall is underneath it. Tattersall catches it. Hamza goes without scoring. Moriarty has his 4th wicket, and Glamorgan are all out for 221. That was an archetypal number 11 dismissal, I'm afraid.
It certainly was, wasn't it, Nick? I mean, yeah, I don't know what he was trying to attempt there, apart from a wild heave which went absolutely nowhere.
So Mir Hamza is dismissed for the first time for Glamorgan, having got 9 runs for the county so far, but not able to add. Moriarty then has 4 for 74 at the end of his day's work, and Glamorgan dismissed for 221. Not looking terribly happy with a couple of decisions. Root was given out, caught at short leg yesterday. Harris looked less than impressed with his decision today, which appeared to come off the thigh pad. I thought Bevan looked like an obvious little edge, top edge, but he didn't look hugely happy either with that decision. No. 221 all out. Add to that the unlucky run out, the skill of Fisher, I suppose, on deflecting it onto the stumps to get rid of North East last night, and Glamorgan might have done better there. 221 all out doesn't feel like enough in the context of the match.
It certainly doesn't, Nick, and certainly the spinners getting in amongst the wickets. Dan Moriarty and Dom Bess. Mason Crane looking at them enviously, I'm guessing. Towards the end he saw a bit of both of those 2 bowlers, and he will look to hopefully repeat some of that if Glamorgan have got any chance of making some sort of inroads into this very, very strong Yorkshire batting lineup. So yeah, in the end a bit of a damp squib as far as Glamorgan are concerned. Conversely, Yorkshire will be very, very happy, especially having selected 2 spinners as well for this particular game, and you know, some sort of question marks over whether that was the right choice to go with at the beginning of the game, but they did, and they had Joe Root as well as backup, but the 2 spinners certainly doing the damage. 8 wickets between them, Dom Bess and Dan Moriarty. 4 for 25 for Dom Bess and 4 for 74 for Dan Moriarty, he being a bit more expensive than Dom Bess, but both of them proving their worth in this game and certainly contributing to Yorkshire's fantastic effort in the field. Now all they have to do is try to plough on and get a good opening stand and see if they can make some batting points and get themselves a first win of the season, which I'm sure they'll certainly relish in front of their rather sparse home crowd.
Yes, no surprise about the level of the crowd, given the temperatures today around about 12 Celsius. Unlike the sunny skies back at home for Glamorgan. We're expected to be under 100% cloud cover all day. We've been playing with the lights on since the start. And the wickets lost by Glamorgan since lunch. James Harris caught bean bowled Moriarty for 16. Tom Bevan caught bean bowled Best for 22, but he had been dropped twice off Best previously, so Best probably deserved his wicket. Then McIlroy pulling to square leg, caught by the sub George Hill off the bowling of Tom Best for 5. And finally, Mir Hamza hitting one straight up in the air as the keeper who got underneath it. Tattersall to take the catch, and Hamza went without scoring. So we'll take a 5-minute break here on BBC Sport Online, and Nasser and I will be back to describe the opening few overs of the Yorkshire innings. So welcome back to Headingley with Nasser Hanif and myself, Nick Webb, here on BBC Sport Online, where Yorkshire are replying to a Glamorgan total of 221 all out. That feels below par, even given the turning pitch and the fact that a couple of marginal decisions may have gone against the batting side. Today's impact really made only by Colin Ingram, who made 48. Apart from that, Chris Cook 24, Tom Bevan 22, James Harris 16 as the lower order fell away somewhat. 221 all out. Yorkshire take 3 bowling bonus points. Glamorgan do not register with the bat, and it will be Mir Hamza to open up. From the Howard stand end, Adam Lyth and Finlay Bean opening the batting. Lyth in considerably better form this season. He's averaging 59 and Bean just 27. So Mir Hamza, who is in a spell of up to 7 championship matches for Glamorgan, and see if he can make an impact, and Nasser will describe how he goes about it.
Indeed, yes. Mir Hamza coming in to bowl the first delivery of his spell, and that's pushed out towards the offside by Adam Lyth, was facing. And Adam Lyth alongside Finlay Bean on the other side, the 2 opening batsmen for Yorkshire. Bit of lift on that first delivery, I thought.
Yeah, Hamza will welcome the chance to bowl on any sort of responsive wicket. He was very economical at Northampton, only going for 2 runs and over, but really hasn't been among the wickets yet for Glamorgan.
So in he comes again, the left arm fast bowler comes in, bowls, and this again pushed towards the offside, towards the slip cordon, but kept well down by Adam Lyth. As he comes out, prods in front of him, a couple of prods to the pitch by Adam Lyth.
Yeah, I think that flicked him on the hip on the way through, but there was a bit of movement off the pitch for Hamza there, wasn't there?
Yeah, there certainly was. Squared him up.
Yeah.
Certainly squared him up. Certainly squared up Adam Lyth, and for a batsman who's been in good form, that's not a bad thing from a Glamorgan point of view. So Mir Hamza comes in again, left arm, bowls and played towards the leg side, towards the square area by Adam Lyth. There's going to be no run.
In the runs here in the match last year, 174 in Yorkshire's second innings. They were set a nominal 490 odd to win, finished up 412 for 9. So last pair had to bat out just the last over.
Mir Hamza comes in again, and he bowls, and this left outside is off stump by Adam Lyth. Shoulders, arms to that particular delivery, goes through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. So steady start, testing first over from Mir Hamza, who of course has played at international level as well for Pakistan against Australia recently.
Yeah, known to the Glamorgan coach Grant Bradburn, who was part of the Pakistan setup last year, ended up leading it for a while.
Yeah, and he comes in again now, left arm. And he bowls, Mir Hamza, and that's played a miss, did it? Just went outside the off, just outside his bat, I think, just past the bat. Did he play? He did play. He played and he missed at just passing the bat. So a really good delivery, really good over this from Mir Hamza, opening over. 4 deliveries gone, testing the batsman, certainly. Just the sort of start that Glamorgan want, I think.
Yes, it doesn't look hugely welcoming for spectators out there. They're all pretty wrapped up there still with the shot that we can see on our screen.
3 slips now for Mir Hamza as he comes in and bowls. And this again played, and that's squeezed past the 3rd slip in the gully area, and that'll go for 4 runs. So not a convincing shot, I thought, off the outside of the bat, and went through that region between the 3rd slip and the gully area, and through to the boundary. So yeah, lucky runs, Adam Lyth.
Indeed, a slightly streaky way to get off the mark. It was a thick and, in the end, safe edge from Lyth, but he was certainly looking to play it a lot straighter than it ended up. And a bit of movement in the air appeared there for Hamza, as well as off the pitch. So Glamorgan opening up with a couple of left-armers. Jamie McIlroy, who in fact made his debut here in the corresponding fixture 3 years ago. He's age 29, coming into the first-class game relatively late, has done well, making his progress and a reasonably regular fixture last season in the side. Here comes McIlroy then to bowl to Bean, full length and dug out by Bean and driven to mid-on, and there is no run. So McIlroy claimed just 1 wicket on his debut. That was Matt Fisher. Had to wait until the end of the season to make another appearance when he had the misfortune of playing in a rather dull game against Surrey. As McIlroy sees Bean play no shot that one, outside off stump. No huge pace in this Glamorgan attack. I'm told that Harris is the fastest man in this particular lineup. Douthwaite, who can dig one in short and sharp on occasion, is missing with a minor side niggle. McIlroy bowls to Bean through low outside off stump, taken by the capacious yellow gloves of Chris Cook. Glamorgan struggling to get some pace into their attack at the moment. Nisa, of course, knocked Yorkshire over last year, but he decided not to renew with Glamorgan. He's gone to Hampshire for a shorter spell because of family commitments, Michael Nisa. As that one sees Bean, I think, playing inside the line deliberately there at the last minute through to Chris Cook. And Bean just getting his bat out of trouble at the last moment. But McIlroy starting well.
Nice bit of carry in that last delivery as well, wasn't there? I thought.
Yes, there's occasional bit of lift in the pitch. As again, that's outside off stump and allowed to go through. No shot played by Bean on that occasion. Fairly similar to the previous delivery. 3 slips posted by Glamorgan. A backward point is too far out to be called a gully. Cover, Kieran Carlson practicing what appears to be a golf swing. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. McIlroy bowls, and that's a better delivery. And Bean was beaten by it, and through it goes to Chris Cook again. Again, he pulled his bat out the way, but possibly a little bit late by the time the ball had passed the bat. So testing first over from Jamie McIlroy. Just needs to straighten his lines a little bit. And early signs of hope for the Glamorgan bowlers, who will need to work hard to knock over a very powerful Yorkshire top order with Sean Massud, Joe Root and Harry Brook still to come.
Yeah, certainly on the evidence of the first 2 overs, and now McIlroy as well. A couple of really, really good deliveries, and 4 slips in for Glamorgan as Mir Hamza readies himself and comes in for this first ball of this new over, and that's left outside. Is off stump by Adam Lyth, and it goes through to the slips, and there is no run. And Yorkshire 4 without loss. The 2 batsmen in, Adam Lyth, who's made 4 so far, and Finlay Bean is yet to score. So yeah, 4 slips in for Glamorgan. As Mir Hamza goes back to his mark. Medium pace bowler. And he comes in to bowl this delivery, bowls, and that's again seemed to go across and outside the bat and just whisk past the outside edge of his bat. He pushed at it, did Adam Lyth, but thankfully from a Yorkshire point of view, there was no edge and Adam Lyth survives. But certainly testing the defence of Adam Lyth in this opening spell is Mir Hamza. Experienced in the international circuit, of course, having played international cricket too, and brought on by Glamorgan, and he comes in and bowls this next delivery. And this again played out in front of him by Adam Lyth, and there's going to be no run, picked up by the fielder there at mid-off. Lights on here at Headingley. Bit of cloud in the distance towards the centre of Leeds. And Yorkshire looking to crack on, build a good opening partnership between these two, and then the likes of Joe Root and Sean Massud to come in on and build on that as Mir Hamza comes in to bowl this delivery, comes in, bowls, and that's down the leg side, and there's going to be no run collected by the wicket keeper. So a steady start from Yorkshire, just trying to see how the pitch plays, whether there is any movement. There certainly seems to be a little bit of movement. Enough for the bowlers. And of course it'll be interesting to see how the Glamorgan spinners, Mason Crane in particular, performs later on. It's Mir Hamza again. In he comes, bowls, and that's a waft by Adam Lyth, trying to hit that through the mid-off region and not connecting at all, and the ball carrying through to the wicket-keeper. So bit of an escape there, and a shake of the head as well from Adam Lyth. A poor shot in hindsight. With this ball slightly diverting as well, he needs to be a little bit more careful, a bit more watchful, I think, if he's going to survive this early period, whilst there is some slight movement, certainly from Mir Hamza. Hamza comes in, and that ball wide down the leg side, collected by the wicketkeeper at the end of the over. There's no run. At the end of the over, Yorkshire 4 without loss, and this in reply to Glamorgan's 221. The two batsmen in as Adam Lyth and Finlay Bean. Finlay Bean yet to get off the mark. Adam Lyth has just the streaky 4 to his name, and some questions certainly for the opening pair here of Yorkshire. Both of them going through some pretty testing times to see if they can overcome this attack by the Glamorgan bowlers as Jamie McElroy came in and then sort of went back to his mark again, just testing out his ground, seeing his run, getting himself ready, and he's going to go back to his mark as Nick joins me again.
Yes, obviously didn't want to bowl before I was back from
Yeah,
my
exactly.
BBC Radio Wales update. Thank you, Jamie. You can bowl now, and he comes to bowl to Finlay Bean, who pushes that one into the covers, and there is no run. Well, you say you can't tell how good a pitch is until both sides are batted, and certainly in these early stages, Yorkshire's openers have not found it easy against these two Glamorgan seamers.
Yeah, wild slash in the last over you saw from Adam Lyth almost, you know, trying to get himself onto the scoreboard, but...
McElroy into Bean, and that's through to Cook, no shots played. And we've just had one scoring shot so far. And the 20 balls delivered, and that was a thick edge from Adam Lyth. So nothing really off the middle of the bat so far, but Glamorgan with the 3 seam options really. These two plus James Harris, as that one is defended by Bean. Fielded at mid-on, and there is no run. Harris clapping away at mid-off there. He'll probably fancy bowling in these conditions, you would have thought. Hamza looks to be getting a bit of movement both in the air and off the pitch. And times are tough for batters today. McElroy in, bowls. And his appeal for LBW sounded as if there might have been a bit of bat in there, but he was rather on the back foot, Finlay Bean. Doing too much, in fact, I think that one, as we see the replay with the angle of the left arm at McIlroy, it probably hit Midland leg but would have gone down leg side, according to the Webb Instant DRS. As I get the Tipex out and draw on the screen. Other fluids are available. McIlroy bowls again, and that one has gone straight through Finlay Bean and ended up in the gloves of Chris Cook, diving away to his right. It came back a long way and wasn't too far away from the off stick there.
You do wonder with the batsman now coming out into the middle as well, both batsmen exchanging some words out in the middle, that these are pretty testing conditions for these batsmen, and certainly they've played and missed quite a few times now.
Get the feeling that Glamorgan need to take advantage of this, as the next ball is outside off stump, allowed to go through by Finlay Bean. So good over from Jamie McIlroy there. And Yorkshire, after 4 overs, remain on 4 without loss in reply to Glamorgan's 221 all out. Reminder, if you want to get in contact with me on X/Twitter, NickWebb2017, and that is also the email nickwebb2017@gmail.com. John on Twitter says, I know you're always polite and umpiring is not an easy job, but those two decisions, Root and Harris, were shockers in my humble opinion.
As Mir Hamza comes in to bowl the first delivery of a brand new over, and that just outside Adam Lyth's off stump, left well alone by him. And I wonder if it's the fact that these two bowlers are a little, we alluded to the fact that there were medium paces rather than fast, and whether that's actually helping them to get some of this movement, which we hadn't really talked about before, have we?
Good point, good point. We've seen a lot of bowling from the spinners for Yorkshire, and Matthew Ravis, who is trying to bang it in and bowl short and fast.
Mir Hamza comes in, second ball of this over, pushed out in front of him by Adam Lyth, picked up in the slip cordon. There's no be known there.
But Glamorgan need to take advantage of these conditions when the ball is moving a bit. New ball, the Duke's ball may well last a bit longer than the Kookaburra, but you get the feeling that this is another vital passage of this game, which is likely to be low scoring all round.
Yeah, the lights certainly on here. Perhaps they're helping as well with Mir Hamza's deliveries. He's in again, bowls, and this one is hit back and hits the stumps on the other side. In fact, crashes right into the stumps on just by the umpire right on the other side, so that's not going to go any further than that. So nothing doing, unfortunately, from Adam Lyth either side, and perhaps it could have raced towards the boundary, but it was not to be. So Adam Lyth not having the best of moments so far.
A vaguely hopeful yell from Kieran Carlson, but the bowler was nowhere near getting a touch on it.
As Hamza comes in again. And this one left outside is off stump by Lyth. I think both batsmen are perhaps coming to the realisation they just need to see this very tricky little period off. Perhaps the ball it'll take some time before it gets softer. Perhaps the overhead conditions may change during the course of the day, although you could argue they may get even worse perhaps towards the end of the day, which might make it even better for seam bowling. But at this moment of time, they've just got to see this period off from a Yorkshire point of view.
Well, we've got an hour till tea, so it's a fine out thing. We've got an hour to bat. Survive.
Mir Hamza's in again. And bowls. And this leg side flicked off his pads by Adam Lyth, and that's going to race away to the boundary. The first convincing shot, I would argue, from Adam Lyth so far in this innings. Certainly beats the streaky four from earlier on in the day, and takes him on a little bit further to 8 runs so far. So yeah, good scoring shot from a Yorkshire point of view, and certainly helping Adam Lyth add to his 4, taking him on to 8 now. And Finley Bean on the other side yet to score. Yorkshire 8 without loss as Mir Hamza comes in again and bowls. And this again, beautiful shot again, down. Crouched down did Adam Lyth and played that through long on and raced across to the boundary. 2 scoring shots from Adam Lyth. That'll help his confidence no end. Two boundaries there for him, 3 boundaries in total to him, and that gets the score racing a little bit quicker. Yorkshire now 12 without loss, 3 boundaries to Adam Lyth. Finley Bean, as I say, on the other side yet to score, but that'll last couple of shots will certainly help Adam Lyth.
Yeah, just a little bit of easing of the pressure after they'd poked and prodded around for the first quarter of an hour or so of this innings. Jamie McIlroy, who's so far delivered a couple of maidens to Finley Bean. The batters have not changed ends, so it's been entirely Hamza to Lyth and McIlroy to Bean. There are 3 slips still for Glamorgan as McIlroy bowls, and Bean plays that one solidly enough out on the offside. Carlson jogs in from cover and does the fielding. The light remains, well, borderline as to whether the floodlights are aiding or supplanting the natural light. There's certainly a lot of shadows out there in the middle at the moment, but I suppose we ought to praise umpires for trying to stay out where possible, as Bean drives the next one to root at mid-on, and there is no run. So root quite often fields in the slips for Glamorgan, but Tom Bevan has gone into the cordon alongside the usual Ingram and North East. And so root is at mid-on. There's McIlroy in to bowl and Bean firmly behind it, defending it towards Harris at mid-off. And no run. 15 balls faced by Bean so far without getting off the mark. And a little word of encouragement for Adam Lyth from the other end, just wandering down the pitch and saying, "Keep on going, sunshine." McIlroy, left arm over, heads away from us and bowls, and Bean plays no shot at that one. Shouldering arms through to through to Cook it goes. Latest scores from the women's matches. Northern Diamonds posted 216 all out. Central Sparks in reply 29 for 1 in the 9th over. And at Bristol, Western Storm have lost their Welsh openers early on. As McIlroy is into bowl to Bean, plays no shot through to Cook. Alex Griffiths out for 16 and Sophia Ismail for 5. And Western Storm are 51 for 2 after 13, chasing 296 to beat Southern Vipers, which looks a long way away, but they had a good chase at Taunton the other day. So a long way to go there. 2 other second division matches in the county championship going on, as McIlroy bowls to Bean, who plays no shot, through to Cook. At Derbyshire, 246 all out. Sussex in reply, 123 for 2. Tom Haynes made 58 there. And the first day was washed out at Lords. They've been playing all today. Leicestershire 174 for 5 against Middlesex. Pete Hanscom, the Aussie, is 48 not out, 3 wickets for Ethan Bamber for Middlesex. That's the end of McIlroy's over. He's delivered 3 maidens to Finley Bean now.
Yeah, Mir Hamza's going to carry on into his 4th over now. bowling from the Howard stand end, and he'll come in and bowl the first delivery, and that's played square cut, beautifully played by Adam Lyth. He's certainly getting in amongst the shots now. That is his 4th boundary so far. 3 boundaries prior to this. The first rather streaky, and then 2 wonderful shots in the last couple of overs, and then this one taking his total quite comfortably, taking Yorkshire's total to 16 without loss, and Adam Lyth certainly getting in amongst the runs.
Some of the Championship football results that may be of interest to our listeners. Leeds United 1, Southampton 2, Ipswich 2, Huddersfield Town 0.
As Mir Hamza comes in again, and he bowls, and this one, oh, and that's kept low, and pushed out in front of him. An appeal there from Mir Hamza, and Adam Lyth just walking away towards leg side. And let's just look again at that delivery. Let's have a look, and Hamza coming in, hit his pads, but going down leg side by the looks of where the trajectory of the ball was heading, so nothing doing, and
doing a little bit too much.
Too much in terms of the ball.
Rotherham United 5, Cardiff City 2.
Oh no.
And a home defeat for Swansea City 1-0 against Millwall.
As Mir Hamza comes in again, and he bowls, and this one played out beautifully by Adam Lyth, and that's going to go to the boundary, played towards long on. And 4 more runs to Adam Lyth, who's certainly scoring in boundaries here, isn't he? Boundary after boundary after boundary.
They haven't bothered running between the wickets so far. 5 fours make up the 20.
20, yeah, and all those runs to Adam Lyth's name.
One result in the Premier League, early kick-off, Arsenal 3, Bournemouth 0.
That's keeping their faint outside hopes of the title alive. As Mir Hamza comes in and bowls left arm, and that kept again a little bit low. It appeared to keep low.
Yeah, they've got the points on the board, Arsenal, 83 points, but they've played 2 more games than Manchester City at the moment, and 4 points ahead. So pressure a little bit back on Manchester City.
As Mir Hamza comes in again. Next delivery pushed out towards the leg side by Adam Lyth. There's no run there.
Leeds United finishing 3rd in the Championship then, on 90 points. And if my understanding of these matters is correct, that means they play Norwich City.
That's right. And it's Mir Hamza again now. Bowls and pushed out in front of him by Adam Lyth. There's going to be no run. That's going to be the end of the over. And I'm going to, at this point, hand over to Jonathan Deutsch.
Thank you, Nasser. And other sides that may be of interest. Hull City finishing 7th in the Championship. Cardiff City 12th. Swansea 14th. Very firmly mid-table. And Rotherham, who thrashed Cardiff today, well, it was just a going down in a blaze of glory because they were finished bottom by some considerable distance. So first bowling change then in the Glamorgan attack. Jamie McIlroy having bowled maiden after maiden to Finlay Bean. Maybe he's going to change ends. James Harris is going to bowl his right arm seam at 20 without loss. Harris running away from us at the pavilion end. Bowls down leg side and carted away by Bean down to fine leg to get off the mark with a boundary. So very much the loosener from Harris, being able to pummel it away to get off the mark with very little danger whatsoever. 24 without loss, and already the deficit slips under 200, and Glamorgan can't afford too many 4 balls from their three-man seam attack before, presumably, we get quite a lot of spin. As Harris in again to Bean, he'll be feeling better for getting off the mark. That's a much better delivery from Harris. Tight-ish to off stump, but no shot required. Through to Chris Cook. 24 for naught. With the international pedigree top order that Yorkshire boast, Sean Massud, Joe Root and Harry Brook to come. Harris into bowl, and there'll be the first runs of the innings. Well, there was looked like being just a single, but there's a slight misfield there at deep square, and so they're able to come back for two with bat and pad both involved, but the ball squirting away quite a long way towards square leg, and the fielder slipped as though he was about to return it, and so they're able to get back for the second. 26 for naught. First runs that haven't been a boundary, as Bean nudges the next one into the leg side. No run, fielded at mid-wicket. Eddie Byram is the man there. Wearing 97, bright red number. Byram playing his first team cricket of the season, having dislocated his shoulder in March. Harris to Bean, who's on the back foot, defending out on the offside. Carlson comes in from cover to field, and there's no run. Interesting that Glamorgan swapped McIlroy out so quickly, given that he'd started off with 3 maidens, so whether he's going to have a little burst from the other end as well, I suspect.
You'd imagine so. Very tight.
Harris in to bowl, and that's initial shouts of catch it as Harris dived to his left to field in his follow throw, and he looks a little bit rueful there. How long was that one in the air? Oh, he just actually got a hand to it. It's a drop chance, and James Harris could, on a good day, have clung on to a caught and bowled chance there. And Bean is dropped on 6. Yorkshire 26 for naught.
Yeah, disappointment for Harris and relief for Finlay Bean. But he did get underneath that one. And there's chances off your own bowling going, and none of them are ever easy because you've got to make that adjustment pretty quickly. But there have been more difficult chances off your own bowling. I guess it wasn't hit hard. Sometimes that ends up being more difficult if it is struck firmly back at you. You kind of just got reaction to go on. This one, you react quickly, and sometimes you've overshot where you want to be to make the catch. Big appeal here by Hamza for LBW, and Lyth has gone. So drop chance the ball before off Harris from his own bowling, and now Mir Hamza has struck for Glamorgan, and Yorkshire 26 for 1. Adam Lyth is out LBW for 20 from 32 minutes, 25 deliveries and 5 balls. Ooh.
That was doing a little bit. The question was whether it would have done too much and gone down leg side.
It pitches about middle, hits him probably in front of leg, so with that angle, yeah, he's probably going to feel a little bit unlucky. It has hit him in line, but whether it's going to go on to hit the stumps is a different matter. But in the opinion of umpire Mark Newell, it was, and so Adam Lyth has to depart, and Shan Massud makes his way out to the middle at 26 for 1.
So Mir Hamza claims his 4th wicket for Glamorgan. He's been, well, as I say, bowled tightly so far, but without taking more than 1 wicket in any innings. So he'll definitely be looking to improve on that in this situation. As Captain Shan Massud will face up to his fellow Pakistani. And that was a really impassioned appeal from Mir Hamza. I didn't think it was going to be given. Umpire Newell taking his time, but it's fair to say that in this match they have given the bowlers a few.
So what can Massud do in the runs down at Cardiff last year?
192 of them.
Had a really good end to the campaign, having been, how can we describe it, in and out. Before that, he was in and out of the side, I suppose, as well, because of his trip to Pakistan to play international cricket. Here's Hamza bowling to him, and then he's dropped into the offside, and there is no run. They'll doubtless know each other reasonably well.
Yeah, I was just looking to see whether they played in the same test side at the beginning of the year.
Well, Shan was definitely playing as captain. Hamza then in again. Massud gets that towards the inside of the bat and diverts it up to mid-on. No run. Hamza with his tail up then following that wicket of Adam Lyth. First ball of this, the 9th over of the innings. 26 for 1. Massud already had 100 against his name this season, of course. Highest first-class score of 239 and just past 11,000 first-class runs last week against his former club Derbyshire. Latest delivery is just punched into the bowler's follow-through, and Hamza gets down well to field. Shan Massud averaging just shy of 40 in first-class cricket from 169 outings. Finley Bean averaging just shy of 39 and 21. Hamza then turns again in towards us from the Howard stand end. And Massud, as he does, steps right across and then flicks that into the leg side square. Can't get it past the infield.
Yeah, so they were in the same test side as recently as the beginning of January in Sydney, when Mir Hamza played the most recent of his 5 test matches.
Here he is again then. This time too short and wide and picked off by Massud, who's going to get 4 through third man. It's a shot he usually plays well, got over the top of it and guided it away. So he's on to 4 and off the mark. And 9 overs complete, 52 of those remaining in the day. Hamza 1 for 24 now from 5 overs and a maiden, and Yorkshire 30 for 1, 191 behind.
And Shan Massud, born in Kuwait, and with one of those entertaining lists of sides that he's represented in senior professional cricket, including Habib Bank Limited, Northwest Frontier Province Baluchistan, Karachi Zebras. Played various forms of cricket, all 3 for Pakistan. And he is watching as Finley Bean faces up to James Harris. And Bean still hasn't swapped ends. He's faced everything from the pavilion end, and Harris continues that, and that's down leg side and doesn't get anything on it as it goes through to Harris.
Aki Gaz asking who was George Hill subbing for, and is that player okay? That was when he took the catch of McIlroy, 9th wicket to fall in the Glamorgan innings. He was subbing for Ben Cudd. I think I just mentioned it as he ran on, Ben was coming off. I think it just looked like a routine swap over that they do for an over or so. And I think very much the next ball, he took the catch.
Harrison bowls to Bean, outside off stump, goes through low. Yeah, we didn't see any clear and obvious injury suffered by anyone, thankfully, on the Yorkshire side, or indeed anyone in this match so far. 30 for 1. Yorkshire in reply to Glamorgan's 2-2-1 all out. The light, well, I suppose we can fairly say it's not getting any worse at the moment, as Harris bowls to Bean, who plays it towards mid-wicket. No run, but it is at times difficult to pick up from this distance the flight of the ball with the naked eye. We are situated on the 4th floor, high over, long off, I suppose, for the left-hander. So it's a fair way down, albeit we have the benefit of this lovely screen. As that's a full-length ball from Harris and hammered away by Bean, over-pitched half volley, outside off stump, and Bean climbed into it and duly dispatched it to the cover boundary. Yorkshire 34 for 1, as they continue to deal mostly in boundaries. 8 fours registered so far, and just the 2 that they've actually had to run for.
Yeah, it can often be the case, can it, with top order batters in at this level of the game, with more fielders in catching positions once it gets through that infield.
So despite McIlroy's 3 maidens, it's still over 3 runs and over, as that's allowed to go through by Bean to Chris Cook. No run. If you're just joining us, Glamorgan lost 2 wickets in the morning session, reached lunch on 194 for 6, but lost the last 4 wickets for just 27 thereafter, and failed to register a batting bonus point for the 2nd time this season. Glamorgan's totals in the first innings I'll give you after this ball, from Harris to Bean, who plays it firmly towards Carlson at mid-off. There is no run. So Glamorgan started off on that flat track at Lords by running up a mere 620 for 3, but since then they've been dismissed for 237, 271 and 221. And although they're playing often one batter fewer than last season, one specialist batter, then you'd expect better. You have to score more than that to win most games. And both sides looking for their first win. And I think it's fair to say that one or t'other will get their first win here.
Yeah, plenty of game time left, and forecast, although not fantastic, is dry. So have to be thankful at least for that, as Mir Hamza comes in then from the Howard stand end to bowl to Shan Massud, his international captain, who flicks it in front of square on the leg side and wants to get through for 1. He's going to get more than that because there was a shy at the stumps, and that's enabled them to get back for a 2nd, as that was not backed up.
No, I think it was fair enough to have a throw. Eddie Byram there, scrambling around next to the umpire. And, I think it actually flicked away off the stumps.
Ah, so an accurate throw.
An accurate throw.
One of those unlucky ones where if somebody's getting around to back up, they've not quite got the right angle often. So Massud on to 6, the score 36 for 1, as Hamza bowling to him again here, and he drops that one down to point. No run. Hamza with figures so far this season for Glamorgan of 1 for 86 against Middlesex, 1 for 41 and none for 31 against Derbyshire, and 1 for 50 against Northants. And a total of 9 runs to his name from 3 innings.
Only once out.
Yeah. Here he is again, bustling his way in. Plenty of shoulder in that delivery, as he's going to be picked off for 4 more here. He just a little bit of width for Massud to work with, really. And when you're bowling at players of this quality, they will take toll. So he watched it well, did Shan Massud. It was swinging away from him. Started wide of off stump and went further wide, and that was what enabled the Pakistan skipper to push it into the gap. Big gap there as well. And Hamza wants to really get Massud, trying to get him forward, trying to get him driving. Didn't manage it with that delivery. Is he going to pitch it further up? That's more like it, but this time Massud is right there in behind it. Another dot, so 40 for 1 with that boundary. 10 apiece for Bean and Massud. Finley Bean's stay at the crease has been a little bit more difficult so far than Shan Massud's, and he was dropped on 6 by James Harris off his own bowling. A catchable chance, really. That was the final ball of the 8th over, well into the 11th here, and Massud flicking off the hip. He calls Bean through for a run. There was a moment where you thought, is he going to set off from the non-striking end, but he did get there and got there comfortably in the end.
And they've swapped ends for the first time in the 11th over.
So Finley can have a look at the Howard stand, see what it's like. And he's back to us. It might be better served to keep his eye on the ball. Guard taken, feet firmly planted. He taps his bat a few times and waits then for Hamza to come in. Ball short of length. There's a few arms in the air in the cordon for some reason, but he dealt with that absolutely fine. Finley Bean, end of the 11th over. 50 still to go on day 2, and Yorkshire 41 for 1 with Bean on 10, Massud on 11, and Hamza 1 for 31 from 6 overs and 1 maiden.
Tell you somewhere there is going to be a positive result is Taunton, where they're already into the 4th innings of the match in the 5th session of the game. So Essex 156 and 138 all out, bundled out by the seamers again, 3 apiece for Davey and Gregory. Somerset 128 all out and 2 for naught, needing a further 165 to win.
That's a big collapse then, Essex second time around. I think I was saying they were just over 100 for 4. Let's just have a look.
Yeah, they were 106 when the 5th wicket fell, lost their last 6 for 32. Here's Hamris then, into bowl to Massud, who plays a beautiful shot through the covers. Hasn't quite timed it to reach the boundary, but will pick up at least a couple. Scrambling save by Carlson, and he gets his mitts on the ball quickly enough to dissuade them from coming back for a third 43 for 1.
Harry Duke, of course, on loan at Essex, playing in that match, played last week. Took a really good catch. He's taken a catch in this match and scored 25 in the Essex first innings.
Are they shorter keepers then, are they? Is he keeping?
Yeah, he's keeping it.
As Harris is in, and that's turned off his legs by Shan Massud, down towards deep backward square. Bit of a run round for Mir Hamza, so they're able to comfortably come back for a second. 45 for 1.
Because you'll clearly remember Harry's debut down at Cardiff when he ran out onto the field, if you recall.
Bless
It
him.
was his turn to go into bat and was out first ball.
James Harris is waiting to get at Shan Massud, who's ready now to receive. Harris in, bowls, and again dispatched through the offside. Harris just offering too much width, and Massud leaning into that one, driving square of the wicket. Ball raced away over the square, and that is 4 more for the Pakistan and Yorkshire captain. and he moves on to 19 not out, and Yorkshire on to 49 for 1.
Yeah, going along at a healthy enough rate, 4 1/4 or so and over.
Harris in again, Pauls, and more of the same. That's cracked through the covers, and James Harris has just not got his radar right in these early stages. He's offering the left-handers a bit of room to drive, and they're taking it as Sean Massud drives another boundary. He moves to 23. Yorkshire 50 up already, and with only 2:21 on the board, Glamorgan just can't afford this sort of profligacy, really. So Harris needs to tighten his line, otherwise he will be out of the attack very swiftly, I would imagine. Also in Division 1, Lancashire have crashed to 36 for 5 in reply to Kent's 261 all out. 3 wickets for Wes Agar, 2 for Nathan Gilchrist for Kent. In Division 2, Derbyshire 246 all out, Sussex going well in reply. Tom Alsop's reached a half century, they're 163 for 2. Harris bounding in, bowls, and that's a much better delivery just outside Massud's off stump and through to keeper Cook. At Lords, it's effectively day 1. Leicestershire 194 for 7 now against Middlesex. 3 for Bamber. Peter Hanscom still there, 53 not out, but the wicket's going at the other end. In the women's 50 over comp, the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. Harris in again to Massud, right arm over. Massud drives, but firmly straight at Carlson this time. Northern Diamonds posted 216 all out. Central Sparks in reply are 57 for 1 in 16 overs, and that match being played at Edgbaston. And Western Storm facing a formidable chase, needing 296 to beat Southern Vipers at Bristol. Western Storm starting to build a partnership. Heather Knight and Fran Wilson taking it on to 97 for 2 after 22 overs. So they still need more than a run a ball there to defeat Southern Vipers. And the other match, Sunrisers 222 for 9, South East Stars 92 for 2 in the 21st. And as we suspected, Jamie McElroy, having bowled 3 maidens to start at the pavilion end, is going to switch ends and replace Mir Hamza.
Yeah, Finley Bean on strike here on 10. Sean Massud has raced along as often is the case, 15 balls for 23, including 4 fours so far. Bean, though, he's going to get this over going, and McElroy conceding his first run there with a flick down to fine leg for 1 run. So partnership worth 28, the one man out for Yorkshire. If you hadn't worked it out, but you've just joined us more recently, was of course opener Adam Lyth, LBW, to Mir Hamza. 20 on the board, he put in 5 boundaries. Got to think probably slightly unlucky with the trajectory of the ball. Pitched on middle, hit him in front of the leg as Massud is in. Not Massud, I should say. McElroy was in and Massud played it backward of point. Billy Root round to field, and they picked up 1 run. So 55 for 1.
And our comments during this match, I think, reflect the difficulties for umpires now that we've got access to plenty of replays and they haven't, with no DRS at county level.
McElroy's in to Bean. There's an appeal from several members of the Glamorgan fielding contingent. It was one of those where 2 or 3 went up and then 4 or 5 chimed in. Ball that hit Finley Bean outside leg stump, I think.
Yeah, might have hit leg stump of another set of stumps.
Umpire Newell not raising the finger on this occasion. In comes McElroy again. Bean this time outside edge, wide of the cordon. That's going to go for 4, down towards the northeast stand. Wouldn't have been his most confidently struck shot. May have opened the face on it slightly. We might get a chance to have a look at it again for those who can see the pictures. No, a genuine outside edge, wasn't it? The key really was that he didn't go hard at the ball. It was fairly soft hands. And he picked up 15 now for him. 59 for 1.
Starting to look a little bit ominous for Glamorgan, and I suspect it'll be spinners sooner rather than later.
McIlroy striding it again. Around about leg stump, and Bean plays well off his legs, and he doesn't miss this opportunity to just flick it square on the leg side and pick up an easy 2. So having conceded no runs in his first 3 overs, McIlroy switched ends and gone for 8 in this one so far.
Yeah, I suppose Glamorgan looking to juggle 3 seamers rather than the usual 4 or 5.
Here he comes again. And once again, ran about leg stump, and this time played in front of square on the leg side by Finlay Bean. Nicely timed again, just a little push really, and that gets him 2 more. So 19 to him come the end of the 13th over. It's been hard work, but nothing more than we'd expect really, given the conditions here. Floodlights on all day. Quite a bit of shadowing from the players out there on the field, but they've continued to play during the day, barring the late start. 12 minutes later than they should have done. Pitch is still playing pretty well, I think you'd say how long it's been in use now, but there's definitely a turn there.
Yeah, effectively I suppose this is day 4 of a match. Say we had 2.5 days in the last game, Yorkshire Derbyshire, half a day, probably slightly less than that yesterday, wasn't it? 41 overs. So this is effectively a 4th day pitch, and we'll find out what a 5th and 6th day pitch looks like. Well, 5th definitely. Possibility, I suppose, that we might be wrapped up by tomorrow night, but Yorkshire will need to play exceptionally well to make that happen. As Harris is in to bowl to Massud, hits him on the pads, full length, but they scramble through for a leg by, as umpire Blackwell is not impressed by Harris's entreaties. 64 for 1. James Harris coming into this match with 7 wickets at an average of 35 in the season. Difficult times for Glamorgan's bowlers. I mean, that's just about respectable, which is more you can say for some of the other averages. In comes Harris again, bowls outside off. No shot needed by Finlay Bean through to Chris Cook.
Ben Crossland says, sorry we couldn't put 16 past Ipswich to save ourselves and give your boys a leg up.
Yeah. Leeds in the playoffs, in case you're wondering. As Harris is in to bowl, outside off. Bean playing no shot. The lucrative torture that is the playoffs from the Championship to the Premier League.
Leeds' demise is has been greeted by one man at least in the venue today, because I just had a word with him as I was off air previously. Ken Code, Ben's dad, Ipswich fan.
All right. Harris on his way. Bowls to Bean, who gets everything solidly behind it and blocks it up to Carlson at mid-off. No run. The 3:30 to Alicante, leaving Leeds Bradford Airport.
Aye, 42 passengers on.
Headed for the sun, we could do with some here, as Harris bowls and Bean plays it back past Massud, who had to turn and wait, have a look at what was happening, and Carlson was round from mid-off to prevent any chance of a run being taken. 64 for 1. Tea will be taken at 4 o'clock. It's probably about the end of my commentary stint at the end of this over, I think. I've probably overstayed my time, as this one is, again, driven nicely through the offside, and Harris is giving them opportunities there, and Bean and Massud are laying into them, and that has reached a fairly long boundary at extra cover for 4, despite the chase of Root and Carlson. Yorkshire have galloped on to 68 for 1 off just 14 overs, with Bean on 23, Massud on 24, and they're scoring now at nearly 5 and over. So to take us up till tea, Nasser Hanif will be joining the BBC attack.
Yeah, and it's going to be McIlroy to continue at the Howard stand end. Missed a trick, of course, by not getting the ITV coverage of the Guineas set up in time. Let's see if we can catch that race as well while this is going on. Yeah, fine. They're just down at the post at Newmarket. City of Troy, the favourite for it. Aidan O'Brien and Ryan Moore. Meanwhile, here is McIlroy in from the Howard stand end to Massud, who is turning that one into the leg side and quickly through, calling Finlay Bean for the run. Can be a little precarious at times, the running between the wickets from the Yorkshire and Pakistan skipper. But he got a good confident yes as well in response from Finn there. He was through for 1. So into the 15th over, as Nick said, rattling along here. I think I mentioned the run rate was fairly healthy at 4.25-ish. It's now up to 4.87. 3 slips waiting. McIlroy in and bowling, and Bean flicks it to the same sort of spot that Massud did the ball before, but this time they think better of taking a run. .152 behind the score posted by Glamorgan. So I think it's safe to say the follow-on will probably be avoided. It'd be something extraordinary if it isn't. And McIlroy comes in. Bean pushing that one square on the offside. Nice shot. He is strong both sides of the wicket square, Finlay Bean. We noticed that early on in his career. And too much width on this occasion from McIlroy. And he just punched it really just in front of point. So he's on to 27 now, having had a tricky old start, but one thing we know he's got is composure and good temperament, and he's managed to weather that early storm. Can he continue? Well, he's pushing this latest McIlroy delivery into the covers. Fielded there, no run. 2 to come in the over. Nasser's back alongside.
Yeah, afternoon, Jonathan.
Brought us a cup of tea. Oh no, you didn't bring.
I didn't bring you a cup of tea. No, I've just got those crisps stuck in my throat.
Have you?
Yeah, you know the ones that you were not best pleased with earlier.
Not best pleased.
Yeah.
Oh, there were. Yeah, there was one of
salty.
those. Yeah, it was Bean drives into the offside. There's no run. It was a packet of crisps where you sort of got going and they were fine, and then as you got lower down the bag,
yeah,
you know, the salt content
I've
really.
I've got that now. I've got that. That's why. Yeah. So yeah, apologies. I didn't get you a cup of tea.
It's been noted. Next time you phone me asking for a third voice shift, I'll be it. Sorry, but you didn't make me enough cups of tea last time you were on. It's McIlroy in and Finlay Bean solidly behind that one, pushing back to the bowler, drawing a few yelps from the fielding contingent, but they want to keep the bowlers upbeat and feel like they are in the game here. 73 for 1, the follow-on has been avoided. Bean 27, Massud 25, the partnership 47, and still 46 overs remaining on day 2 as they go in the stalls at Newmarket for the Guineas.
Ah. Yorkshire certainly going at full throttle here, aren't they? They're not holding back. A healthy run rate. Massud, captain, of course, in with Finley Bean after the early loss, of course, of Adam Lyth, who again didn't really hang about. Boundaries from him. As we see a change of bowling, I believe.
Looks like Kieran Carlson, I think. It is Kieran Carlson, yeah.
Kieran Carlson. Kieran Carlson is going to come in and bowl to Sean Massud. Let's see how Sean Massud approaches him. A few changes to the field. Fielder going back towards the leg side, sort of leg gully position. As bowler comes in and bowls this one, and Shah Massud square drives it. No run there. In comes Carlson again, and this one again pushed towards the slip cordon. To the solitary slip fielder there by Massud, and there's no runner there either. Glamorgan looking to tighten the scoring a bit, which is certainly from a Yorkshire point of view has got on to a really healthy start. They want to see if they can get a few maiden overs here, and this one's square again from the bat of Shah Massud, but not beating the fielder in and around the gully sort of area. Square. For the left-handed Massud, there's another plane flies over us here at the commentary stand, heading Leeds Bradford Airport, as Carlson, next delivery played in front of him by Shah Massud. There's going to be no run there.
I think the light feels like it got marginally better, the natural light that is.
As Carlson comes in again, and he bowls, and played uppishly by Shah Massud to the fielder, but mid-off, and there's no run there.
Kieran Carlson, just 30 first-class wickets from 84 matches, has got a 5 for 28, averaging 56.6 with the ball.
In he comes again, and this one played out in front of him by Massud. There's going to be no run there, and that looks like the end of his first over. Yeah, the light certainly is. You look towards Leeds City Centre from where we are, in the distance sort of right in front of us. It certainly looks clearer where all the cranes are doing their stuff in the city centre to the sort of left of us, I guess.
Yep. Way over the east stand.
Yep.
City of Troy, the odds-on favourite for the Guineas, got well beaten by 16-1 chance. Notable Speech, who won it well. Up to date with all your racing news here on this BBC Cricket broadcast, as Mason Crane is also going to come on. So spin twins, not only for Yorkshire, but now for Glamorgan as well. Finley Bean just got a reset, focus, as I'm sure he will here. Short leg in place, plus a slip. Got a 45 behind square, a deep square leg who's just in front of, rather than behind the umpire. Straight mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Extra cover is up on the wicket ends, and then there's a sweeper backward of point. So Bean waits. Then comes Crane, throws this first one wide of off stump, and Bean latches onto it, cuts it out to deep backward point for a single.
I guess the hope is that one of these two spinners can lure one of these two batsmen into a false shot just before tea.
Yeah, Massud just sets himself, takes his guard. No change in the field for he being on strike as the first ball from Crane is pushed back along the deck to him. So Mason Crane just trying to get the fingers warm, the grip right. Start to land it where he wants to do so. Fairly flat this delivery, and that one does turn, and Massud doesn't deal with it very well. He could have clattered that onto his stumps. He's fortunate that it's run away behind him to the leg side. And he gets away with one. Yeah, it did turn pretty sharp.
Quite a bit, didn't it? Yeah.
Won't be easy in these footmarks.
He's quite an energetic bowler, isn't he, as well?
Yeah. Here he comes again with this leg spin delivery to Massud. Obviously turning in towards the orthodox leg spin delivery, turning in towards the left-hander, and Massud held that on its way with the spin for a single round backward of square leg. Mason Crane, 131 first-class wickets. 27 years of age now. This delivery wide of off stump, and Bean has got it away. There's again a feeling maybe of a bit of edge about it. He's got it through third man for 4. Doubtless we'll get the chance to see it again. Thrown right out there. No, he's not actually got an edge on it. He's played that really well. To be fair, difficult to tell from behind him when we saw the original shot. But a lovely cut shot. For 4 runs, so 50 partnership in quick time for this pair. 53 now. As Crane is in again, and Bean goes big this time with the spin. Out over long on, and that was 6 from the moment it left the bat. Big hit from Finlay Bean, who is now growing in confidence there, having had a tricky old start, as we said. Got his foot right down to the pitch of the ball and through the line. So 85 for 1, complexion changing slightly. The run rate is bang on 5 at this moment in time. Partnership up to 59 very quickly. They came together after 8 overs and 1 ball, and so they've only been in for 8 overs and 5 balls to put on that 59 runs. And things going haywire at the moment for the visitors.
Yeah,
want to get this in check.
That's ideally what they wanted to do, wasn't it? To try to establish some sort of control as Carlson readies himself and comes in to bowl his first delivery of a new over. And this again is wafted by towards the leg side by Shan Massud, and they'll go through for a single. Yeah, no real control from either of the spinners. Some early scares. Certainly when Mason Crane appeared to land the ball in the right area, it turned quite a bit, but then as you saw towards the end of or rather towards the end of the over, we saw he didn't quite get it right as this next delivery comes through, and an appeal from Kieran Carlson as this ball hits the back pad, but let's have a look at it again. It's going down leg side. It looks as though the ball was going to go down leg side there in that last delivery from Kieran Carlson. And the batsman survives. Finlay Bean faces again up to Kieran Carlson, and that played out in front of him by Finlay Bean, and there's no run there. So 86 for 1, the Yorkshire total. This in reply, of course, to Glamorgan's 221 all out. Carlson in again. Square cut this time by Finlay Bean, and they'll collect a single.
Yeah, so Glamorgan trying to challenge both edges, if you like, of the left-hander's bats. Off spin here from Carlson, turning away from the lefty. Mason Crane, the leggy, turning in towards the left-handers. And with that wrist spin, he should be, if he can land it into footmarks, you would think turning it that bit more sharply.
And there was evidence of that one delivery where it did turn quite sharply, but I guess the key, like with leg spinners, is the consistency, isn't it? It's just getting it in that right space or that right area all of the time, which is, I guess, the skill, which is a difficult one to master. As he comes in again, Kieran Carlson bowls this next delivery, and that's punched towards the leg side again into the open vacant field. Is it going to race away to the boundary? Yes, it is. 4 runs there onto the leg side. More good runs there for Shan Massud. Another boundary to his name.
Yeah, nicely played that. Just a fraction, and I'm talking only a fraction too short from Carlson. Watch Massud, he just enables him to get slightly back. He knows where the gap is out there. That's superb placement, and I think easy to underestimate the quality of that play there. That is really good placement by a very good player.
Shan Massud, like many South Asian players, good players of spin and certainly leg spin. Used to some of these conditions back in Pakistan as he comes and faces this next delivery from Kieran Carlson, and this one again played to the leg side. It'll trickle round the corner for another single to his name, taking him on to 32.
Yeah, the board is all Yorkshire, of course, at the moment have got a stellar batting lineup, and the board is always ticking when Shan Massud and Joe Root and Harry Brook are out there. In particular, Adam Lyth and Finlay Bean can get on with things at the top of the order and regularly do. So if you don't bowl well at them, then you could be looking at having to defend a serious score. And look at this, 5.11. And Shan Massud, he never, when you watch him go out to bat, he never feels like one of those players who's going to go in and hit it big from the off. And he doesn't tend to hit that many sixes, but what he does do is he really gives it some hammer when he gets the opportunity through the ball for 4, and it's always ticking. And so you look at the board, he's not been in very long, he's got 32 against his name already, and he's stepping back and he's hammered that one into the covers. That's a really good diving half stop from Billy Root, because that's undoubtedly saved a couple of runs. That would have been 4, no doubt. Diving to his right. That'll be, he's not showing any pain, but that'll be stinging a little bit, I think, because Massud got on the back foot and really cracked it. He's on to 34 now, partnership 68 in quick time, and it's 94 for 1. 8 minutes to go before the scheduled tea break. Mason Crane into Massud, who pecks at this one and drops it forward into the pitch. And there's no run. Crane with, as I mentioned, I think 131 first-class wickets against his name. He's had 3 4-wicket hauls and 3 5-wicket hauls, and there's another one because Shan Massud has been unable to deal with this one out of the footmarks, and he's clipped it to short leg. So Massud, as quick as you like with 34 on the board, but he is off back to the changing rooms, and Glamorgan have taken a second Yorkshire wicket. Yorkshire had Glamorgan at 92 for 2, and they're 94 for 2 themselves.
How often do we say that? You know, commentators curse, whatever you want to call it. Shan Massud looking really good, hitting quite a number of boundaries, appeared to be on top of the spinners, appeared to be in no trouble at all whatsoever, you know, and then suddenly one he just couldn't control in any orderly manner. So he's out, 34, a bit like Adam Lyth's innings in some senses, you know, got some good runs on the board, scored some quick boundaries, certainly seemed to be on top of the spinners in this purple patch, and this is a very tricky time to have lost his wicket just before tea as well. As Joe Root now comes out to join Finlay Bean, who's on the other side. What Yorkshire don't want to do is now lose a couple of wickets, you know, because that'll certainly shift the impetus back to Glamorgan.
Yep, an important job for these two to do now, because it's the first right-hand, left-hand combination of the Yorkshire innings, which could obviously present its own challenges for both Mason Crane and Kieran Carlson. It does feel like it's, again, brightened up just a tad, whatever degrees of brightness there are measured by. It's a few degrees brighter, I reckon. And Shan Massud, well, he'll be disappointed there, because he was looking fluent, striking the ball really well, as I was saying. And third ball of the 19th over, he has lost his wicket, so he's only out there for 10 overs and 2 balls. 34 balls he faced himself for his 34 runs, but he will have to wait until a second innings, if he gets the opportunity in a second innings, to try and go better than that. Root on strike then, 3 to come in this Mason Crane over. We should get one more in from the Kirkstall Lane end to complete the session. Just trying to get the field right here, mid on, mid off. He's got cover on the Hessian, which was the man who was hopping around a bit, and bowls that first delivery to Joe Root, which is going to go for 4 byes. So beats everybody down the leg side. A disappointment for all concerned, although Joe is not off the mark with it. Just a slight release of pressure there. Chris Cook not able to reel it in. And Crane in again. Outside leg stump. This time Cook does make the take. Whips off the bails. It's a final ball of the 19th over here. And Crane turns again, coming over the wicket. And short and pulled, and that should be 4. That's a poor delivery this time. Can happen with leg spinners. Just dragged it down a little bit, and Joe Root only seen 2 balls go past, but he wasn't going to let an opportunity like that go astray. And he's fully taken toll by pulling it for 4 down towards the northeast stand. So he's off the mark. 102 for 2 now, Yorkshire. And that's 19 overs in. 42 remaining in the day. And just 4 minutes to go before the allotted time of tea break, 4 o'clock today. Make that 3. So I should imagine this will probably end up being the last after a bit of gardening by our respective batters.
Yeah, it's going to be Kieran Carlson again, just to bowl this over. Spin, of course, working from both sides at this moment, and effectively in terms of wicket taking the wicket of Shah Massud, who we talked well about, who had been playing some beautiful shots up until the moment he got out.
You'd think by the looks of things that with 41 to go in the final session today, if they get through all of those weather-wise, then we're probably going to be going on for a 6:45 finish, something like that.
And it's Kieran Carlson to come in and bowl, and this first one is punched towards the leg side, and the batsman will cross over for a single. In fact, that coming off the bat of Finlay Bean, who again, like the other batsman, has looked fairly comfortable even until that fourth shot. It's going to be Joe Root now to face, right-handed Joe Root. He'll face Kieran Carlson. Strange sort of spell this from Carlson, that the ones that he's got right, he certainly caused some problems, and then he's gone for a few runs as well at the same time, so not sure what we can make of this, because it comes in and again played towards the leg side and punched by Joe Root out there, and they'll collect a single. Takes Yorkshire on to 104 for 2. So Carlson comes in again, this time to Finlay Bean, and Finlay Bean just prods that in front of him. Knowing that we've got tea just round the corner, they won't want to lose any more wickets, certainly not at this stage. Just see out until tea, and then have a think about tactics after tea. As Carlson comes in again, and he bowls, and this one played square, and the batsman will cross over for a single.
Central Sparks, by the way, going well against the Diamonds. 102 for 1 at the halfway stage there, trying to chase down 216, so the Diamonds need a few wickets to try and rock the boat.
So Carlson, he's in again, and he bowls. This one pushed out towards the offside by Joe Root. There's no single there. Yorkshire trailing by 116 runs. It's Joe Root facing now. In comes Carlson, and that's cut square batted by Joe Roots towards the leg side field, and he'll pick up a single there. And that is, in fact, the end of play, end of this session, end of this middle session. Yorkshire on 106 for 2, the two batsmen in. Joe Root, he's made 5. Finlay Bean is on 41.
Yep, and as the players take a break, then we will do precisely that ourselves and say we'll see you again in about 20 minutes' time.
6.
Yeah.
A very good evening and welcome back to Headingley for this final session of the second day between Glamorgan and Yorkshire, with the home county on top as Joe Root scampers out towards the middle. He's obviously keen to get down to business, followed by his partner Finley Bean, and the Glamorgan side in a huddle with a little bit of a pep talk from Sam North East, because Glamorgan really needs to win this session well to stay in the match. Glamorgan declined from 194 for 6 at lunch to 221 all out, and then Yorkshire powering their way to 106 for 2 in 20 overs before tea. A formidable scoring rate, and Glamorgan's bowlers unable to put the brakes on at all. They did claim a couple of wickets. Adam Lyth was leg before to Mir Hamza for 20 off 25 balls, and Shan Massud a runner ball 34 before he popped a catch to Eddie Byram at short leg off the bowling of Mason Crane. Finley Bean, who has dropped on 6 off a return chance from James Harris, he's still there, 41 not out. Joe Root is on 6 not out, having faced just 6 deliveries so far, and Harry Brook is next in. So Yorkshire got plenty of firepower, and it's Mason Crane to open up from the Howard stand end. I'm Nick Webb, and alongside me is Nasser Hanif.
Yeah, good afternoon, Nick. As Mason Crane readies himself for the first ball of this session, the evening session, a very big session. We always say crucial sessions, but this one is certainly from both teams' perspective, as he comes in and bowls his first delivery, and that's whacked towards the leg side there by Joe Root as he collects a single. And certainly Mason Crane will look to get some sort of control in terms of his bowling. His 2 overs so far, although taking the wicket, going for 18 runs. Not particularly tight overs, suffice to say.
Yeah, leg spinners tend to have to buy their wickets, don't they? Because most of them go at 4 and over at least. Yeah,
and he's certainly bought the wicket of Shan Massud as he comes in, bowls again, and again this time Finley Bean just playing out towards the offside, towards mid-off, and there's going to be no single there.
Mason Crane so far with 6 wickets for Glamorgan, or that was his 7th. 48.5 his bowling average coming into this match.
Yes, and not particularly good as he comes in, and this one is played out towards the leg side by Finley Bean and collects another single, and that takes him up to 42 runs. Yorkshire 108 for 2. Root on the other side. He's going to face up now, the right-handed Joe Root, facing up to Mason Crane. Root has made 7 so far. And this, again, a full toss, and that's whacked towards the leg side boundary in the region of leg side, and certainly 4 more runs there to Joe Root. The runs coming up plenty, certainly from a Yorkshire perspective, and are coming at a very, very healthy Root, healthy run rate. And a full toss certainly not helping the cause. As in comes Mason Crane again. Next delivery is pushed past a diving slip fielder, and that's racing towards the boundary, but it's going to be pulled in by the fielder and pushed back. So a couple of runs there for Joe Root. So runs again coming quite quickly here from a Yorkshire point of view, and very well from their perspective.
Yeah, outfielders at deep backward square and on the cover boundary for the right-handed Joe Root, who's averaging 41.8 coming into this match. 1 century, 1 half century to his credit, and 3 games he's played.
As Crane comes in again, and this time it's squared. A shot played by Joe Root, squarish to the boundary. And that is going to go for 4 more runs. So a really, really good over there for Yorkshire. First over after this tea break. A couple of boundaries there for Joe Root. Some other runs are thrown in as well. So, yeah, a really, really good Really good over that for Yorkshire.
Well, Mason Crane may have got the breakthrough, getting rid of Shan Massud to end that stand of 68 for the second wicket. But he's now conceded 30 in his 3 overs, and that's a couple of gimmies there, really, for a batter of any first-class quality, yet alone an England man like Joe Root, who had no trouble in swatting a full toss through mid-wicket and then paddling another one, maybe a little bit finer than he expected, to finish the over down to fine leg for 4 more. So Glamorgan's answer is to bring Mir Hamza back into the attack. Swapping ends, he started off from the Howard Stand end, now he's bowling from the Pavilion end, and Bean is behind his first delivery, playing it up to mid-off. No run. Glamorgan staying with 3 slips. Mir Hamza 1 for 31 in his first spell. Here at what has been a grey and overcast Headingley all day. Lights have been on ever since the start of play, which is fairly unusual, as Hamza bowls and Bean drives to Harris at wide mid-off. And there is no run. It's the sort of occasion where the coach's exhortation to bowl as a unit is not being heeded, really. 1 or 2 weak links, and Yorkshire able to up the run rate without much difficulty. Just wondering if that patch of ultra dark cloud does get overhead, whether we will have some problems with the light levels. As Hamza bowls, and that's 4 runs back past him for Finlay Bean, tucked into a straight drive. Hamza stuck a hand down, couldn't quite get down in time, and it raced up the boundary at long off for 4. And Yorkshire are 122 for 4 with Bean on 46.
So no control at all here by the looks of things, Nick. Certainly no control on the runs. They're continuing to leak runs, this Glamorgan attack, despite using Mir Hamza's experience, or lack of it perhaps.
Hamza races in, bowls to Bean. Oh, that's 4 more. Somethings. What's that gone off? Leg buys, no one really to blame there. Just a flick off the pad, and Chris Cook seemed to be wrong-footed as the ball shot away behind him. Well, Hamza again went down leg side. Cook was anticipating it, but it was actually much finer than he thought, and he was left diving back to his left, like a football keeper who's gone the wrong way and then trying in vain to get back. So another 4 to the total, 126 for 2. Been a boundary away from a half century. Hamza bowls, and he'll get it here. He's forced it between slips and points, and it's racing down to third man, and Finlay Bean has a half century. Yorkshire 130 for 2. As Bean acknowledges the crowd, he's hit 8 4s and 1 6, and he's faced just 62 balls, so a very healthy scoring rate for Finlay Bean.
Very healthy scoring rates, and pretty much in line with some of the other batters who've come earlier on in the day, both Adam Lyth and also, of course, early on Shan Massud as well, the captain of Yorkshire, both of them getting in amongst the runs at a very quick rate before they were out, but Yorkshire upping the ante here. Hamza
charging in once more, bowls, grunt of effort, and Bean plays it defensively for once to McIlroy at mid-on. There's no run. 130 for 2 at the end of the over. Just 22 have been bowled, so the run rate 5.91, the board helpfully tells us. And where does Sam Northeast turn to try and get some control, as there's another round of applause from the Headingley faithful for the details of Bean's half century over the public address. Is Crane going to get another one? Looks as though he is, but needs to start landing it regularly if he's going to stay on much longer.
Yeah, Glamorgan are going to persevere with Crane in the hope that they can perhaps induce a false shot from perhaps Joe Root or maybe Finlay Bean. It has happened. Massud again looked in good nick before he was out. And this first delivery of the new over just pushed out into the offside by Joe Root, carefully, watchfully. And there's going to be no single there. Yeah, we were talking about a run rate of 5 from Yorkshire earlier. Now it's closer to 6 as Crane comes in. Next delivery, and that's a square. Punched square by Joe Root onto the leg side, and it's gone briskly to the boundary. So another 4 runs to Joe Root, taking him nicely on to 21 now.
There's a few freebies in that.
Yeah. Certainly a full toss, which we saw earlier. Mason Crane not able to exert any control. Comes in, next delivery, punched out into the offside by Joe Root. No run there. They don't really have to worry about some of these deliveries where they just push out into the offside or the onside, because in between they're finding some 4 balls. As Crane comes in again. This next delivery is played again, just trickled out to the leg side by Joe Root, and they scamper through for a single there. And that'll take Joe Root on to 18. Finlay Bean has got a half century to his name.
Yeah, these two have already put on 40 in no time at all, really. Either side of tee came together in the 19th over, and we're still in the 23rd, so just over 4 overs they've added 40.
In comes Crane again, and this one again. Finlay Bean went onto his back foot, tried to cut it. Didn't quite manage to get it away, just the ball trickling down to the wicket keeper, and there's going to be there was no run. As in comes Crane again. This one again is punched, and again that's going to be 4 runs as well. Punched towards mid-off, and that's 4 more runs. 4 more runs to Finlay Bean.
He's on 54. Yorkshire 139 for 2. And Mason Crane head in his hands at the end of that over as he continues to leak at a pace. 1 for 39 in 4 overs. And Sam North East is going to have to, I think, give him the nod. So thanks, Mason. Looks very dejected as he has a word with Colin Ingram, wandering off towards the outfield, and it's just not Crane's day. So Glamorgan will have to rely on the backup spinners. Carlson, possibly Bevan and Ingram to come. But though Kieran Carlson's bowled quite a lot in the last couple of years, wouldn't quite describe him as having all-rounder status as yet. Mir Hamza then will try his luck around the wicket to Joe Root. And Root cuts and will get runs here. Oh, it's a beautifully timed shot. Just a little late dab wide of the 2 slips and fine of third man. And that one just raced away to the boundary. Nothing Byram could do about it to cut it off. And Joe Root looks in really decent nick as he played that one deliberately, knowing there was no 3rd slip. Might just have had a 4th slip interested, but he knew there was no danger there. Root to 26 with his 5th boundary. 143 for 2. Hamza bowls, and that's driven to mid-off. And there's no run. Joe Root in his 4th match of the season for Yorkshire. A score of 119 so far. But Yorkshire really have enjoyed themselves since lunchtime, really. First session was about even. Glamorgan adding 85 for the loss of 2 wickets, but they were the 2 big wickets that Yorkshire wanted at the start of play, Ingram and Cook. Hamza in to bowl to Root, who's defending that for 1. Scores elsewhere in the 2nd division. At Derby, Sussex looks set for a first innings lead. They're 216 for 3, just 30 runs behind Derbyshire. Tom Alsop has 64 as the top scorer so far. And at Lords, Leicestershire have made 234 for 8. Hanscom there, 72 not out. 3 for Bamber, 2 apiece for Higgins and Henry Brooks. Hamza on his way once more in the Headingley gloom. Bowls to Root, who covers up and plays that defensively on the offside. No run. In Division 1, Lancashire have crashed to 51 for 8 in reply to Kent's 261 all out at Old Trafford. And Somerset have made a really positive start in the pursuit of 167 to beat Essex. They are 66 without loss. Matt Renshaw and Sean Dixon going along smoothly there for the home side at Taunton. Hamza bowls, a grunt of effort, and Root able to get everything behind it and defend it to mid-on. In the women's matches, a good tussle involving Northern Diamonds. Central Sparks are 146 for 5. Diamonds have just taken a couple of quick wickets there. They need another 71 in just under 17 overs. But no well-set batters, so Diamonds bowlers keeping them in the game. Hamza bowls and Root defends. Back to the bowler. No run, so Hamza getting grip of things towards the end of the over. Meanwhile, interesting finish in prospect of Bristol as well. Western Storm chasing 296 against Southern Vipers. They are 215 for 5 after 40. So they need to up the rate. They need 81 off 10, but they have got the experienced Sophie Luff and Danny Gibson at the wicket there. The 2 matches involving our regions, and the other game, Sunrisers 222 for 9. Southeast Stars on their way to victory, you would have thought. 174 for 3 off 38, needing 49 off 12. Sophia Dunkley, left out of the England squad, is on 60 not out. Alice Davidson Richards hit 50 there. Well, last chance for Mason Crane by the look of it.
Yeah, I thought at first there was going to be a change of bowler, but no, Mason Crane is going to carry on. He's going to carry on, and in he comes again. And this time it's whacked straight over the leg side boundary, straight in front of him by Finlay Bean, and that's gone all the way, I believe. Yep, all the way. 6 runs to Finlay Bean. Yeah, this tactic of continuing with Mason Crane not really working at all.
Bean's got his tail up, hasn't he? He's really laid into him. And that one was dispatched, and long on is dispatched towards the ropes. In case he tries again.
In he comes again, this time. Again, aiming in the same sort of direction, but not quite getting there, and more towards the mid-wicket area. But again, going for a boundary, more boundary. More problems for Glamorgan, more problems for Mason Crane, but Finlay Bean, Binley Fiend then for a minute. Finlay Bean getting more runs, another boundary there.
That was in the air, it wasn't a catching chance, pitched about 3/4 of the way back, but Harris just didn't pick it up.
No.
And
sort of a mid-wicket.
Shouts from teammates, it's coming towards you.
As Crane comes in again and bowls this next one, and this time it's punched towards the offside by Finlay Bean, and they'll just collect the single. Bit of relief for Mason Crane.
Well, yes.
Temporary.
And then you're bowling at Joe Root.
Then you're bowling at Joe Root.
That's not much relief, really, is it?
No. Yeah, this economy figures of his 10, going at 10 off his 4 overs, 5 overs now. Not great at all. When Glamorgan looking for some sort of control for him as he comes in this next delivery, punched again towards the offside by Joe Root, heading towards the boundary, and it's going to be pulled in by the fielder down there at long off, and they'll pick up a couple of singles.
Yeah, Jamie McElroy with the pursuit there, but this is relentless from Yorkshire. When a man's down, keep kicking him in sporting terms.
There really is no respite here, no respite at all. As Finley moves on to 64, but it's Joe Root, in fact, facing the next delivery, and he's pushed that out square for another single. So runs coming aplenty for Yorkshire in this session after the afternoon session. As we come towards the end of this Mason Crane over. Perhaps this will be his last over. We'll just have to wait and see.
14 off already.
Yeah. So that economy now going over 11. So headache for Sam Northeast as Mason Crane comes in again and he bowls, and this one again played towards the fielder on the offside, but collected by the fielder. There's going to be no run off that last delivery, and Finley Bean goes out into the middle where he's going to have a conversation with Joe Root, and that is the end of the over. Yorkshire 154 for 2 after 25 overs, and Joe Root 26 off just 20 balls, and Finley Bean, he's made 65 off 68 balls. So healthy run rates for both of the two batsmen who are in.
As some of the colder spectators head for home, well, not sure if they'd be among the handful of Welsh supporters here, because certainly wouldn't be heading for home unless you've got an urgent appointment if you're a Yorkshire supporter, because they are in full flow at the moment. They took tea at 106 for 2, and we've had 50 in about 20 minutes since then, as Mir Hamza is off to bowl to Root, who defends back to the bowler, and there's no run. A chance to watch a very promising youngster in Finley Bean do his stuff, and of course Joe Root bat in the 4th of 5 matches he's expected to play for Yorkshire in the Championship before joining up with England. As Hamza steams in bowls, grunt of effort once more, and Root into a defensive push to cover. No run. Root comes down for a little prod, as has been the case most of the day. You can see the shadows from the players. There is some fairly dark stuff overhead at the moment. The lights have been on all day. And Hamza is into bowl to Root, nudges that into the gully area. Enthusiastically fielded, but Mason Crane doing his best to make up with effort what he's failed to provide really with the ball. He's got the wickets, but he really has taken an awful lot of tap. Maybe time for Glamorgan to give Tom Bevan a twirl. As Hamza bowls, and Root runs it down towards backward point. They called through for a quick single. Bean had to hurry, but he was safely home as he hurdles the flight path of the ball, heading towards the wickets, safely through for a single. It's a sharp call from Bean, but he was the one running to the danger end, and in fact the ball did actually whack him on the pads as he made his ground. 158 for 2 Yorkshire. Just 63 runs in arrears with 8 wickets standing. Ominous stuff from the Welsh point of view. Hamza bowls to Bean, down leg side. Bean tries to dispatch it somewhere into the hospitality boxes on the eastern side of the ground and makes no contact. Through to Chris Cook. Harry Brook probably licking his lips at the moment at the prospect of coming in with the batters well set. The first innings lead is not quite assured, but looking very probable at the moment for the home side. Just how big can they make it? Hamza bowls to Bean, flicks it away on the leg side, intercepted at mid-wicket. No run. End of the over, tidy enough over from Hamza, 158 for 2, Bean 65. Root is 30 off 26 balls. And while Hamza may be just applying a little bit of a break, Glamorgan have to tidy up the other end, and it is going to be Crane again. Well, Sam Northeast is showing an awful lot of faith in Glamorgan's new signing to try and redeem himself here.
Yeah, very bizarre. I mean, that last over, some semblance of control from Mir Hamza, just giving away the one run. But they have to maintain it from this side as well as Crane continues, and in he comes. And this time it's left outside his off stump by Joe Root. Just pushes out his foot there and towards the offside. The ball passes him and went through the wicket keeper. So yeah, Crane carries on, and he comes again. This time again, Joe Root putting his pads and allowing the ball to hit the pad, but nothing of any interest there.
Well, Crane has got a spectacular googly. In fact, that turned quite a long way, but hit Root still a fair way outside off stump. And umpire Newell not able to gamble with the flight path there.
And he comes again, and Crane again bowling, and this time he pushes it back to the field and there's no run. So in relative terms, a quiet over for Crane, given what's happened in the last couple of overs to him. So,
well, Root's knocked it around. It's been Bean who's been the principal aggressor.
Yeah. So maybe he's found the right batsman for him. And this time it is Joe Root who forces the ball into the offside, and they'll collect a single. And so it will be Finlay Bean, the man who's been plundering runs off Mason Crane now, to face Mason Crane. And he comes out to the middle and pushes a few divots into the ground or whatever. Bit of fielding. As he faces up now to Mason Crane. And this time he just pushes it out to the leg side fielder just in front of him, and there's no run there, collected by the fielder.
Eddie Byrne was a brave man there under the lid, given Finlay Bean's aggressive intent in the last over.
Certainly some of those shots on the leg side were incredible. As in comes again Mason Crane. This time it's pushed out to the offside and towards the boundary, and in fact it's going to race away to the boundary onto the offside. And more runs, more woe for Mason Crane, and another boundary to Finlay Bean.
Yeah, just slow, and it looked as though he'd get through a tidy over there. That was outside the off stump. It did spin, but not able to find the control that the Yorkshire spinners did, by and large, Moriarty and Bess. And that was just nudged away down to third man for 4. So 163 for 2 as Yorkshire close in on what should be a healthy first innings advantage this evening, with potentially 34 overs remaining if we get them. Hamza bowls, Root plays it to Gully, and there's no run. So well, 34 overs, even with a spinner bowling, that's likely to be a couple of hours' time, and I can't see light permitting play to go on till 6:45 or thereabouts. Morgan might want to draw veil over proceedings as rapidly as possible today, lick their wounds and come back fresh on another day. But they don't have that option, because the darkest clouds are just drifting past, and Hamza bowls to Root, who's on the defensive, playing out on the leg side. Kieran Carlson ambles in from mid-wicket and fields And there is no run. You're listening to BBC Sport Online. Nasser Hanif and myself, Nick Webb. If you want to... sounds a bit rude saying send me an X message. You know what I mean. Twitter in everyone's language. NickWeb 2017 or nickweb2017@gmail.com on the emails. As Hamza bowls, and that's played towards mid-wicket by Joe Root. And there's no run.
You do wonder actually why Sam Northeast hasn't brought in some of the other bowlers, because they certainly had more control. Even Kieran Carlson, 3 overs for just 11, and Jamie McElroy, 5 overs for 15. One of those two perhaps could have been brought in, but no, he's persisted with Mason Crane.
Edward Cooper, who's watching from the Eastern Terrace, says Yorkshire have got some lights on. Heated seats would be much appreciated. Hamza bowls to Root, works it to mid-wicket. Carlson threatens to have a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Bean retreats and makes his ground. So tough going for Glamorgan bowlers. Conversely, Yorkshire's batters tucking in after tea and getting the scoreboard racing away and giving those chilly home spectators something to enthuse about. Hamza to Root, drives on the offside beautifully, beating the diving Crane at point and racing away to the ropes on the eastern side of the ground, and just offered a little bit of width for the first time in a couple of overs by Mir Hamza, and Root making no mistake, leaning into the drive and timing that one very nicely indeed. So Nasser will be back in half an hour or so, and Jonathan Doidge be joining me here on the BBC commentary as Hamza in again round the wicket, and Root just angles the bat on that one, plays it down to third man, goes through for a single, and Joe Root just looking absolutely untroubled so far in this innings. Finley Bean maybe playing the bigger shots at the other end, but certainly Glamorgan look fairly desperate at the moment at 168 for 2.
Yeah, fairly devoid of ideas, and 6 and over in the first innings of a championship match under lights on a turning pitch that's on its 4th day. It's a bit of a head scratcher from well, certainly from Sam Northeast's point of view as the fielding captain here. What can he do to try and break this up? So Root on 36. It's going to be Mason Crane. 6 overs for 58 so far. Just that 1 wicket in first delivery. Root steps across slightly and nudges it backward of square leg for a single, and that's the way, isn't it? It's just always the way with Joe. It will tick and tick and tick, and he'll put the bad ones away. And then Finley Bean really has opened his shoulders to say that he took a while to get off the mark. Not quite sure how many balls that was, but since he scored his first run, his strike rate must be well over 100, I would think. And he tries a reverse sweep this time and makes a connection of sorts with it, gets it away out to what originally would have been backward point. 1 run. He really has been opening his shoulders. 11 4s and 2 6s now. And I think Yorkshire supporters will back me up on this, but probably Finley Bean's, probably his most entertaining knock in that respect. He's certainly having a go as Root flicks one off his legs through mid-wicket for a single. And from Yorkshire's point of view, it's been good to see. I know not from Glamorgan's. 77 this partnership. They came together when Massud was out the 3rd ball of the 19th over. So only 9 overs to put on 77 runs. As he steps back this time, Finley Bean, to a delivery from round the wicket at him, and once again playing with the spin sensibly, just nudges it away, backward of square leg for 1. So without blinking, they've got 1 off every ball of the over so far. Root back on strike. Here comes Crane over the wicket, and again he's got that one wrong down the leg side. It's a beautiful shot by Joe Root. Paddle sweep, latched onto it really well, and he knows there is a long leg down there, but he made sure he got it much finer than that. Really good placement. He's on to 42. Partnership already 82.
Yeah, he's used that fine leg area pretty well so far, hasn't he, Joe Root?
Plays it well. And I said, I think when I was on last time with Nasser, that when he came out after Massud's dismissal, it could change things because of the left-hand, right-hand combi. Might just, you know, mix things up as it does, makes it difficult for bowlers. We know leg spin for Mason Crane is a difficult skill to master. And it's hard enough when you've got 2 batters who bat the same way, let alone when you've got 2 batters who bat differently. Both top order batters and one who happens to be one of the all-time great players.
Nowhere to hide. Been smashing them all over the park, and Root knocking it, driving it, sweeping it, all sorts.
Here's Crane again then, after a bit of a discussion about what they were going to do with that delivery, and it turns out it was a better one because Root treated it with a bit of respect and pushed it back. So end of the 29th over, that's all they've played here. It's got a T20 feeling about it almost. 176 for 2, Bean on 71, Root on 42, and Crane now 1 for 66 from 7 overs.
Ouch.
Just 45 behind the Yorkies at the moment. Just checking on the diamonds again because they started to pick up some wickets.
Yeah, it looks like a tight finish though. Central Sparks just regrouping. 171 for 5, needing 46 more off 9.4 with 5 wickets left. So that game's swinging back and forth. Western Storm batters going well. 266 for 5. They need a further 30 off 4.4. With Sophie Luff 49 not out, Danny Gibson 43 not out. Really healthy stand between those two. As Hamza bowls, and behind it is Bean defending up to Harris at mid-off, no run. So Western Storm involved in a second big chase at home. They won on Duckworth Lewis a couple of days ago at Taunton. Today they're at Bristol, chasing 296. Need 30 off 4.4. With 2 batters well set. 176 for 2. Yorkshire certainly have 2 batters well set as Hamza's in to bowl to Bean, who drives back past him, past the umpire, past the stumps, past the fielders, and past the boundary. 180 for 2.
Yeah, lovely shot.
Run a ball stuff from Bean and Root.
Just ever so slightly overpitched. And a classic straight drive.
And Hamza hasn't done a lot wrong in this spell, but unable to put the brakes on, really. And Yorkshire cantering along. 180 for 2, just 41 behind. Hamza bowls, short delivery. Bean pulls it, was looking towards fine leg. The fine leg fielder was looking for the ball, and it ended up somewhere in the vicinity of the wicketkeeper. So, looking at the replay, he didn't. It was just a back flick from Chris Cook. He didn't actually make any contact with it. But yes, I know I'm of a certain age and the eyes are going, but it might be quite difficult if the fielders are looking for the ball out there in the middle. Hamza into bowl. Bean forces this one towards point, but it's Fielded there by the scampering Crane, and there's no run.
Yeah, when I was off air, there was a boundary hit square out this side. I can't remember whether it was Root or Bean who hit it, but whoever was fielding not so far away,
Yeah,
just was.
Harris didn't have a clue where it was, and it wasn't in the end a catch. It was went about 3/4 of the way to the boundary, but certainly didn't have much of an idea of where the ball was, and wouldn't have caught it unless it had whacked him in the chest, I don't think. As Hams is in to bowl, and that's punched off the back foot through the offside by Finley Bean. Crane is off in pursuit. He'll pick it up just inside the cover point boundary, running over the used wickets, and it's an easy 2 runs to Bean, who gallops on to 77, which is now his highest score of the season, I believe.
Yep.
Beating the previous best of 73. And he's done it at barely more than a run a ball. As Yorkshire, since lunch, have taken a very firm grip on this game.
And he didn't score off his first 18 balls.
As that is a short ball from Hamza, down leg side, Bean ducks underneath it. That's one way to get a dot ball, 182 for 2.
Thanks to the Oracle, Howard Ferguson, up there on the PA mic. Thought I might check in with him, and he may have kept his own record. I might be doing him a disservice if I say I'm sure he'll have got that off the scorers, but it might be the latter as well. But Finley Bean off the mark on his 19th delivery and has now faced 81 for 77 runs. So as I thought, that strike rate since he got off the mark has been some way over 100.
Dropped on 6. Cotton bowl chance to Harris.
Yeah, and it wasn't the most difficult, really. There was a bit of loop about it, so that gives you a bit of time, doesn't it, to make the readjustment, but he couldn't quite do that. It was wide of him.
And at last a bowling change as Mason Crane. I've got absolutely nothing against Mason Crane if any of his family or friends are listening, but I think for his own good and for the team's good, he might have been pulled maybe 3 overs earlier from the attack once it was clear that Yorkshire were getting after him.
7 overs for 66, economy rate of 9.42. Yeah, he's found it tough out there on a pitch that we know turns, because Dan Moriarty was getting turned without hitting the foot marks earlier in the day, and we also saw Mason hit the foot marks and get some purchase, but just under pressure, not easy, and against a left-hand right-hand combination under pressure, very much so. So Kieran Carlson, who I was reading his first-class stats out earlier, clearly fewer wickets than Mason Crane, less used.
Yeah, he's had to bowl quite a bit in the last couple of seasons, in the absence of a specialist spinner quite often.
See how he performs here against Joe Root, who's not the worst player, as he steps back and just nudges this one square on the offside first ball. It was just short of length, 1 run.
He took a 5 for on in his first day in first-class cricket, in fact, against Northants as a precocious teenager, but hasn't added any 5 for since then. Albeit he's turned into a very useful one-day cup bowler. Rather strangely, but he's had to work in some unpromising positions in Championship cricket.
Same here. Is round the wicket here to Finley Bean, who steps back and laces this one, but can't get it past point.
Yorkshire supporters will no doubt be delighted to learn that Lancashire are 92 for 9 against Kent. Still 169 behind.
That is received with great sadness. Carlson in, and Bean strokes down the ground to deepish mid-on. They pick up an easy 1.
Somerset look as though they'll complete victory over Essex this evening. 90 for 2, chasing 167. Renshaw out for 35, Dixon for 42. But Somerset well on the way.
Carlson in and Root with a lovely reverse sweep there, got it fine. It just, everything about that looks like a well practiced and well thought out shot. If he puts it in that area, this is going. Nobody there in the field to defend it. And Root picks up 4 more. Moves on to 47.
Almost unobtrusively, really.
Yeah.
Well, Beans bashed them, Root stroked them.
There must be some sort of vegetable joke in there, Root and Bean. Here is Carlson, and that's flicked off the legs by Root, backward of square leg. Oh, stopped with the foot there by Tom Bevan. Maybe Cardiff didn't do well enough for him today, and he's just showing what he can do for a bit of trial for next year.
Not often you see that in the first-class game, is it?
No.
Use of the number 11 boot. Well done, Tom Bevan.
There'll be a few of those around the villages this afternoon, I'm sure. Root waits and flicks this one through mid-wicket this time along the deck, and that single will bring him yet another first-class 50. That's 82 of those now to go with 44. Yes, 44 first-class hundreds. Well played, Joe Root. It's taken him 51 minutes, 44 deliveries, and during that time he's hit 8 fours.
This is turning into a quite a painful watch from the Welsh point of view this evening, as Yorkshire now just 30 runs behind, still with 8 wickets in hand, and really going like, well, Bethan Express train, the Japanese bullet train, the Shinkansen. James Harris is going to have another go from the Kirkstall Lane end, running away from us at the pavilion. And he was a little bit wayward to the left-handers earlier on. Gives a chance to bowl to the right-hander, but it's Joe Root, who's on 50, not out. Harris, a man who's been around the block on enough occasions to know what's what. And he's bowling with just 2 slips and 4 saving the single, 3 men out as Harris bowls, and Root plays the first ball to Root. That's cover. Joe to Billy. Well, Joe did Billy a favour by dropping him at slip early in his innings. I don't think Joe needs any favours back at the moment off Billy. It's all going Yorkshire's way. Deep square leg. Third man and fine leg also out as Harris bowls. Down leg side. Root fails to get a touch on it, and Cook takes it. Chris Cook in his testimonial season has got a series of events lined up, as most beneficiaries do. Been in the Glamorgan first team squad since 2011, having been picked up from league cricket in Hampshire following brief first class experience in South Africa. Harris bowls. Root clips this one away through mid wicket, runs the first one hard. He obviously wants 2 there, and well, the throw came in, and Bean had to hurry to get back to the non-striker's end as the bails came off, but Bean was safely home, and good throw from Carlson next to the stumps. Harris whipped them off just in case, but nothing doing. 193 for 2. Root on 52 not out. And Harris drops that one a little bit short. Root swung it away on the leg side. It'll be picked up at fine leg. Bit of relay fielding by the 2 men in the deep. And that is the century partnership up off just 79 balls between these two for the 3rd wicket. So practicing for the T20 season already, although presumably Root won't be involved in that. 195 for 2. Harris in bowls to Root, who blocks that one up to mid-on, and there were a few half shouts, just as if in fact they might have had a case that it was a bit pad first, but it was outside off stump. As it continues to be the home supporters who have much to celebrate in these chilly conditions. Harris is on his way in to bowl short and pulled away down towards fine leg, and again Root has found a useful channel down there. Fine of fine leg. I think that's about 4 boundaries he's hit in that area of the ground, just helping it on its way as Yorkshire move up to 199 for 2. Root on 58, not out. The good news for any putative spectators thinking about coming along tomorrow is that the Met Office reckons it's going to be some 5 degrees warmer than today. Balmy, however you spell that, 18 Celsius it's alleged in the Headingley area.
That's good, because I went out for a walk when I was off air. So I walked around the back and stood down the bottom corner for a little while and back, and it is cold out there, I've got to say. And I've not removed the level 3 clothing all day in the box. It's been so nippy. So, still 29 overs of cricket to be played today. Where will we be come the close? Carlson bowling here to Bean, who drops that one into the offside. Northeast patrolling in at shortish extra cover does the fielding. Can only think that the light might be the one possible interruption to what remains of the day's play. Carlson is in short, that's hammered away by Finley Bean, and absolutely zero idea, Hamza, where that had gone. Asking his teammate, and his teammate said for 4.
It's behind you.
82 to Finley Bean, 200 up, 203 for 2. Just 18 runs behind, and they've done that in only 32 overs and 2 balls. 79 overs, I think it was, wasn't it? The Glamorgan innings, yep, 79 overs. Carlson is in, stepping back. Bean aggressively cuts that one. Can't get it past Bevan. Backward of point. He's still got to attack here, Sam Northeast. He wants to take wickets. He can't just push men out all over the place, but he has got 2 sweepers and a man deep at long on. Bean just dropping one into the leg side this time. And there is no run. Here's Carlson again, wide on the crease. Bean steps back and this time cuts pretty much square. Billy Root is out there as the sweeper and returns it for the concession of 1. 110 the partnership, 79 balls, Nick said, and 75 minutes, that's all it took to rattle up 100. More passing air traffic there from Fuerteventura.
Glamorgan would quite be happy to be on the beach at Corralejo.
Maybe they can catch the 8:43 to Cardiff from just up the road. Carlson is in, and there's an appeal for LBW as Root throws his pad to meet the ball outside the line. Not out, says umpire Mark Newell. James Wharton with tabard on makes his way on with something for Mr. Root by the looks of things, because the helmet's coming off. So 33 gone, 28 remain. At the pace they're getting through them, we're probably still looking at the thick end of 7 o'clock here for a finish. Good luck if you wanted to enjoy your Saturday night out.
Is the light going to last that long?
It's not really changed very much, has it?
No, but we were off at 6 yesterday, weren't we?
Yeah, it felt like it had got a bit better earlier on, mentioned a couple of times, but I think it's probably dimmed somewhat since then. And of course, if Glamorgan do want to go off, they want to keep the seamers on for a few overs.
Indeed, they'd be very grateful to reach the sanctuary of the pavilion, I suspect, as Harris bowls to Bean, who's forced into a defensive prod for once. Ball rolls to cover, and there is no run. Yorkshire just 17 runs behind, having scored at 6.15 runs per over, which is spectacular stuff. Otis Gibson and his coaching team will be purring at this day's display, I suspect, as Harris bowls and Bean plays to cover. No run.
It's the sort of way that they've said that they want to play for ages, and for one reason or another it's never really quite come off.
Well, there's a lot of talk about playing attacking, entertaining cricket. That's what most coaches say, but in the last few hours it's gone their way. Harris bowls, Bean whips it round towards square leg. Man from fine leg can't cut it off as it thumps into the advertising hoardings, and that is 4 more for Finley Bean, who's on 87 not out, 208 for 2. It feels like in the next few minutes it'll be into the territory of Jonathan commentating on everything that Finley Bean faces, to get the home commentator on for 3 figures. 13 away from that, unlucky in Australia. Harris will try his luck from around the wicket and dispatches Billy Root to the square leg boundary, so there's only one saving the single on the leg side. So Bean drives it through the offside instead, and will pick up 4 more to move into the 90s. 216 for 2, and Yorkshire are just 5 runs behind with so much power to add. And Glamorgan are going to be facing a very big task to try and save this game in the 3rd innings and set Yorkshire anything in the 4th innings at this rate. Carlson wandered back looking suspiciously at the ball. Hamza just tosses it back to James Harris. Nothing I can do about this at the moment, says Hamza, under his breath maybe. Harris bowls full length, driven by Bean, but straight to mid-on. There's no run. 212 for 2 Yorkshire. Oh, I thought they were 216 for 2 a moment ago. I must have got ahead of myself. Or the board put up the runs more quickly than I'd thought. 212 for 2. Bean 91, Root 58. Harris, right arm around the left arm-handed Bean, who drives to Hamza at mid-off. There is no run. And that's the end of the over. 212 for 2, 9 in arrears, as Andy Gorvin arrives wearing 11 as a substitute fielder. Someone obviously needing to change their boots or take a convenience break or something. As well, there's a few enjoying a beverage or two on the terraces in their finery. Looks like a few bottles of something expensive have been opened there. Some sort of reception.
It's like a wedding, isn't it?
Looks like a wedding reception.
That's it then. Once this is done today, we know where we're at for the evening out. I think we'll get in this gear.
Oh dear, I was wearing a tie yesterday and all. There we are. A few in their finery, and a few hardy ladies in sleeveless dresses.
And Kieran Carlson to bowl to Joe Root, who tries that reverse sweep that was successful in bringing him runs a couple of overs ago. Not so on this occasion. Still a slip and a short leg in place. There is an area backward of point that he can exploit if he gets the opportunity. Now he's got underneath one here and chipped it down towards fine leg. There was nobody anywhere near it, so it was safe, but probably just about his least convincing stroke of the 60 that he's put on the board. 7 the deficit. Crane just moving his mid-wicket a little bit squarer as he comes into bowl to Root once again, and it's flicked in that general direction, backward of square in fact. Bevan round to field and one more run.
Well, I think Root's done enough to show that he's ready for England this summer, and it's probably about time he was retired in this innings by the England management to manage his workload.
Should imagine he probably will be. Carlson round the wicket now to bowl to Bean, who plays a forward defensive push straight back to the bowler.
Don't want to strain yourself too much, Joe. He's overtaken his brother.
Carlson past Newell, short, pulled by Bean. He struck that very hard through mid-wicket. There was an attempted dive out there to try and stop it, but he gave that some bottom hand and laced it away. 95 to Finlay Bean.
Yeah, and even the man there saving the single at mid-wicket was ducking, not able to pick it up. No short leg, but Finlay Bean's causing a bit of danger there. And Mason Crane looks rather rueful.
So Bean waits, then getting closer now. Carlson round the wicket, and this time throws him one up that he has to come forward to and push into the offside to Sam Northeast, end of the over. So Bean 95, Root 61, partnership already 125, and at Yorkshire 2 behind at 219 for 2.
So within potentially a blow of taking a first innings lead here at Headingley on BBC Sport Online. Western Storm have gone down to Southern Vipers by 4 runs, so a crash of wickets at the end as they fell just short. Sophie Luff and Danny Gibson out for 51 apiece. Heather Knight was run out for 62, half century as well for Fran Wilson, but chasing 296, Southern Vipers are victorious. And looks as though Northern Diamonds are going to go down as well, as James Harris starts a new over, and Bean for once on the Root for once on the defensive plays it back to him. As Central Sparks have found a 6-wicket partnership that's put them within sight of victory. 201 for 5, chasing 217 to win. They need 16 off 3.4 overs, with 2 well-set batters there, Katie George and Bethan Ellis. Harris on his way over the wicket to Root, who blocks it back to Harris. No run. Comes to something when you've got the England star former captain at the wicket, scoring it better than a run a ball, and the temporary focus is on Finlay Bean's century in 3 figures. As Harris runs away from us and bowls to Root, who pulls that one down towards fine leg. There's a sprawling attempt at a stop, and the man down there in the deep, Jamie McIlroy, has indeed saved a couple of runs at full stretch in the far distance.
Yeah, good dive.
Oh, that was a superb dive from the fast bowler. smothered it at full stretch and kept them down to 2. Root to 63 not out. 221 for 2. Scores are level. Yorkshire with 8 wickets in hand. Frightening stuff on the scoreboard from the visitors' point of view. Glamorgan just down to 1 slip, 5 saving the single. As Harris bowls to Root, who works it off his legs, and a smattering of applause from beneath us for the fact that Yorkshire have a first innings lead at 222 for 2. Richie.
Now you've done it, I won't.
Northern Diamonds have just claimed a 6th Sparks wicket at Edgbaston. 15 needed off 3 with 4 wickets in hand. The home side there. Harris in. Bowls, and Bean for once, the first time in a long time, is beaten, prodding outside off stump. Got the feeling the way Bean's batting, you had better take over commentary just in case he hits a 6, yeah?
Yeah, he's hit a couple of those so far, plus 16 fours now. Here comes Harris then. Bean waits. This one just outside off stump and pushed to Kieran Carlson in the covers to complete that over with a dot. 25 to go today. The run rate still a huge 6.17, given how long they've sustained that over 36 overs. So, what did I say again? 79 overs for Glamorgan to get to 221 all out. Yorkshire passed that in 35.4, less than half the time.
Shows their dominance of proceedings, really. Tom Bevan is going to get his first bowl in first-class cricket. Have a go, Tom. His bowling skills have apparently developed quite nicely in practice and in training, and now he's got to bowl his first ball at Joe Root. Off spin.
Yep. We'll see how he goes then. Joe Root. He's faced a few of these before in his time. Will he try and dominate Tom Bevan a bit along the Mason Crane tactics? Not with the first ball, nudged into the onside and fielded by Sam Northeast. They've gone mid-on, mid-off. Short extra cover. Sweeper square on the offside. Man backward of square 45 on the offside. Long leg. And then a sweeper out at mid-wicket who's going to go and field this one now. Billy Root fielding Joe's well-struck shot through that region. Northeast is at straight mid-wicket. And there's also a mid-on who's now become mid-off because Finlay Bean is on strike with that single to Joe. 129 runs this partnership worth for the 3rd wicket so far.
Another wicket for Northern Diamonds. Central Sparks 7 down, still needing 15.
Yeah, might be able to swing it back their way. Go the Diamonds. Meanwhile, Bevan going here, bowling there to Bean, who pushes that one into the offside. No run. The wicket's shared out as well. Our very own Katie Levick, 2 for 35 off 10. Sophia Turner 1 for 50 off her 10. 1 for 31 off 10 for Erin Burns, so they've all bowled out as Bean pushes another one into the offside there. No run. Jess Woolston's got 5 overs remaining. If they're going to use her, Phoebe Turner 3 more. Holly Armitage bowling at the moment. She's got a wicket. 1 for 34 off 6. Oh, in her 6th. Meanwhile, back at Headingley, Bevan bowling to Bean. Wide of off stump, and Finlay, sensible little push out to the sweeper Billy Root in the offside. That moves him on to 96 with a single. Last ball of this Bevan over. First one of the match for him. And Root just rocking away on the back foot there to try and get it away backward of point. In the end, replays the shot as if he was trying to get it away backward of square, but either way it was a dot. So 224 for 2 after 37, and still 24 to go today. If that's 24 overs of spin, then we might get out of here before midnight. But it's going to be Harris to continue at the Kirkstall Lane end, and Finley Bean on strike, and possibly one stroke away from another landmark innings. Harris then making his way in to bowl right arm around the wicket at Bean, who stepped across and tried to flick that one away, and that on another day any sort of connection would have been 4 backward of square, but he missed out. Root just having a wander down for a word or two in his shell like. Probably something to the effect of, it's yours, just play sensibly. So Harris turns again. Shadowing, following him in to bowl this now to Bean, who gets an inside contact on it towards Sam Northeast at mid-on. No run. So maybe a little bit of wobble off the seam there for Jamie Harris. Some more passing air traffic over the top of the Howard Sound of the bird variety. Harris comes in, and Bean just content at the moment to wait for the bad ball. Pushes it to mid-off, no run.
Can I withdraw my previous remarks about Tom Bevan not having bowled in first-class cricket? I clearly wasn't paying attention in September 22 when he bowled 2 overs against Derbyshire.
How very dare you. 224 for 2. Harris making his way in again to Bean, who gets one away backward of square leg this time, but it's too square to beat the field. Billy Root out there will return it, and they will get through for 1.
So that was his 3rd over in first-class cricket, not his first. Makes all the difference. Make all the difference if he gets one of these 2 out.
Are you doing this or me? Root pushes forward into the offside then, and there's no run.
I've got confused. It's easily done these days.
It is when you get to when we're following one batter rather than one end.
Where are we? Root on strike, 65 then. Harris to finish off his 8th over. A slip 5 saving the single. And bowls, and Root is forward playing it gently to cover. So Root has 65, Bean 97. It's 225 for 2. Yorkshire leading by 4 runs, and Finley Bean will be back on strike.
And I've just had a message from my mum, who's just up the road at Horsforth Hall Park watching their local match against Rawdon. Andrew Bairstow, brother of Johnny, playing in that match for Horsforth Hall Park, and also Charlie Greatbatch, who is son of Mark. And she says she's been speaking to Mark at the park just up the road this afternoon. Mark famously got a ton here for New Zealand against England in a one-day international, and used to play locally at I think Bradford first of all, then played for Putty St Lawrence and also for Yeadon during the 80s in particular. Good to see that he's back over these shores and in good nick, as this first delivery of Bevan's over is short of length, and Bean cuts that one out towards towards cover for a single.
Geraint Lewis on Twitter. Bowling is poor. Hamza could improve given more time to get used to British conditions. We haven't got that luxury. Tim van der Hoogten may add something. I think we'll struggle to take 20 wickets again this season. Something Glamorgan only managed once last year.
Bevan over the wicket, and Root stepping across outside off stump to try and work it backward of square leg side. Missed out. Cook cleaning up. 65 to Root. And in he comes again, Bevan, and he struck that one very firmly. Joe Root timed it really well out to his brother, who's sweeping. Picks up one. Really did race away. He's got the same number on the board as on his back at this moment in time. 227 for 2. Finley Bean on 98 and driving to mid-off. Can't get it past the fielder there.
Mir Hamza waiting to come back on after a change of boots.
Bevan in again. This time Bean stepping back and cutting. Didn't quite get all of it, I don't think. Fielded at backward point this time. Finley having to be patient here. But he'll be well served to continue doing so. Bevan is in. Bean down the ground to mid-off. Can't get it past the fielders. All of a sudden, he's hitting the fielders and not the gaps. And he remains 98 not outs at the end of over number 39, with Yorkshire on 227 for 2, a lead of 6.
Mir Hamza is back on, and the sub Andy Gorvin will trot off carrying a helmet, as Glamorgan don't need anything in the way of close fielders at the moment. Been finding the first 98 runs easy to get, and then a couple of dot balls within sight of a century. Root on 66, on strike. James Harris to bowl. Edward Bevan tells us he's just come in after a day of sunshine. Lucky Edward on the Trabanos Riviera. Harris in to bowl to Root, who plays that one to backward point, fielded by a diving crane. Has the pitch died, or is it poor bowling? Well, Glamorgan haven't bowled well and consistently, and Yorkshire have batted very well, taking the attack to them and completely dominated. Really, for most of this innings, rattling along at, well, it's just dipped below 6 runs and over now. Harris in to bowl to Root, who clips that one into the leg side, fielded by Bevan at mid-wicket. And there's no run. And Glamorgan at lunch were reasonably placed at 194 for 6, we thought. But if you have to wait until both sides are batted to assess things, well, Yorkshire don't look like they're batting on the equivalent of a fourth day pitch, this pitch having been used before. Harris bowls, Root works it off his legs, Bevan at mid-wicket intercepts, and there is no run. Sporting Lives 1 for Jonathan on X/Twitter, Web 2017. And not sure if Welsh followers will have much cheer to contribute to the debate. Yorkshire supporters certainly have. Harris into Joe Root, and he's worked that one down towards backward square. Kieran Carlson, for once, finds himself sweeping on the boundary, which is unusual. Single taken, and therefore it is Finley Bean back on strike on 98, Jonathan.
To passing air traffic once again. This time one on its way out. So, Harris just waiting for the ball to come back to him. 228 for 2. Harris round the wicket bowling here to Bean, who's got it away this time through the covers, and Finlay Bean brings up his 4th first-class 100. It took him a while to get going and a while to get the last few, but in the middle he was absolutely red hot. He's got 102 in 111 deliveries, including 17 fours and 2 sixes. He's not had the easiest of starts to the season, but he'll feel much, much better now.
Well, it has been really a dominating innings, and there was precious little sign of it, wasn't there, in the first 10-15 minutes at the crease, but once he got his first run, he hasn't looked back. Here's Harris then into bowl to Bean, who runs that one down towards gully. There is no run. End of the Harris over. I think I've overstayed my welcome on commentary. And Nasser Hanif will join Jonathan Doidge while I go and compose some words for the BBC Sport website.
Yeah, super stuff then from Finlay Bean. 167 minutes of batting. We know about his powers of concentration, but he'll be delighted to have nailed that first ton of the season. It's only his 35th first-class innings, and he's now made 4 of those into centuries. Not sure about you folks, but I think that's a pretty good strike rate. And he's had 4 other 50s in addition. He was dropped on 6, and he has made Glamorgan pay. Looks as though Bevan is going to continue, and Nasser is back alongside to take us through it.
Yeah, Bevan coming into bowl, or readying himself anyway to come into bowl with what's been a bit of a run fest this afternoon, with Joe Root joining Finlay Bean, and Finlay Bean scoring his century, of course, which you've just heard about just a few moments ago. Yorkshire certainly in a fantastic position as Bevan comes in, and this first delivery is punched towards the leg side. And the 2 batsmen collect a single, taking the score on to 233 for 2. Finlay Bean 102, and on the other side it's Joe Root, of course. He's on 68. As in comes Bevan again, and this one again punched towards the offside. Going to the fielder just in the around the gully region, and there's no run. So Yorkshire with a slender lead of 12 runs as this next delivery is punched out into the offside again. And there's no run. In comes Bevan again, and this time it's swept towards the leg side fielder, and again picked up cleanly this time by the fielder. And again, no further additions to the Yorkshire total. It's a quietish over as I've come in to talk about it. In comes Bevan again, and this time it's just played just out in front of him by Finlay Bean. Certainly Yorkshire on top of proceedings for most of this session, if not all. Healthy run rate, 5.75. As in comes Bevan again, and this last ball is just punched towards the leg side, and the 2 batsmen scamper through for a single, throw at the stumps. No real trouble for either batsman, and they pick up another single. And at the end of the over, it is Yorkshire who are on 234 for the loss of 2 wickets. The 2 batsmen in are Joe Root on the one side, and of course He's on 68, joined on the other side by Finlay Bean. Centurion, 102 runs to him.
Yeah, and great day as far as he's concerned. Joe Root trying to make it into another very, very good one for him. And what a partnership so far, 140. Jamie McElroy coming back on at this Kirkstall Lane end then for over number 42 of this Yorkshire first innings. 13 runs on and still plenty of time left today to try and advance that score and get into a really strong position here. McElroy just going through a couple of looseners.
I guess that next target will be that 250 mark, won't it, to get those batting points in?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do in terms of trying to win the match or going for batting points. They've made it so that they've certainly got a choice here, because they really have speeded the game up with the rate they've scored at. He has now dipped below 6, but that's fine. 5.71. McElroy is in, and that's turned through mid-wicket. First ball of his over by Finlay Bean, who's going to get a couple. Billy Root round to do the fielding, and again stepping carefully near that boundary edge. I'm not surprised, actually. I was out there last week during the Derbyshire game, and there's just been so much precipitation around for so long, hasn't there? There's been barely any respite. That still a bit soft towards the edges of the ground. Understandable that the fielders have taken a bit more care there. So 236 for 2. Root with that single moved on to 68, and Bean back on strike. McElroy in. Bean steps back and hauls this one away square on the leg side for 6. The sort of shot that his opening partner Adam Lyth would be proud of, because he plays that so well, and Bean hammered it away backward of square and picked up a half dozen himself. 111 now to Finlay Bean. Read the length so quick there and latched onto it.
Right off the middle of the bat as well.
Yeah, big booming pull. So 242 for 2. And McElroy, who was pretty tight early doors, also going out of the park. Just had a word from his captain, Sam Northeast, who strolled over from mid-on. What will he come up with here in response? Left arm over the wicket, Bean left-handed, pushing back, and McElroy fielding in his follow-through. .148 now, this unbroken third wicket partnership. And it's been entertaining, absolutely entertainment of the highest order to watch it. But I say, with Glamorgan supporters in mind, probably listening from behind the sofa, if you like, or watching and listening from behind the sofa as McElroy's in again and Bean pushes up to Hamza at mid-off, and there's no run. It's not been an easy watch, I'm sure, because scoring at this rate you don't often see for a sustained period in a first-class innings. You might get it for the first few overs. Somebody gets off to a flyer. You might have a little spell where you see it for a few overs, but not for 41.4. McElroy in again, and Bean punching up to Hamza at mid-off. There's no run. And as you might expect in the situation like this, the fielding side, it's a bit quiet, isn't it, out there? There's not a lot being said. There's one or two of the players having a little chit-chat with each other. But there's not that upbeat, come on boys, all together in this sort of feel about things at this moment in time. A wicket, maybe 2, might change all that. But a lot of hard yakka at the moment, as McElroy's latest delivery is just turned into the onside and fielded by Bevan, who'll keep the ball, I think, to go and bowl at the Howard Stand end. 42 overs complete. 21 the Yorkshire lead now at 242 for 2. Just checking back in before I let you go on the next over, Nasser, on the diamonds. And it looks as though they've won by 1 run.
Wow.
Wow, what a comeback. And they looked dead and buried, didn't they?
Yeah.
Halfway with the Sparks only, I think I'm right in saying they were 1 down, maybe 2 at the halfway stage. Holly Armitage finishing with 3 for 40 there from her 7 overs, and they've won it by a run.
Right, as Bevan comes in, and Joe Root was trying something bizarre, trying some reverse sweep type of shot. Didn't really connect, and the ball seemed to just, it didn't connect and ended up hitting the wicketkeeper in the end and just trickled out. So no real run there. All the fancy shots seem to be coming out now as Joe Root faces up again to Bevan, and this next one he tries it again, but this time it comes off the bat instead and goes behind square for a single.
That must have been an absolute thriller to be at. We did a game here. Yorkshire beat Northants in a 4-day match by 1 run 3 seasons ago, I think it was now. That was a fantastic game to cover. So to be there this afternoon, we've had some thrills here, but what a comeback that was.
As in comes Bevan again. This next delivery is punched square by Finley Bean. There's no run there. Straight to the fielder. Yeah, often in cricket you get those dramatic ends. And I think that's what we've probably witnessed in that game this afternoon as Bevan comes in again. And this one is played up and over by Finley Bean. Up and over it goes, straight to the boundary. Over long off, and 4 more runs.
150 partnership, 76 of them from Finley Bean's bat and 69 from Joe Root's, and it's taken 145 balls, that's all, to put on 153 runs.
And the problem Glamorgan are facing is none of the 6 bowlers so far have exerted any control at all whatsoever on these Yorkshire batsmen. Thomas Bevan trying, and he comes in again and tries again. This time it's square cut by Finley Bean, and it'll race towards the boundary but pulled in by the fielder, and they'll collect a single. Taking the Yorkshire score on to 248 for 2. I tell you, I need an eye test. That's how I need. In comes Bevan again, and this one played out towards the mid-off boundary. It's going to race away. In fact, it's going to get to the boundary. Yes, it is. It's the fielder was chasing it, but he couldn't get there, and Root with another boundary. The runs certainly coming thick and fast here. That lead from Yorkshire increasing by the minute, and they head towards that 250 mark.
Yeah, lovely shot by Joe. 250 up, first batting point. So 4 of those bonus points in the match so far for Yorkshire. So far Glamorgan yet to achieve one. They will do when they get another wicket. And Yorkshire just pressing on. Nearly 6 and over, being on 116 now. Root on 73. Partnership 158 in very quick time. Just having a change in the field here. McIlroy's going to continue. North East wants his 3rd man to move round to backward point. Other than that, it's as you were. McIlroy then. Left arm over from the Kirkstall Lane end, and Bean gets a delivery on leg stump. Unfortunately for him, he got a good contact, but he hit it straight to long leg. Bang in line with it, so keeping them to 1. Finley's highest first-class score to date, 135. So he's getting on towards that sort of level. A little bit of a way to go still before Joe Root gets to his highest first-class score of 254. He's on 73 and facing McIlroy, who's going left arm round the wicket to him here. Just drags that one down slightly and is picked off for a single down to fine leg. Will we get through these 17 overs? Well, as I say, there's been no major change throughout the day, really, in terms of the light. Felt like it got a little bit brighter for a short spell. The cloud is set in, but it's fairly high. McIlroy in again and over the wicket this time to Bean, who's flicking square on the leg side. Billy Root coming into field, and they pick up another one. 161, they just go on and on. This pair came together following the dismissal of Shan Massud, who must be kicking himself now. 34 in as many deliveries, including 5 fours, before being caught by Ed Byram at short leg off Mason Crane. That was halfway through the 19th over. The score 94 at that stage. So around about 25 overs for this partnership, which is increasing by at least one more as Root flicks one through mid-wicket and Carlson comes in off the boundary to field. 255, 256 for 2, I should say. Once again, the field changes. The umpire, Mark Newell, moves from one side to the other to take up his position at square leg to the left-hander now. Everybody's got to change. The bowler, in particular, has got to try and make an adjustment. And that's something that during the last 25 overs or so, all the Glamorgan bowlers have clearly found just a little bit challenging. McIlroy's in again and punched off the back foot through the covers by Finlay Bean. Carlson sweeping keeps them to another one. McIlroy, one ball to come in his 7th over, has gone for 28 so far. And Mark Newell getting in his steps in this over. He's gone from 30 yards from the stumps one side to the other about 4 or 5 times now. McIlroy switching himself to go round the wicket to Root once again here. And Joe, with one of his well-known out shots, just runs it away down to third man with a bit of width on the ball from McIlroy. End of the over. Root on to 76. Partnership now at 164, and Yorkshire's lead is 37 at 258 for 2.
Yeah, so no respite for any of these Glamorgan bowlers by the looks of things. They've tried pretty much everything this afternoon. No real joy for anyone. I think we're going to continue with Bevan by the looks of things. And it looks like it's going to be Joe Root facing, 66 on his back. And in comes Bevan again. First ball of a new over, and this one is flicked towards the leg side boundary, but it's going to be picked up just inside the ropes as the batsmen come round and collect a couple of runs there for Joe Root. That'll take him on to 78.
Yeah, good running between the wickets. Got a good contact on it.
As in comes Bevan again. And this one, reverse sweep, and that's heading towards the boundary, past the slip fielder, who couldn't keep hold of it, or couldn't stop it from reaching the boundary. So 4 more runs there to Joe Root. A flailing slip fielder just could not stop that from getting to the boundary. More runs for Joe Root, 82 to him now. Yorkshire score now moving quite nicely to 264 for the loss of 2 wickets as Root faces again. And in comes Bevan. This time it's pushed into the offside and they'll collect a single, meaning that Finlay Bean will now face.
Yeah, it looks pretty healthy, doesn't it, when you look down the scorecard and you see that the next man in is Harry Brook.
Harry Brook. Yes, Bevan comes in again, and this next ball is square cut beautifully by Finlay Bean, straight to the boundary, 4 runs to him.
Yeah, tremendous shot. That's one of the best he's played all day. It was telegraphed, wasn't it? It was dropped short. Turning away from him, gave himself a bit more room than that, and he absolutely hammered it away off the back foot through the covers. Belter of a shot. 123 now to Finlay Bean.
And I have to say, the light looks very clear, actually. I can really see the buildings in the distance to the left here of where we're looking, right into the Leeds city centre where all the cranes are. So I don't think there should be an issue about light.
No, we've still got about an hour or so to play.
So Bevan readies himself. And in he comes, and this time, oh, and that's hoiked straight up and over the bowler, and that is going to go for, is it a 6? Let me just have a, it is a 6, yeah, it looked like a 6 from the moment he hit it, actually came straight off the middle of the bat. Let's have a look at this again. Bevan, yeah, straight out of the middle of the bat, and a beautiful shot. 6 runs, 6 as clean as they come. So more woe for Glamorgan and Glamorgan's bowlers, and Bevan in particular. No one able to establish any control or any form of control on any of these Yorkshire batsmen, and certainly the 2 that are in at the moment, both Joe Root and Finlay Bean, dispatching all of them to all parts of Headingley as Bevan comes in again, and this next one is just played back to the bowler, in fact to go through the bowler's legs, and they'll collect a single. So yeah, no control, and Yorkshire 277 now for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah, and I think whether Finlay beats his personal best or not, and I know I totally accept he was put down on 6. He did give 1 chance, but Glamorgan didn't manage to take it. Harris off his own bowling, but I think this is the best I've seen him play, the most confident I've seen him play. Shots all around the ground. He really has taken full toll on just about every opportunity that's been afforded by the bowlers. And I think you'll find that if they walked off now and you had a chat with Joe Root, he'd be throwing all the accolades at Finlay and saying, it was down to him, he's done the job there. I've just been doing what I can do at the other end to keep things ticking, because that's Joe as well. Magnanimous, but I think you'd have to also acknowledge Joe's got 83 and 79. Finlay's got 130 from 132 deliveries. He's been out there 3 hours and 4 minutes now. 19 fours and 4 sixes. And it's just the way that he's kind of tried to lead this from the top of the order, I suppose, is the best way of putting it. And when you take into account he didn't score a run until his 19th delivery, not quite sure, because we're just here in the moment talking ball by ball, but as he got towards his 100, there were a few balls that he hit straight at fielders. Just made sure he got there, patted 1 or 2 back. So the start and the end of that ton was a little slower. The bit in the middle was rapid, and it's continued to be so since, as McIlroy continuing himself at the Kirkstall Lane end, ball short of length, and Finlay Bean right on cue with a pull shot. Billy Root fielding out there on the east side boundary keeps them to 1.
I think, Jonathan, there was also a matter of control, isn't it? You alluded to it there. The early part of his innings was fairly quiet, wasn't it? And then he got going. Unlike the other 2 batsmen who came and went, Adam Lyth and Shah Massud, they really sort of got onto it quite quickly, didn't they? They started scoring the boundaries quite quickly. Finlay Bean's innings was quite different to theirs.
McIlroy in and bowling to Root, who drops that into the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, so Yorkshire went past Glamorgan's 221 after 35.4 overs. We're not quite 10 overs on from that, and they've added a further 56. 6.11 the scoring rate up to at the moment. McIlroy coming in to root once again. Nice flick off the legs, but Bevan perfectly positioned at straight mid-wicket will do the fielding. It's just been really good to see a couple of sessions of play in terms of entertainment value after some fairly turgid stuff, I've got to say, with the Kookaburra in the early part of the campaign in particular. Here's McIlroy again, and that's dropped into the leg side by Joe Root. Bevan again fielding. So 2 balls to come in the over. McIlroy 30 runs against his name from 7 overs and 4 balls. Mighty Mariners said he's been watching the Diamonds. What a win. As McIlroy prepares to come in again and bowl to Root here. And he pushes that one out into the covers. Billy Root doing the fielding, 1 run. Russell Walker says, what a joy today has been watching Yorkshire play. It'd be interesting to see if young Bean decides or is asked to biff for an hour and pushes on and on. What a thought. Well, I don't think he needs to be asked. I think he's just doing it. Emir Evans says, I often see these scoring rates when I'm bowling. Credit Yorkshire, toughest day of the season for Glammy, and a reminder of the hard work ahead of us, not watching from behind the sofa. After my comment early, nice beer in hand, sat firmly in front of the stream. Well, that's good to hear. Listening to the BBC commentary as McIlroy is in, turned backward of square leg by Finlay Bean, who moves on to 132 and is therefore 3 shy of his highest first-class score. 279 for 2 at the end of the 46th.
Yeah, and every single delivery seems to be hitting the middle of these two batsmen's bats. In fact, both batsmen in really, really good form. And there's a gathering in the middle of some of the Glamorgan team to see how they can possibly break up this partnership, which is proving to be a thorn in the side of Glamorgan. And it's going to be Bevan, it looks like, who's going to continue from the Howard stand end. And Finlay Bean is going to be facing. He's on 132. And in comes Bevan. His first one just pushed back to the fielder by Finlay Bean. There's going to be no run. So in comes Bevan again. This one again squirted through into the offside, and the batsman will pick up a single. Bit of a misfield there on the offside, and they'll pick up a single. I guess from a Yorkshire point of view now, keep these two, try not to lose any more wickets today. Not that they've only lost 2. And then come back again tomorrow with Harry Brook there in the wings, as well as this next delivery is played by Joe Root.
Harry will be getting some treatment for pad rash at the moment, won't he?
In comes Bevan again, and Joe Root again sweeps leg side, and they'll pick up a single. All very easy. I guess the only thing that could cause any issues here, complacency or a rash shot, but hopefully from a Yorkshire point of view that won't happen. As Finlay Bean faces up to Bevan. In comes Bevan, and this next one again played with an amount of force, but didn't really go anywhere. Went back to the bowler. Bevan just... In comes Bevan again. And this one played towards the leg side by Finlay Bean. And the batsman will cross over for another single. In light of what's been happening, quietish over, I'd say.
Yeah, we're going to have a change around in the compositions again. I'll just nip off for a short break before we let Nick get on with his stuff towards the end of the day. He's going back on.
Not sure if you can write through gritted teeth, but if you can, I'm doing that at the moment. Since it is meant to be a neutral report, one has, of course, to give full praise to the Yorkshire effort, and why not, as McIlroy starts a new over and Bean drives the first ball back to him. Jamie McIlroy going up 4 runs and over has been, well, relatively less expensive than his colleagues. But Glamorgan have not impressed with the ball at all. As McIlroy bowls, and that's worked away towards square leg for another single to Bean as he moves on to 135 and equals his first class best. So the milestones keep on ticking away. 150 stands, we're approaching the 200 partnership. And given that we thought that 250 might be a decent enough score, this is forcing us to eat our words as McIlroy bowls to Joe Root, who drives back past the bowler, but fielded by Northeast, who for once finds himself at mid-off.
Yeah, we're looking for crumbs, aren't we, from a Glamorgan point of view here, Nick? There's not many.
Yeah, I think I'll be not making too much eye contact if I see him in the hotel tonight as McIlroy bowls. That's driven by Root, sprawling half stop by Crane, I think it is, at point. Took all the weight off the ball, probably saved 3 runs because that would have otherwise flashed away to the boundary. And he managed to palm it down towards Eddie Byram in the far distance at third man. They just took the single. Bean back on strike as Root moves on to 86 not out. Yorkshire to 284 for 2. Joe Root, highest score so far this season of 119. He's only in his 4th match, and this is on his way to his 2nd century, it seems. Has been drives, bat and pad together. Half excited shout from Chris Cook behind the stumps. So Joe Root's century looks well, things are never inevitable in cricket, but you would have thought it was a strong odds on at the moment. He's on 86. Bean 135 not out as McIlroy bowls to him, and that's played on the leg side, and there is no run, so Finlay Bean will have to wait a few moments to record a first-class best, because that's the end of the over. Bean 135, Root is 86, Yorkshire 284 for 2, and already they lead by 63 runs with 8 wickets potentially available if they need them all. In terms of tactics tomorrow, the weather meant to be fine. Just a question of how far Yorkshire decide to plough on for. Maybe a couple more sessions and put Glamorgan under pressure somewhere late afternoon or after tea tomorrow with the scoreboard pressure on the visitors.
Absolutely, and it looks as though it's going to be a change of bowling by from the Howard stand end.
Yeah, the leggy Mason Crane is going to be given another twirl.
Oh, Mason Crane, right.
Fingers crossed for the lad.
Yes, exactly. His bowling figures so far, well, 7 overs for 66 runs, an economy of 9.42 as he comes in and bowls his first ball of a new over, and it's flicked into the offside by Joe Root, and he runs through for a single. So yeah, from last time I was on with you, Nick, yeah, he was being dispatched to pretty much every section of Headingley, so it wasn't good. It wasn't good watching from a Glamorgan point of view anyway.
Yes, from the neutral point of view, and from the Yorkshire supporters' point of view, it was excellent stuff. Yeah. But you feel for a bowler of undoubted quality. You don't play for England without being a mug, but he's being smacked all around the place.
And he's going to come in again now past, well, he's just putting some dirt on his hands, see if he can get a better grip of his ball, see if he can get some real purchase on it. There was a delivery early on in the day in the first session which really seemed to turn, but he didn't land many in that particular area again, so that didn't really work for him. As then he comes again, and this time again it's punched towards the leg side by Finlay Bean, and there's no further run to add to the Yorkshire total. Yeah, readies himself again, and in he comes, and Finlay Bean swats it towards the leg side, and the fielder there looking up to the heavens. I don't think he saw it, and it just went past him in the lights. He just missed it, went to the boundary, mid-wicket boundary, and that's 4 more runs.
Yeah, it seems to be particularly difficult for those fielding on the western terrace, so looking across towards the eastern side of the ground, and
yeah,
that's probably about the 3rd occasion at least on which a fielder in the deep has failed to pick the ball up.
He just had his hands up in the air, couldn't see it, and he's being pushed back or being moved slightly to the side, but I'm not sure if that's going to make a difference. If he didn't see it, he didn't see it. So Mason Crane's form from earlier on the day seems to be carrying on, unfortunately for him, as he comes in again, and this delivery again punched this time towards the offside, and the 2 batsmen will come through for a single, taking the Yorkshire total up to 291 for 2. And Joe Root just 13 away from his century, and Finlay Bean 140. As in comes Crane again, and this time it's punched towards the leg side by Joe Root, and it's gone to the boundary. In fact, a despairing dive by the fielder, and 4 more runs to Joe Root takes him into the 90s. And Yorkshire move on quite nicely on to 294. And applause there for the 3rd wicket partnership, a partnership of 200 runs between these 2 batsmen. And contributions, of course, from both in this 101.
Yeah, 182 balls.
Yeah, in comes Crane again, and this one again is punched towards the offside by Root.
You just get the feeling that Glamorgan need to have their fine leg pretty fine for Joe Root on strike, because despite a sterling effort from Tom Bevan, who almost lost his trousers in the process, got to the ball, but momentum took him and the ball over the ropes. 295 for 2, on the verge of a 2nd batting bonus point, and well, 450 seems very probable indeed, unless there's a remarkable collapse. Glamorgan meet for a little discussion. Very little to be said at the moment, and there's some weary trudges, and that might be the end of the punishment for the time being. because it looks as though the players are moving towards the dressing rooms, and the umpires have made a shout on light. Play is suspended because of bad light, with 12 overs remaining of the day. Yorkshire on 295 for 2. and while I was baffled by them staying on at this time last night, or just before this time last night, I'm now slightly baffled at them going off, because it might be the case that the fielders aren't picking up the ball in the outfield, and that's helped Glamorgan to escape further punishment, really. And I suspect that is likely to be the close of play for today, with Joe Root 92 not out off just 90 deliveries. The applause from the crowd, and boy, is it richly deserved as far as the home side are concerned. Finlay Bean with a career best. Joe Root on his way seemingly to another century. The umpires are staying out in the middle, so that's not officially the close of play for today, as Messrs Blackwell and Newell look at their luxometers. But some dark skies overhead, and well, maybe the umpires have got a little bit of sympathy for Glamorgan, because, well, if this were a boxing match, it would have been stopped a very long time ago.
Yeah. I can only think that, Nick, because looking from where we're looking, I mean, looking towards the northeast and the city centre, it sort of looks quite clear, but obviously the side behind us we can't see, and that's possibly where the dark clouds are. And certainly that incident in the last couple of overs where the fielder completely missed it perhaps gave the umpires some food for thought, and they've decided to, shall I say, let Glamorgan off the hook?
Well, suspend the wriggling on the hook for the time being, because Yorkshire will resume tomorrow morning 74 ahead, and with all the time in the world to try and rattle up maximum bonus points and stick Glamorgan under a lot of pressure with a big deficit in the second innings. But certainly most of the crowd are agreed that that's likely to be it for this evening. So Yorkshire 295 for 2 in reply to Glamorgan's 221 all out, and they took tea on 106 for 2 after 20 overs. So in 29 overs they have added 189 runs at over a run a ball in this final session. So well batted to Yorkshire. Glamorgan have to go away and regroup and work how they're going to salvage some pride out of this match, but Finlay Bean and Billy and Joe Root have put Glamorgan to the sword in this evening's session. They're off for bad light at the moment. That may be the end of play for today. We will be back if there is anything further to report here on BBC Sport Online.
Ladies and gentlemen, the umpires have just informed us that there will be no further play today. The light beat us in the end. However, we start again tomorrow at 11 a.m. I hope you can come back and join us then. In the meantime, have a safe journey home and a pleasant day.
There we go, folks. Announcement that play has ended for day 2 here because of the light. So just a reminder, Yorkshire 295 for 2, leading by 74 runs. We'll be back with more ball-by-ball coverage on the BBC Sport website, then app, and of course on the stream as well tomorrow morning for when the players walk out just before the start of play. But from NASA, from Nick and myself, thanks for your company on day 2, and we'll see you tomorrow.